Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Bloodshed in the Zoo. Mutated birds. Tang Zheng had seen mutant birds since the end of the world. On his way home, he often saw large birds flying in the sky, but the number was small and they would not attack humans, so Tang Zheng did not pay much attention to it. Now it seems that it is not that the mutant birds do not attack people, but that they will not attack when the number is insufficient. The situation is different now. There is a bird park in the wildlife park. There are countless birds in the bird park, and the natural environment here can attract birds to come. Obviously, this batch of birds is not the birds in the bird park, but some ordinary birds, but it has brought a great threat to Tang Zheng and his team. If it were not for the helmet blocking it, Tang Zheng would definitely have been injured. Everyone, pay attention to protect your head, protect your eyes, disperse your firepower, and shoot down these birds. This batch of birds is about 100 or so, and they are flying over with a whirring sound, which is indeed amazing. If it is an ordinary team of survivors, facing mutant birds and mutant beasts at the same time, they may be wiped out soon. But Tang Zheng's soldiers were different. They were fearless and even more elite than the real royal troops. Facing the simultaneous attack of the mutant birds and beasts, the soldiers fired in an orderly manner, shooting, changing magazines, taking over and protecting their teammates. Although there were many mutant birds, their defense was obviously not as good as that of the mutant beasts. They could still be easily shot down by rifle bullets. In the dim woods, bullets brought out golden streams, constantly hitting targets in the air and on the ground. The combat group of more than 30 people was like a hedgehog with golden light all over its body, killing the invading mutant birds and beasts one by one. Ugh! A soldier groaned, and a wound was cut on his neck by a mutant swallow. Blood immediately flowed down. His comrades behind him quickly replaced him, and the medical soldier quickly stepped forward and bandaged it at a very fast speed. The beauty of the bandage was not flattering, and the pursuit at this moment was a speed. Jiao Yun, a scientific research soldier, followed and checked. After a while, he turned back and said to Tang Zheng, "General, there is no virus on the claws of the mutant beast, and the color of the blood has not turned black." Tang Zheng had already picked up his helmet and put it on again. He nodded when he heard it. This is easier to deal with. Otherwise, all the more than 30 people would have to be injected with serum before they can continue to fight. But the next battle is already very difficult. Under the fierce attack of the mutant birds and beasts, people in the team continued to be injured. The lightly injured soldiers returned to the battlefield immediately after a simple bandage to stop bleeding. 2 soldiers were hit by the mutant beasts and suffered fractures. One hand bone and the other leg bone. Fortunately, they were not fatal and were not in danger of life after bandaging. It is more troublesome to treat them. The medical soldiers in the starless state have no way to treat fractures. They can only let the soldiers retreat first and wait until the star is upgraded and the fractures can be treated. This dangerous scene also made Tang Zheng sweat secretly in his heart. Fortunately, they are now at the edge of the zoo, and the herbivore area is open, so there are not many mutant beasts. With sufficient bullets, the team can still hold on. The continuous gunfire lasted for more than 20 minutes. When the last mutant zebra was knocked down, no mutant beasts came over. At this time, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The dead bodies of birds and beasts were scattered all over the ground, and the weeds were trampled and stuck to the ground, covered with blood. Some mutant beasts that were not completely dead were still twitching. Tang Zheng checked the soldiers' situation. In the previous wave of battle, the number of soldiers injured reached 11. 2 of them had fractures, and the most serious injuries were several foreign soldiers. These were all new recruits with weak strength, so it was normal for them to be injured. Among them, Michael had a scar on his face, scratched by a mutant bird. Although he was treated by a medical soldier to stop the bleeding, such a scar made him, who already looked fierce, even more evil. But Tang Zheng found that, although many soldiers were injured, they all looked very happy. A closer look revealed that the previous wave of battle had upgraded many soldiers. Originally, the 4 squads and foreign soldiers were all new recruits. After this round of battle, they were at least upgraded to 1 star, and some of them were even upgraded to 2 stars. After the star upgrade, their strength increased. Although they were injured, they were not serious and basically did not affect their continued fighting. Everyone sorted out their guns and rested on the spot. Tang Zheng looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. This round of battle consumed more than 1,300 yuan of Tang Zheng's funds. However, Tang Zheng did not feel bad. Funds are used for consumption. If they are not used now, they will be used later. Rest on the spot, don't buy bullets for the time being. When the time reaches 12 o'clock, you will have new bullets, and then continue to move forward. Tang Zheng and his men began to eat. The busiest people at this moment were the 2 medical soldiers. Lu Dachuan led the new recruits' medical soldiers, carrying first aid kits, and treated them carefully one by one. After treating several people in succession, Lu Dachuan was promoted. General, I have strengthened my bones by 1 star, and I can treat fractures. Very good, treat them quickly. Lu Dachuan came to the 2 soldiers with fractures again. First corrected their bones with manual manipulation, then applied medicine and bandaged them. Okay, if you don't do too much strenuous exercise, you will be healed in half a month at most. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The soldiers were still in good physical condition, and it was considered very fast to heal a fracture in half a month. But in fact, he still felt that it was a little slow. Perhaps he saw Tang Zheng's thoughts. Lu Dachuan said, General, as long as you upgrade to company commander, my medical box should be able to refresh new medicines. When the time comes, it should be able to treat such minor injuries and they will be healed quickly. Oh, there is such a function? It should be, but I can't explain it clearly. Just upgrade as soon as possible. Tang Zheng nodded and said nothing more. He also wanted to upgrade, but it was difficult to move in the city at the moment. He was able to come to the dance academy and the zoo because of the geographical advantage. He couldn't find a gold shop or a bank vault for the time being. Unless gold and silver can be found in this wildlife park, there is little hope of upgrading immediately. They were forced to stop eating halfway through. The bloody smell here began to attract new mutants. A huge vulture appeared in the sky. This kind of carrion-eating bird did not change its habits after mutation. It came over from a distance, smelling the smell, but there were only a dozen of them. Seeing so many people like Tang Zheng, they did not dare to come down for a while, and could only hover in the sky and scream. Some mutants who smelled the smell gradually moved in this direction. Tang Zheng swallowed the food in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and then stood up. Let's go, we can't stay in this place. While the mutant corpses here attract the attention of other mutants, we take this opportunity to walk a little further. Recalling the topographic map of the zoo, Tang Zheng decided to quickly pass through the herbivore area and move towards the middle of the zoo. The soldiers with broken bones also got up. Tang Zheng even bought a motorcycle for the 2 soldiers with broken bones to sit in and follow the team forward so that they could still fight while sitting in the car. The team moved along the edge of the zoo area towards the middle. As Tang Zheng expected, many animals around were attracted by the smell of blood in the distance and went in that direction. There were few mutant beasts encountered along the way, and no unexpected situations occurred. Gradually, Tang Zheng and his team walked to the south of the herbivore area. Some buildings appeared in the shadows in front. On the left is a wolf house, on the right is the monkey mountain, and there is also a beast area in the left front. The place in the middle and far away should be the office area of the zoo. I can't continue to take a detour. There is no way to go. I must make a passage here, otherwise I will still face the problem of having no way to go when I pick up my sister. Tang Zheng looked at the radar map. There were many red spots in front, but he had no choice but to continue moving forward. After just a few steps, he stopped because he found that a red spot was rapidly approaching him and others. Tang Zheng turned around suddenly. He saw a black shadow on the trees behind him, which had already reached the treetops, only more than 20 meters away from them. A huge head fierce size and spotted fur. Roar. As the mutant roared, Tang Zheng realized something was wrong. This was a giant leopard as big as a lion. A leopard alone might not be a big deal, but it showed one thing, that the beasts in the beast hall had escaped. Next, he would not only face those herbivores, but also large carnivores. Chapter 52 Hidden Gold. Herbivores and carnivores are two different concepts. The explosive power, ferocity, natural body structure, and one-shot kill ability of carnivores are not comparable to those of herbivores. So when Tang Zheng saw the leopard, he shot it without hesitation. He must not let it pounce. This guy is as big as a lion, and is definitely more ferocious than the lions before the end of the world. If it catches him, it will definitely cause problems. Tang Zheng shot, and several soldiers around him followed suit. The leopard had never encountered such a human who shot directly without any warning, and was immediately hit by several bullets. The wounded leopard screamed, and fell from the tree. But the gunshots here immediately attracted new mutant beasts. You know, the geographical location here is in the middle of the zoo. Most of the breeding grounds for those beasts are nearby. Soon, a large number of mutant beasts rushed in this direction. Tang Zheng even saw from afar that there were not only wolves, but also lynxes, leopards, wild boars, and other animals, all kinds of animals, howling and rushing over. In the sky, there were even more mutant birds, flying over in a black mass. This time, there were huge flamingos, majestic eagles, peacocks with tails, stretched out like colorful clouds, and red-crowned cranes and white storks with long beaks. No wonder there are no zombies here at all. They must have been eaten by these things. We can't resist head on. Retreat into the building. Tang Zheng led his men and headed straight for the zoo office area in the distance. There were several buildings there, where they could temporarily avoid danger. No matter if there were zombies inside, even if there were zombies, it would definitely be safer than here. The soldiers ran all the way, exerting their speed to the limit. Fortunately, the building was not far from here, and the soldiers ran, and fired while running, and finally ran to the office area. Tang Zheng immediately spotted a building with iron bars on the windows on the first floor. Go in. The door of the building was open, and Tang Zheng rushed in directly. A motorcycle also drove over, and the wounded jumped down by themselves without support. The wounded with broken legs jumped up the stairs with one leg, and entered the room. During this process, the soldiers who were covering were venting their firepower frantically. Fortunately, it was past 12 o'clock now, and everyone had bullets. In this wave of attacks, almost everyone emptied a magazine. When they finally entered the room, everyone threw another wave of grenades, which suppressed the crazy charge of the mutant beast, and allowed them to enter the room. Fortunately, this door was not broken. Ji Yunshan came in last, and closed and locked the door directly. There were continuous knocking sounds from outside, but this door was a large iron anti-theft door, and it was safe, after being knocked several times. But before he could catch his breath, the sound of broken glass came from upstairs. Second floor. There are no iron bars on the windows on the second floor, and the mutant birds are smashing the glass. To defend the second floor, we must shoot down the mutant birds first. The soldiers went up the stairs to the second floor. As soon as they entered the corridor, they saw that many mutant birds had entered the room. The soldiers pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the corridor was suddenly filled with blood and gore. The mutant birds were the most threatening when they were outside, but once they entered the narrow corridor, they would be targets. Under the crazy firepower output of the soldiers, the mutant birds in the corridor were swept away. The mutant birds that were still planning to come in also flew away with strange cries when they saw this situation. Obviously, compared with the fearless zombies, the mutant beasts still have a certain IQ. After dealing with this wave of mutant birds, the situation in the building temporarily calmed down. Although more and more mutant beasts were surrounding outside, they could not enter the building for the time being, and could only surround the building and keep roaring. Tang Zheng stood at the window, took a look at the situation below, and was secretly shocked. The mutant beasts outside can't come up now, because of their size. Most of these wolves and bears can't jump to the second floor. Even if some leopards can jump higher, it's useless to come up alone. But Tang Zheng doesn't think he is safe now, because there are many other animals in the zoo. For example, lions and tigers, giraffes, rhinos, and elephants, pythons, and monkeys are good at climbing and jumping. They haven't come yet, just because of the distance. If all these things come, it will be really dangerous here. If he wants to leave, he will have to fight again. At that time, more animals will definitely come. so he must think of a way. Search inside the building to see if there is anything we can use, especially funds. This is a 3-story building. The radar shows that there are still zombies in several offices inside. The soldiers immediately took action and began to collect funds. 5 minutes later, the soldiers came back with some scattered funds. More than 300 gold were exchanged. Tang Zheng glanced at the system. At this moment, he had more than 3,600 gold. It's a big expense. If we don't have the funds, we can only hide here and wait for the animals to slowly disperse. But if that happens, it means that this operation has failed. I can only go back the same way, find my sister and the others, and then continue to look for other ways to leave. And other ways are undoubtedly more difficult to take. I will even be stuck at the stage of platoon leader for a long time, which is absolutely not possible. Tang Zheng did not talk to others, but walked slowly in the office building along the stairs. He came to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, there was a larger office with a sign of the director's office hanging on it. Tang Zheng pushed the door and found that it was locked. Tang Zheng frowned and instinctively touched behind him. He actually touched the door-breaking hammer. Why is this hammer still here with me? Oh, by the way, this was taken down by the wounded soldier. Since I was the only one who didn't have a rifle, I took the hammer. Taking out the door-breaking hammer, Tang Zheng skillfully hammered it down, and the door of the director's office was opened. There was no one in the office, but a thick layer of dust had accumulated. It should be that no one had come in since the end of the world. The interior space was very large, with a huge desk and sofas and coffee tables for guests around it. Tang Zheng walked slowly in the room. His eyes fell on the honor wall on the east side. There was a large wall cabinet here, and there were many photos and honorary certificates hanging on it. Those photos were all group photos of the director and some big shots. Most of these people were nobles, and there was even a group photo of the director and the Grand Duke. There was also a photo of the zoo introducing some rare animals at some time. Tang Zheng came to the group photo of the director and the duke, and took a closer look. The director was a little old man, wearing a lord's medal, and his smile was very fake. I didn't expect that this director is also a lord. He must have made a lot of money to be able to serve as the director here. The imperial nobles have long been corrupt. Some people who cannot become formal nobles spend a lot of money to buy the quasi title of lord. And the title of imperial lord is said to start at 50 million, and the competition is very fierce. It is often the case that the price is over 100 million. If this director doesn't make money, he won't even get his capital back. Since this is a greedy guy, it is possible that he has hidden money in the office. I'll look for it. Tang Zheng quickly searched the office, but in the end found nothing. There is no so-called safe here. It seems that I'm still naive. Even if this guy really makes money, it is impossible for him to put a safe in the office so blatantly. And even if there is a safe, if I find a pile of cash, it will be useless to me. Tang Zheng walked around the room with some disappointment and returned to the honor display cabinet again. In addition to photos and certificates, there is also a display area for the development process of the zoo. There are also texts behind the display area. In 771 of the Han lunar calendar, Fengcheng Zoo was established. The first director at that time preached that he wanted to build a first-class wildlife park in China. In the early stage of the business, funds were scarce, and there were only 7 kinds of animals in the zoo. In the back, there are 7 metal ornaments of animals. They are red-crowned cranes, vipirs, porcupines, foxes, peacocks, camels and wild horses. The small ornaments are lifelike, and the gold paint on the outside is a little mottled, and the bronze material is exposed in some places. Then look down. It is the next process of the zoo. In 773 of the Han lunar calendar, our zoo vigorously recruited investors and obtained investment from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. For the first time, a large number of new animals were purchased. Then there is another row of animal ornaments. This time it is zebras, antelopes, rhinos, wildebeests, elephants, hippos, giraffes, crocodiles and other animals from the prairie. The situation after that is similar. Every time the zoo purchases new animals, new pictures and texts will be added to this honor wall, as well as bronze animal ornaments. There are as many as 60 or 70 ornaments of various animals. After reading it, Tang Zheng sighed slightly. It would be nice if so many ornaments were made of gold. This one weighs almost 1 pound. Tang Zheng picked up an elephant ornament and wanted to weigh it. When he felt that his estimate was about right, Meng Meng's voice suddenly sounded. Gold was found. Can the general convert it into system funds? Thanks to Jiu Fuyun, Ziaji and other book friends for their awards. Chapter 53 Upgrading the Company Commander. Hearing Meng Meng's system voice, Tang Zheng felt like hearing the sound of nature. What? This thing is not bronze. It's gold? Tang Zheng took the seemingly bronze gilded ornament in his hand and examined it carefully. Soon, Tang Zheng found a clue. The inside of the elephant's nose showed a golden yellow. It turned out that this thing was plated with 2 layers, 1 layer of copper, and then the outside was plated with gold. Tang Zheng even suspected that the damaged parts of the gold plating were deliberately made by the director. In this way, when others see it, they will think it is bronze plated with gold and will not think that there is real gold inside. If Tang Zheng did not have the system, he would have been completely deceived this time. I really didn't expect it. This old man is quite interesting. This is true and false. If it weren't for the system factor, wouldn't I have missed these treasures? Tang Zheng's joy was about to overflow. These ornaments are of uniform size, and it feels like they should be about 1 pound each in the hand. Exchange system funds. The metal elephant in his hand disappeared, and the system added 500 gold. Sure enough, 1 ornament is really 1 jin. Let me see how many ornaments there are here. Tang Zheng counted them carefully and found that there were 66 ornaments here. Tang Zheng didn't care so much. He quickly picked up the ornaments and then exchanged them and disappeared in his hand and then took down another one. In less than 2 minutes, all 66 ornaments were exchanged. A total of 33,000 golds were obtained. Adding the previous surplus, Tang Zheng had 36,600 golds. Tang Zheng didn't stop at all and directly said to Meng Meng, upgrade. There are 3 conditions for upgrading to company commander. 1. The reinforced platoon is full of 45 people, which has been completed. 2. Kill 3,000 zombies, which has been completed. 3. The funds are 10,000, which has been completed. Confirm the upgrade. General, is this headquarters an ordinary company, reorganized company, or a reinforced company? With the experience of upgrading the platoon leader last time, Tang Zheng immediately asked, how many people are there in each of these 3 levels? Since the general chose the reinforced platoon, the ordinary company can have 3 reinforced platoons with a total of 150 people. The reorganized company can have 4 combat platoons with 220 people. The reinforced company can have 5 combat platoons with 300 people. Tang Zheng calculated, 1 platoon has 45 people, and 5 platoons should have 225 people. How come there are so many more people? General, because you chose to strengthen the organization from the platoon level, there are more people. The company has other subordinate organizations, such as the guard squad, machine gun squad, cooking squad, medical team, etc. You can flexibly choose the extra people. Tang Zheng asked again, if I choose to strengthen the company, what are the conditions for upgrading the battalion? The conditions for upgrading the battalion of the reinforced company are as follows. 1. The company is fully staffed with 300 people. 2. The cumulative number of zombies killed is 30,000. 3. Upgrade funds of 100,000. 4. Complete at least 3 maps and build the corresponding buildings. Tang Zheng knew the first 3 conditions, but it was the first time he heard of the 4th condition. But he quickly remembered what the scientific research soldier Jiu Yun had said to him. Jiu Yun can make maps, which seems to be a more cumbersome thing. However, Tang Zheng didn't think too much at the moment. Since he had chosen the reinforced platoon the first time, he had to choose the reinforced company this time. Upgrade to the reinforced company. Confirm the upgrade. The upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the general for becoming the company commander, and the company's equipment and personnel have been unlocked. Tang Zheng first looked at his chest. Here on his chest, the medal was upgraded again, and the word in the middle became. This is in accordance with the military system of the Hanyu Empire. The platoon leader is he and the company commander is a. As for the adjutants in the team, such as the deputy company commander, they are also. But the color of the words is different. The main officer is in golden font, and all the other adjutants are in silver font with gold edges. After completing the upgrade of the company commander, Tang Zheng was extremely excited. Finally succeeded. From the beginning of the end of the world to now, it will be almost a month, and he has finally become a company commander. The company commander and the platoon commander are completely two concepts. Not only has the number of soldiers that can be purchased increased significantly, but the firepower equipment must also be different. Tang Zheng first checked the equipment page. The equipment page refreshed some things. Common bullets for sniper rifles and heavy machine guns, priced at 0.3 gold. TNT explosives, priced at 2 gold per kilogram. Flare, priced at 2 gold. Flare, priced at 5 gold. Night vision goggles, priced at 10 gold. Company commanders. Uniform, priced at 5 gold. Winter combat suit, priced at 10 gold, including combat uniform, cowhide cotton military boots, cold-proof glasses, warm sleeping bag, engineer suit, priced at 100 gold, including military uniform, pistol, multifunction saber, multifunction engineer shovel, rope, gas mask, minesweeper, etc. Seeing this bullet, Tang Zheng still complained about his original setting. The price of bullets was generally high. If there is a large-scale battle in the future, the consumption of this bullet will definitely be a huge number. I don't know if there is a way to reduce the price of bullets when upgrading the company commander this time. Needless to say, night vision goggles can be used to see things in the dark, which is definitely very practical. But this winter combat suit surprised Tang Zheng a little. Although the temperature this year is much colder than in previous years, after all, he is still in the central and southern part of the Hanyu Empire, so he shouldn't need to use winter combat uniforms. As for the last engineer suit, after seeing it, Tang Zheng can be sure that his engineer unit will be online. A team cannot be without engineers. Whether it is construction, cleaning battlefields or clearing minefields, they are all professionals. Jiao Yun also told Tang Zheng that he would need engineers to build the blueprints in the future, which shows that engineers will be a necessary branch of the army in the future. After looking at the equipment, the next thing is the weapons. Beretta 92 pistol. 15 bullets are given, and the price is 50 gold. Desert Eagle. 7 bullets are given, and the price is 50 gold. Color can be selected. Type 67 silent pistol. 9 bullets are given, and the price is 50 gold. Type 95 automatic rifle. 30 bullets are given, and the rifle bayonet is given, and the price is 100 gold. M16 A2 automatic rifle. 30 bullets are given, and the rifle bayonet is given, and the price is 100 gold. Steer 69 sniper rifle. 10 rounds of bullets are given, the price is 200 gold. M2 flamethrower. 10 liters of gasoline are given, the price is 200 gold. Type 63 60mm mortar. 10 rounds of shells are given, the price is 300 gold. Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun. 333 rounds of bullets are given, the price is 500 gold. These are company level weapons, and Tang Zheng's eyes are shining. First of all, these 3 pistols are very powerful. Beretta is a very classic pistol, and is also the largest number of troops equipped. Desert Eagle is a high-powered pistol. Although there are many problems, its high power is enough to make up for many defects. It is the favorite of military fans. The Type 67 silent pistol is a classic type of silent pistol, which can completely replace the silent pistol used by scouts now. The Type 95 and M16 automatic rifles are also classic rifles. Before the end of the world, the private guards of those nobles were not qualified to touch this type of gun. If pistols and rifles are still considered normal, then the following weapons are amazing. Needless to say, the sniper rifle is something that Tang Zheng will definitely focus on in the future. Now there are gradually mutant zombies appearing, and the best way to deal with mutant zombies is snipers. Although the M2 flamethrower is a little old, it does not affect its power at all. Especially in the current situation, mutant birds are rampant outside. Although rifles can kill, the killing effect is always unsatisfactory. With a flamethrower, those mutant birds will no longer be a threat. The Type 63 mortar is a light mortar. Although it is light, it has the word cannon in it. Maybe this kind of thing is not very effective in killing zombies, but when used against people, its deterrent power is enough to make the enemy think about it. As for the last one, the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, it is even more famous. With a huge caliber and strong lethality, it is definitely a weapon for slaughter, whether it is against people or zombies. Tang Zheng is now a company commander. Even if he is promoted to battalion commander or regiment commander, the heavy machine gun will definitely be the main output in future battles. After seeing the weapons, there must be personnel to operate the weapons. When he opened the personnel page, it was refreshed. Engineer, price 200 gold. Flamethrower, price 300 gold. Mortar combat team, 2 people, price 600 gold. Heavy machine gun combat team, 2 people, price 800 gold. Sniper, price 800 gold. Research soldier, price 1000 gold. There is nothing to say about those combat arms. The weapons have appeared, so just buy them. With the weapons, the combat effectiveness will be formed. But Tang Zheng did not expect that the price of the research soldier would reach 1000. Tang Zheng believes that there must be a reason for the high price. He must pay attention to the development of scientific research in the future. In addition, the appearance of the engineer confirmed Tang Zheng's guess and made Tang Zheng realize that the scale of his troops at this time has entered a new stage. On the 17th of this month, he too will hold a college entrance examination banquet for his daughter. Many relatives, friends, and classmates will come. These few days may be very busy. Many people need to be invited in advance. There is no way. People need to be social. The update time of the book may be a little irregular, but it will definitely not be less. I will never be afraid of putting it on the shelves. I hope everyone will continue to support. Chapter 54, Explosion. After looking at the personnel, it is the last vehicle page. Tang Zheng opened it, and there were new vehicles inside. Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicle. 4 crew members, with a 5.66mm light machine gun. 300 rounds of ammunition, and a price of 1,200 gold. Hummer H2 military off-road vehicle. 5 crew members, you can choose to bring a 7.62mm general purpose machine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition, or reinforced protective armor, and a price of 2,500 gold. Ambulance. 4 crew members, equipped with cardiopulmonary resuscitation equipment, equipped with oxygen cylinders, equipped with a simple operating table, requires enhanced 1-star, and above medical soldiers to operate, and a price of 2,000 gold. Dining car. 4 crew members, equipped with a full set of kitchen utensils. A dining car can provide food for 150 people, and a price of 2,000 gold. The vehicles are these 4. 2 of which are combat vehicles and 2 special vehicles. The first is the Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicle, which Tang Zheng still remembers. It is said to be all-terrain, and it can really go forward in any terrain. The vehicle is similar to a large 4-wheel off-road motorcycle. The wide tires have strong grip. It can easily drive on mountains, slopes, mud, shallows, and woods. And this car has another advantage, that is, it comes with a 5.66mm light machine gun and 300 rounds of bullets. In other words, as long as it is equipped with 4 soldiers in this car, it can immediately form a good assault firepower. The second car is the Hummer military off-road vehicle that Tang Zheng is more excited about. Men like only a few things: guns, cars, watches, and beauties. When it comes to cars, the tough guy image of the Hummer is definitely one of the top cars. As the highest commander of the army, Tang Zheng is still riding 212. Although the quality of 212 is also acceptable, the comfort is really average. The Hummer with the more spacious interior space and stronger stability is definitely much better than 212. And this car is different from other cars. It gives 2 options. One is to install a 7.62mm general purpose machine gun and give 300 rounds of bullets. One is to choose reinforced protective armor, which is undoubtedly bulletproof and greatly increases safety. Although he has not bought it yet, Tang Zheng has decided to buy a Hummer. Although the price of 2,500 gold is not cheap, Tang Zheng has always been ruthless to himself. and Tang Zheng also found that the cars assigned by the system are all corresponding to the level. 212 is the car assigned to the platoon leader level, and the Hummer is the car assigned to the company commander level. As for the squad leader, strictly speaking, there is no car assigned. If you have to say there is, it can only be a three-wheeled vehicle. In addition to these two types of vehicles, there are ambulances and dining cars. Both of these are priced at 2000 gold, but they are cars that must be bought. When Tang Zheng returns home, he will choose to buy them. After looking at all the equipment and weapons refreshed at the company command level, Tang Zheng decided to spend money. After upgrading to company commander, he still has 26,600 gold in his hand. Tang Zheng first clicked to buy a heavy machine gun and a heavy machine gun combat group. At the company level, professional weapons have professional soldiers. Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun. 333 rounds of bullets are given, and the price is 500 gold. Heavy machine gun combat team, 2 people, the price is 800 gold. 2 soldiers, equipped with a heavy machine gun, the total price reached 1300 gold. Tang Zheng added some auxiliary equipment, and the total price was about 1400 gold. It was a bit expensive, but Tang Zheng thought it was worth it. The firepower of the heavy machine gun will surely become the nightmare of all enemies. After clicking onto heavy machine guns in succession, adding 2 more combat teams, and adding auxiliary equipment, 2800 gold was spent. Soldiers purchased by the system take time, and they will not appear in 1 second after clicking. After adding the heavy machine gun combat team, Tang Zheng started to buy snipers. In the previous battle, Chu Zuan was too busy alone, and Tang Zheng needed a group of snipers. Steer 69 sniper rifle. 10 rounds of bullets are given, and the price is 200 gold. Sniper, the price is 800 gold. After adding auxiliary equipment, a complete sniper costs about 1100 gold. Tang Zheng directly added 5 snipers. 5500 gold was spent in an instant, and the cumulative consumption has reached 8300 gold. However, Tang Zheng did not blink, and continued to buy. The third batch, Tang Zheng bought flamethrower warriors. At present, in addition to dealing with mutant beasts, there are also a large number of mutant birds, and flamethrower warriors are undoubtedly the nemesis of mutant birds. M2 flamethrower. 10 liters of gasoline is given, and the price is 200 gold. Flamethrower warrior, price 300 gold. After adding auxiliary equipment, it is about 600 gold each. Tang Zheng directly added 4800 gold. As for the mortar combat group, although it is also a necessary type of soldier, it is not very useful in the current situation, so Tang Zheng has not purchased it for the time being. A total of 13,000 has been spent, and Tang Zheng has not stopped buying. The foundation of a unit is actually a large number of mobilized soldiers. Mobilized soldiers using automatic rifles are also the most cost-effective units. Now that the automatic rifles have been refreshed, Tang Zheng did not immediately change the guns for the troops, because the Type 81 and AK-47 are also classic guns, which are enough to deal with the current situation. He will change the guns when he has more money. He still follows the original configuration, a 215 mobilization soldier plus a full set of equipment, and first purchased 3 foreign soldiers to fill Michael's foreign squad. Then Tang Zheng added 16 new soldiers to form 2 combat squads. 4085 gold. The cumulative consumption reached 17,185 gold, and Tang Zheng still had about 9,500 gold. After the battlefield must be cleaned up, and 4 engineers will come. 2 medical soldiers are not enough, so add 2 more. 4 engineers plus the engineer suit, the consumption is 1,200. 2 medical soldiers plus equipment is 700. Due to the departure of Dakung Ming and Zhao Piaoliang, he now has no military dogs around him, and he feels a little insecure, so he will add 2 more military dogs. The cumulative consumption is more than 2,300, and Tang Zheng still has 7,300 funds left. Almost done. I need to leave some for backup. After a wave of consumption, Tang Zheng spent nearly 30,000 yuan at one time. But his team was also expanding rapidly. To heavy machine gun combat teams of 4 people, 5 snipers, and 8 flamethrower warriors, 19 mobilized soldiers, 4 engineers, and 2 medical soldiers. a total of 42 people, which is comparable to the total number of people before. And this time, because there are many advanced soldiers, the combat effectiveness has increased several times. After the purchase, because he had to wait for a while, Tang Zheng left the room first and went outside to check the situation. When he came to the corridor, the soldiers were still on the second floor waiting in full battle. Tang Zheng looked down from the window and found that there were more mutant beasts below. Ji Yunshan came to Tang Zheng and pointed outside and said, "General, look, there are beasts joining." Outside the window, the situation of the mutant beasts was very worrying. The mutant beast corpses that were all over the ground before have now been devoured by the other mutant beasts. But these mutant beasts are obviously not full yet and are eyeing the people in the building. There are many long snakes entwined in the trees. Some snakes were colorful and as thick as bowls. They were obviously poisonous snakes, but they grew to be almost the size of pythons. Tang Zheng even saw 2 large pythons. At this moment, their length was definitely more than 10 meters, and they were thicker than buckets. Their cold and ruthless eyes stared at the upstairs, as if they were ready to climb up at any time. A group of lions also came downstairs. There were about 20 lions, and their bodies had expanded several times. At this moment, they did not hunt other mutant beasts that could be seen everywhere. It can be seen that in the minds of mutant beasts, hunting humans seemed to be more important. A dozen tigers were also in the group of mutant beasts, and they looked even stronger than lions. In the distance, a large group of wild beasts were still rumbling. Most of this group of wild beasts were huge buffaloes. These guys were almost 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder, and their sharp horns were cold and shining. At first glance, they were reckless, violent and full of destructive power. There were also huge hippos, heavily armored rhinos, and elephants that were as tall as the second floor. These giant beasts were slow to move, so they came late at this moment. Seeing this, Tang Zheng also took a breath of cold air. If he hadn't received this sum of money, it would be hard to say whether this battle would win or lose. However, there is no if in the world. Although the zoo is extremely dangerous, he is no longer afraid at this moment. Feeling that the time is almost up, Tang Zheng turned around and returned to the director's office. At this moment, the director's office was already full of people. Seeing Tang Zheng coming back from outside, everyone saluted in unison. Heavy Machine Gun Combat Team Zhang Yang and Kang Daqiang, report to the General. Sniper Sun Jun, report to the General. Flamethrower Warrior Yu Dashan, report to the General. Medical Soldier Lin Fifi, report to the General. Engineer Li Wang, report to the General. Woof woof woof. Thank you for the 1000 coin reward from Mr. Jaya Crossing. Thank you for the 1000 coin reward from Junzi Yun's Hangzijile. Thank you for the 500 coin reward from Gothic Swastika Walking Warrior. Thanks to Spanda, 6270, North Bank Carrot, Too Late to Say, Mufeng, Zen Yunfi, Teheo 0328 and other book friends for their awards. Thanks to the book friends who didn't ask for votes in He2 and insisted on voting for me and recommending me. This is true love. I ask you one more thing. Turn on the automatic subscription, which is free now. Although it is not on the shelves yet, you can subscribe to support it when He2 is on the shelves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Killing at the Zoo. When more than 40 soldiers stood in a room and saluted you in unison, the feeling was really shocking and expansive. Tang Zheng returned the salute and waved his hand. I don't want to say more. Now go out and win this battle. Understood? Don't worry, General. The soldiers filed out quickly. The mobilized soldiers, snipers and others ran the fastest and rushed out of the office soon. The flamethrower soldiers carried flamethrowers on their backs, which were very heavy. There were 2 gasoline tanks and a chlorine tank, so they ran a little slower. The heavy machine gun group also moved slowly. This Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun looked very heavy at a glance. Not only was the barrel very thick, but there was also a thick metal baffle in front, which could effectively protect the safety of the shooter. A soldier was holding an ammunition box in his hand, with more than 300 bullets in it. Fortunately, the soldiers were strong enough. The soldiers in the heavy machine gun group were all tall and strong, so it was no problem for 2 people to carry a machine gun. Seeing this, Tang Zheng, who was carrying a door-breaking hammer on his back, felt a little more balanced. Soon, the soldiers took their positions. 2 heavy machine guns were set up at the windows on the 2nd floor. This type of heavy machine gun is water-cooled. The so-called water cooling type requires water to cool the barrel, so that continuous shooting can be guaranteed. Otherwise, the barrel will turn red after a while. Chu Zuan took several new recruits and snipers who had just joined the army, and went directly to the 3rd floor. Snipers occupy the commanding heights and focus on sniping key targets. Then the flamethrower warriors are also distributed at the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors, ready to stand by at any time. The 1st floor was abandoned by the soldiers because of the iron fence. Tang Zheng had just finished the arrangement, and a large group of giant beasts on the mutant beast side finally arrived at the battlefield. These mutant beasts are also quite intelligent, and know to wait until there are enough of them before taking action. A reckless buffalo rushed to the building first. With a loud bang, the iron door downstairs was deformed by the collision. This time, it was like the horn of battle. Countless mutant birds rose up from the surrounding trees and swooped down towards the windows of the 2nd and 3rd floors. At the same time, a large group of monkeys and gorillas rushed over. These primates quickly climbed upstairs, much faster than professional climbers. Even if the remaining beasts could not find a route to attack, they kept wandering and roaring downstairs, looking for opportunities. Fight. Tang Zheng gave an order and the battle began. The first wave of attacks were launched by flamethrower warriors. 8 flamethrower warriors used flame guns to attack almost at the same time, without any reservation. Because this wave of mutant beasts attacked the largest number, the flamethrower could do the most damage. In an instant, 8 huge fire dragons sprayed out of the building. This kind of flame dragon can spray up to 50 meters away, and can also swing back and forth to spray. The first to be hit were the mutant birds that rushed over. Whether it was goshawks, vultures, white storks, crows, sparrows, or any bird of any size, they were almost defenseless under this destructive fire attack, and were instantly burned to charcoal. Their feathers became the best combustion aids, and once they were hit by the flames, they immediately burned violently. Amidst countless cackles, groups of burning things fell down in the air with crackling sounds. The long dragon of flames swung mercilessly, not only killing a large number of birds, but the flames continued to devour the surrounding trees. Some birds that did not attack at the time and were perched on the trees were also forced to take off, and those that started slowly were immediately devoured by the flames. Just this wave of attacks directly reduced the number of thousands of mutant birds here by more than 1/3. This was not the end. The warrior's flame gun swung left and right, and at the same time, forced back a large number of gorillas and monkeys that were approaching. Some unlucky guys were hit by the flame guns, their bodies were on fire, and they fled screaming, but they could not escape at all. In the forest and weeds of the zoo, clouds of black smoke kept coming out. Fire had become inevitable. The devastating flames dealt a heavy blow to the flocks of birds and monkeys, but the other mutant beasts on the ground were aroused and continued to charge. Tang Zheng originally planned to use flames to attack the beasts on the ground. This dense formation was the natural hunting ground for the flamethrower warriors. But Ji Yuoyun made a suggestion. General, don't use flames to attack the mutant beasts on the ground on a large scale. These meats are all top quality ingredients, and I need these animals to keep their bodies relatively intact as much as possible for research. Tang Zheng immediately thought it made sense, so he asked the flamethrower warriors to focus on the mutant birds flying over. Without the suppression of flames on the ground, the mutant beasts became even crazier. The group of buffaloes identified the door of the building and seemed to be determined not to give up until it was knocked open. At this time, the heavy machine guns opened fire. 2 heavy machine guns began to fire wildly upstairs. Clang 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 clang. The music of death sounded, and blood suddenly rose to the sky on the ground. The main target of the attack is the herd of buffaloes. Although the buffaloes have become taller and stronger after mutation, they still have no resistance to this killing weapon made by humans. A bullet from a heavy machine gun can make a huge hole in their bodies. The smaller ones can be directly shattered. In an instant, this group of buffaloes suffered a catastrophe. The crazy bullets passed like a hurricane, and the huge buffaloes fell down like grass was cut. Roars sounded, and lives were lost in an instant. The shooter was firing, and the assistant opened the ammunition box, and the ammunition belt was quickly transported to ensure continuous firepower output. Metal shells jumped out one by one, and the shooter was excited, and the bullets were transferred to other mutant beasts. Those lions, tigers, elephants, hippos, these larger targets, were all hit. At the same time, the mobilized soldiers were not idle. 2 mobilized soldiers in one window, and the rifles were also ruthlessly shooting and killing. Hedgehogs, porcupines, zebras, antelopes, jackals, Shibarinas, or the flat-headed brother who doesn't care about life and death and fights, if he doesn't obey, have no resistance to human firepower. In an instant, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. A silverback gorilla, with a very sturdy body. While the heavy machine gun was attacking the giant beast, the silverback gorilla pounded his chest and roared. His incredibly thick arms resisted several rifle bullets and actually jumped to the second floor. If it rushed in from the window, the heavy machine gun combat team would definitely be in danger. But just when its figure jumped halfway, a dull gunshot rang out. A shot to the head. The gorilla's body rolled down, and on the third floor, Chuzuan aimed at the next target. The task of a sniper is to kill those dangerous and ignored mutant beasts. Bang! Another sniper fired and shot a giant python in the head. Bang bang bang. Da 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 da. Ding 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 ding. Countless bullets turned into a metal torrent, spraying out crazily. The mutant beasts that were aroused by the ferocity were also trying to attack the building one after another. After circling for a circle, the mutant birds that flew away were attracted by the bloody smell here and began to dive and attack again. But the flamethrower warriors were ready for the second round of firing, and what greeted them was another deadly dragon of flames. A large number of mutant birds were burned to death, but occasionally there would be fish that slipped through the net. Some mutant birds or mutant monkeys that were not completely dead would occasionally rush to the window and cause a little damage to the guarding soldiers. However, under the configuration and protection that Tang Zheng spared no expense, the soldiers' vital points were protected. Every injured soldier would almost immediately retreat and let the comrades behind him take over. The medical soldiers behind immediately rushed up and treated the soldiers skillfully. The lightly injured did not leave the front line, and the seriously injured basically did not die. The soldiers were extremely strong and did not cry out in pain when they were treated. Tang Zheng stood at the window on the third floor, watching the fierce battle downstairs, and sighed silently in his heart. Massacre. Although there are thousands of mutant beasts here, and the number of birds is more than 2,000, but facing the more than 70 soldiers under his command, the strength is not equal. The soldiers have the advantage of terrain, and are holding killing weapons. The destruction of these mutant beasts is only a matter of time. A huge elephant fell to the ground under the shooting of a heavy machine gun. In the sky, another wave of burned mutant birds fell down with a crackling sound. At this time, the battle was nearing its end. The crazy killing made the remaining mutant beasts tremble. The surrounding weeds were already burning, and the trees were also burning. As their number advantage decreased sharply, the courage of the mutant beasts also disappeared. Some mutant beasts that survived by chance began to flee far away, trying to escape from this hellish place. One ran, and the group followed. The mutant beasts that had just gathered, thousands of them, quickly ran away except for more than 700 corpses. The remaining mutant birds began to flee amidst the flames and smoke, leaving behind only corpses and meat all over the ground, and a strong smell of barbecue in the air. Chapter 56. Someone from the prison base. Tang Zheng and his team went downstairs in the thick smoke around the office building. 4 engineers quickly began to clean up the battlefield. Tang Zheng pointed at the mutant meat all over the ground and said, "Try to pick out the best meat, and cut it off, and try to take it away." Engineer Li Wang said, "General, that requires a truck." Tang Zheng looked at his funds, and there were still more than 7,300. Tang Zheng originally wanted to buy a Hummer off-road vehicle, but when he saw the mutant meat all over the ground, he gave up buying himself a car, and bought 2 military trucks instead. There were countless mutant corpses here, and even a few trucks could not load them all, so they could only try to pick out the best meat and load them into the trucks. The soldiers began to work nervously, and the scientific research soldier Guo Yun was also busy on the battlefield. He took out some glass containers from the toolbox, then used a saw to cut open the mutant's head and extracted a light blue gel-like substance from it. "What is this?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. "General, the nature of this thing cannot be determined yet, but it is certain that it has some similarities with the crystals of zombies." "Oh, then can this thing be taken by humans?" "Preliminary judgment is not yet. The genes between humans and animals are too different. It should not be suitable for human consumption, but I feel that this thing has other uses. Collect it first and study it thoroughly before reporting to the general." Tang Zheng nodded. He also expected Guo Yun to be able to study it out. After loading the car here, Tang Zheng immediately led his men back. Now that the zoo is temporarily safe, he still has to go back to pick up his sister and Ning Yui. Not daring to take other routes, Tang Zheng led his men to march quickly along the way they came, heading straight to Zaya Tangshan. Tang Zheng did not need to run back stupidly. He first let the drone fly back to tell Ning Yui that it was safe here and she could come over to join him. The drone took off and flew quickly to Zaya Tangshan. Tang and I and the others were already waiting here anxiously, especially when they saw that there was even a fire in the direction of the zoo. They were even more worried. Fortunately, they were sensible enough to know not to cause trouble, so they waited patiently. Seeing the drone flying over, Ning Yui immediately smiled. "Miss, the general has won. Let's follow the drone." Tang and I was stunned for a moment. She didn't really like the name of Miss, but this beautiful sister insisted on calling her that, and refused to change her words. "I don't know what means my brother, a straight man, used to get such a beauty under his command." They followed the drone down the mountain, and the two sides hurried on their way, and finally met at the foot of Xianatang Mountain. Wu Di took back the drone, touched it and said to Tang Zheng, "General, the drone is a little wet. There is a lot of moisture in the clouds. It may rain." Tang Zheng nodded. Now the road to the zoo is still safe for the time being, but there is still a section of road to pass after leaving the zoo, which is not easy to walk. Now the sky is a little cloudy again. If it can catch the rain, it will be lucky. The group returned to the zoo by the same route. At this time, sporadic zombies began to appear on this road again. It is obvious that the thick smoke from the zoo carries the smell of barbecue, which is attracting new zombies. Tang Zheng looked at the fire in the zoo, which was getting bigger and bigger. The speed of his feet increased, and Tang and I and others also jogged. As he ran, Tang Zheng felt a sudden chill on his face. Tang Zheng looked up, and the cool raindrops from the sky fell on his face, and there was a trend of rapidly increasing. It seems that the rain after the end of the world will never be small. It seems that my luck is really good. It's still a long way to get out of the city after leaving the zoo. I was worried about the road out of the city, and this rain is just right. Tang Zheng and his group hurried on their way, almost running all the way, and finally returned to the vicinity of the zoo office building before becoming drowned rats. At this time, the soldiers had finished loading the trucks. The 3 trucks were loaded with more than 30 tons of mutant beast meat, all of which were selected essences: elephant tusks and trunks, hippopotamus skin, crocodile skin, python skin, tiger skin, deer skin, rhino steak, cicadilla legs. Large chunks of meat were cut and loaded, wrapped in plastic bags, and neatly stacked. As for some monkeys and wolves, there was no place to put this kind of meat, so they had to be discarded on the spot. Tang Zheng returned to the truck in the heavy rain. He let a few girls sit in the front of the car, and the other more than 70 soldiers also got on the car. However, the car was almost full of meat, so they could only sit on the roof and use sleeping bags to keep out the rain. The 3 overloaded cars began to sway and move forward along the sightseeing drive of the zoo. The wildlife park covers a large area and is more than 15 kilometers long. When Tang Zheng and his team walked to the south gate of the zoo, they were not far from the city. After walking another 7 kilometers, they could get on the outer ring road and then take a detour back to where they came from. Tang Zheng and his team's 3 heavy-duty trucks were driving forward on a 7-kilometer long road in the heavy rain. On the road, some zombies stood like wooden stakes. Their perception was blocked by the heavy rain, and they became much duller. When encountering zombies, the soldiers used a silent pistol to shoot them directly. When encountering traffic jams, they went down to clean up quickly. The car maintained a constant speed and finally drove out of the city under the cover of heavy rain. When Tang Zheng left the city and finally stepped onto the outer ring road with sparse traffic, the sky had completely darkened. Looking at the dead Feng Cheng behind him, which was shrouded in heavy rain, Tang Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Today's luck is still very good, otherwise it would never be so easy to get out of the last road. In any case, he is out now. Tang Zheng did not stop the car immediately, but let the car continue to move forward. Tonight, they had to return to the place where they first entered the city. The car's wipers swayed from side to side, and it moved forward with difficulty in the wind and rain. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Tang Zheng and his team returned to the place where they parked when entering the city. 212 jeeps, a military truck, and several three-wheeled vehicles were still parked there, and no one touched them. Tang Zheng got out of the car, ready to go back to 212 to deal with it for the night. As soon as he got out of the car, two black shadows pounced over. Woof woof. Tang Zheng exclaimed in surprise, big smart, little beautiful. It turned out that these were his two big dogs. After running out from the train station, they actually returned to the car to wait for him. Touching the heads of the two dogs with joy, Tang Zheng felt that this trip was a success. Rest here for a night, and set off on the road home tomorrow. I don't know what the situation is in my hometown these days. I don't know if the people from the prison base have come. Kinsao City, on the way to Mengshu County. This is a rural road, and several motorcycles are speeding on the road. Not all roads are impassable in the end of the world. There are not many vehicles and zombies on the overpasses, highways, or rural roads in the city. Otherwise, Tang Zheng would not be able to travel tens of thousands of kilometers to go home. And now most of the people who survived and lived well are not in the city. Starting from the county level, all cities are like a big tomb, constantly burying the survivors inside. And outside the county, it is another world. These motorcycles are all off-road motorcycles, running fast on the road. There is a village ahead, with many zombies in it. The motorcycles went around in the field directly, without entering the village at all, and not worrying about any danger. Occasionally, when encountering a zombie in the wild, several riders had guns in their hands, but did not fire. The leading rider pulled out a big knife from his back, and the moment he passed by, the big knife shone, and he actually cut the zombie in two. The terrifying power and speed were obviously not normal. Take a break. The rider who was slashing the zombie stopped. This man was wearing a black leather jacket and sunglasses on his face. His strong muscles made the clothes look exaggerated. He stopped first. Behind him, a man got off another car, came to the man in sunglasses, and took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket. He opened it, and handed one to the man in sunglasses. Brother Chen, try this, 69-year-old, very strong. The man in sunglasses took it, and said to the person who handed him the cigarette with a smile, okay, Shunzi, you can get such good stuff? Shunzi chuckled, isn't this also thanks to Brother Chen? In the small supermarket in the village that we looted last week, you only took some food and wine, and I took some good cigarettes. After all, this stuff can't be produced anymore. One box less is one box less. Brother Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, not bad. Follow Brother Chen well, and you will benefit a lot in the future. That's right. Now in our entire prison base, everyone knows that besides Boss Han Yu, the second in command is you, Brother Chen Filang. Your dragon and tiger combination is enough to make zombies pee. Fuck you. You're flattering me a little too much. Although Chen Filang was cursing, he was smiling, and was obviously not angry. Shunzi continued, Brother Chen, what good things did Boss Han ask us to take from Tailei Town this time? Is it worth it for you, Brother Chen, to take it personally? Chen Filang took a deep puff of his cigarette and said slowly, what good things can there be in this doomsday? There are other people to collect the food and drinks, and it's worth my going. You can guess for yourself. Shunzi is a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Brother Chen, could it be the legendary zombie crystal? You guessed it yourself. I didn't say it. But besides the gun, what else do you think is worthy of Boss Han's attention? Shunzi gave Chen Filong a thumbs up, looked around and lowered his voice. Brother Chen, that kind of zombie makes my legs weak when I see it. Only you can deal with it alone. I don't know what to say about my admiration. Chen Filong sneered. Don't praise me too much. Mutated zombies are not so easy to deal with. I can't handle it alone. It will kill me if I catch that thing. But Zheng Jiang from Tailei Town said that the thing is stuck in a pit and can't get out. In this case, I still have a chance. As he said that, Chen Filong touched the big knife behind him. This is a big gate knife, weighing 22 kilograms. Only he, who has taken the crystal once, can use it easily. Most of the prison base is in custody, and there are countless strong ones among them. Chen Filong can hold the second place, in addition to practicing Sanda fighting for many years before, relying on this crystal obtained by chance. In fact, Chen Filong knows that not only he has completed the evolution, but also the leaders of the 7 major bases in Kinzhou have basically completed the evolution. Otherwise, how can they lead the bases, and how can others obey them? Although many ordinary survivors don't know, the leaders of these bases know how important the crystal core in the brain of the mutant zombie is. It's just that the number of mutant zombies is small, and it's extremely difficult to deal with, so this matter is still limited to the top. But Shunzi is his brother in life and death, and this matter will be exposed sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if he reveals it in advance. There is just one worry that Chen Filong hasn't said yet. Zheng Jiang in Tailei Town has lost contact, and he may have encountered an accident. Although it is common for someone to die in the end times, Chen Filong knows that Zheng Jiang is also a mutant. It is a bit abnormal for a mutant to die. So we have to be careful on this trip to Tailei Town. Thanks to the book friend who turned the copy into a regular book for the 1000 coin reward. Thanks to the book friend Yai for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to the book friends Mutao 99.99, Katero, Yang Mingma, etc. for the reward. Chapter 57 New Cars and New Guns. Although he was alert, Chen Filong didn't take it too seriously. Before the end of the world, he was a felon sentenced to life imprisonment. He felt that he was fearless because he could get out of prison alive. This end of the world was prepared for people like him. Even if there was something wrong in Tailei Town, he was not a pushover. 8 motorcycles, 8 people, 7 guns, and a mutant like him. He really didn't believe that there was any force that could compete with them. Let's go, speed up, and rest in Mengshu tonight. Isn't there a ZHU Liu in Mengshu? Let's go to his place for a big meal today. We must get to Tailei Town before noon tomorrow. Chen Filong led his men to continue to move towards Mengshu. The bases in the end of the world are also divided into large and small sizes. The prison base is in Kinzhou and is a first-class base. The high walls of the prison form a natural barrier to ensure the safety of the base. Some of the weapons in the prison have been corroded, but the remaining ones are more than those in other bases. The most important thing is that there is a group of extremely vicious people there, which also makes other bases more afraid of the prison base. Such an environment created this group of arrogant thugs. They were also the most arrogant in the radio broadcasts. ZHU Liu was the leader of medium-sized base in Mengshu. Chen Filong didn't take him seriously and went there whenever he wanted, not to mention the smaller place Tailei Town. But what he didn't know was that on his way to Mengshu, a convoy was also speeding on the highway and heading towards Tailei Town. He was destined to arrive in Tailei Town a day later. After staying at the edge of Fengcheng for most of the night, Tang Zheng got up early the next morning, had a simple meal with everyone, and immediately started the return journey. Tang Zheng's team is now larger than ever, with 3 motorcycles, 3 jeeps, and 4 large trucks. It actually feels a bit mighty on the highway. The motorcycles and a large truck cleared the way a few kilometers away, clearing zombies when they encountered them, and removing roadblocks when they encountered them. Tang Zheng sat in the 212 jeep, not in the same car with his sister. As Tang Zheng's guard, Ji Yunshan was very conscientious. Ning Yue went to drive the car for Tang and I and the other 4 girls, sitting in the back. In this car, he was responsible for driving, and the correspondent Wu Di was in the co-pilot. In the back seat, Tang Zheng sat in the middle, with Da Kangming and Xiao Piaoying on the left, and two newly enlisted military dogs on the right. It was a crowded one. Ji Yunshan thought that this was called double protection. Tang Zheng leaned back in his seat in despair, with the door-breaking hammer thrown at his feet. He had planned well that whoever came to sit next to him would carry the door-breaking hammer, but in the end, there were 4 dogs sitting next to him. At this moment, 2 dog heads were resting on his legs. The dog faces also looked like they had no desire to live, because Tang Zheng put a map next to their mouths, and a dog held it open while holding it, and they were not allowed to move. This map was a map of Fengcheng and its surroundings. It not only showed Fengcheng, but also the surrounding counties and cities, as well as the mountains and rivers here. Fengcheng is the second most populous city in western Sichuan, second only to the capital Chuanzhang city. But in terms of area, this is the largest. The northernmost part of Fengcheng no longer belongs to the central part of Hanyu, but to the northern region. Further north of Fengcheng is Lombardy City in the Grassland province. Further north of Lombardy City, after crossing a large river, is another empire in the north. This section of the area is relatively sparsely populated. Tang Zheng's eyes roamed over the map inch by inch. Guian Mountain area. Fengming River. As these terrains came into view one by one, Tang Zheng had some vague ideas in his mind. Crack. Ji Yunshan, who was driving, stopped the car. The 2 dog heads on Tang Zheng's legs staggered, and the map fell off. What's going on? The second squad leader Yang Mu came to Tang Zheng and saluted. General, this is some money we collected along the way. I'll give it to you first. Tang Zheng took it. It was a pile of jewelry stripped from zombies, which was exchanged directly. He got more than 500 gold. Originally there were more than 1,200 gold, but now it has become more than 1,700. Tang Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Keep up the good work. Yang Yu left happily and started to run further with his men. Although there were soldiers leading the way, the time on the road did not shorten. Because there were several heavily loaded trucks behind, the speed was not very fast. When it was getting dark, Tang Zheng and his men got off the highway in Kinzhou. It would take several hours to drive from Kinzhou to Mengshu and then to Tailei town. Looking at the sky, Tang Zheng ordered a rest. Tomorrow morning, they will set off again and will be able to return to Tailei town in the morning. At this time, Tang Zheng's accumulated funds have reached more than 3,600. Near the parking place, Tang Zheng decided to buy a new car. People are strange. When there was number 212, they rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle to travel tens of thousands of kilometers and came back. Now that they can buy a new car, they feel tired when sitting in the 212. Oh, am I going to be corrupt? Tang Zheng sighed. Before buying a car, he decided to buy himself a gun. After using the Colt Duelist for so long, it's time for him to change to a better pistol. Now he has 3 choices. Beretta 92 pistol. 15 bullets for free, priced at 50 gold, Desert Eagle. 7 bullets for free, priced at 50 gold, color optional, Type 67 silent pistol. 9 bullets for free, priced at 50 gold. Of these 3 guns, Beretta is the best in terms of practicality. Type 67 is the first choice in terms of concealment. The Desert Eagle has the advantage of being powerful, but its other performance is only average, especially its recoil is too strong and its accuracy is lacking. Although it is famous, it has never been included in the military. But who is Tang Zheng? His marksmanship is bad, so it doesn't matter which gun he chooses, so he might as well choose one that is powerful and looks cool. So he bought a Desert Eagle first. It's gold, and it's cool to the end. After buying a new gun and a company commander's uniform, his temperament improved by several levels. Tang Zheng now has the temperament and prototype of a senior officer, especially when he is not carrying a door-breaking hammer. After changing his clothes and pistol, Tang Zheng clicked to buy a new car, a Hummer. At the same time, he added a research soldier, because Ji Yuoyun told him today to add an assistant to him as soon as possible, because he has important things to study. He bought a Hummer Jeep for 2,500 and a research soldier for 1,000, and Tang Zheng became a pauper again. But a few minutes later, when the new car appeared in front of him, Tang Zheng felt that everything was worth it. Hummer H2 military off-road vehicle. 5 passengers. You can choose to bring a 7.62mm general purpose machine gun and 300 rounds of bullets, or reinforced protective armor. The price is 2,500 gold. Tang Zheng did not choose a general purpose machine gun, but chose reinforced protective armor. Now his team already has a heavy machine gun. This general machine gun is nothing more than icing on the cake. Compared with the slight increase in firepower, Tang Zheng feels that safety is more important. The tall model, tough lines, strong off-road capabilities and horsepower of this car are very consistent with Tang Zheng's aesthetics. Especially after the protective armor is installed, the whole car looks like a steel monster. The car came to the front of the team, the door opened, and a female soldier jumped out. She was fair and slender. She was not as stunningly beautiful as Ninghui, but she was beautiful and intelligent, which made people feel very comfortable. The female soldier came to Tang Zheng and saluted. Research Soldier Hizhu, report to the general. Tang Zheng raised his hand to return the salute. Looking at the gentle and beautiful Hizhu in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh that Meng Meng, the system butler, was getting more and more confused and often got the gender of the soldiers wrong. But he was a generous officer and would not be fussy about this matter. Hizhu, tell me about your situation. Report to the general. My situation is similar to Jiuo Yun's. Our combat effectiveness can only be considered average. We are both engaged in scientific research and are proficient in mapping, but our other focuses are slightly different. He is proficient in the development of medicines and weapons, and I'm proficient in gunpowder production and blasting. We can complement each other by working together. Oh, you are more proficient in gunpowder? Yes, General, so please provide me with more gunpowder in the future, and I will try to make a big bomb for you. Tang Zheng took a look at his company commander level purchasing authority, and there was indeed an item for gunpowder. TNT explosives, priced at 2 gold per kilogram. He nodded in agreement, and directly bought 10 kilograms of gunpowder, and gave it to Hizhu. Hizhu excitedly took the gunpowder, and her eyes immediately flashed with an excited light, just like some crazy scientists, who were crazy when they found their target. This made Tang Zheng inexplicably feel that this beautiful scientific research soldier was quite dangerous. Hizhu joined the army and soon mixed with Ninghui and medical soldier Lin Fifui. Tang and I and the 3 little girls also quickly became familiar with Hizhu, and the girls naturally stayed together. Seeing this scene, Ji Yunshan quietly came to Jiuo Yun and patted him on the shoulder. Old Jiuo, when we get to Tailei Town, I'll go to you for a drink when Ninghui is on duty. Jiuo Yun was stunned for a moment. Why? It has always been the case that only new people laugh. Who hears the old people cry? Although I'm a quasi-platoon leader and have busy official duties every day. After all, we have the same experience. I'm still willing to teach you some experience in competing for favor, so that you won't be left out in the cold in the future and blame me for not reminding you. Jiuo Yun looked at Ninghui, then at the newcomer Hizhu, and inexplicably felt that there was some truth in his heart. He nodded involuntarily, and Ji Yunshan left. Jiuo Yun suddenly felt something was wrong again. I'm a researcher, and I'm a man. Why should I compete for favor? No. When did Ji Yunshan become a quasi-platoon leader? He should be a squad leader. No, he is a quasi-squad leader, but that's not right. He also named himself a quasi-squad leader. So, why did I agree to drink with him? The brain of a researcher couldn't keep up with Ji Yunshan's thinking. The future blasting madwoman, the scientific research soldier Hizhu, was played by a group friend. Chapter 58 News from the Trade Conference. With the addition of the Hummer Jeep, the second day's trip was much more comfortable. Tang Zheng leaned back comfortably on the seat, and the military dogs around him looked much more pleasing to the eye than yesterday. They set off at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning, the convoy finally returned to Tailei Town. Seeing the hotel where the survivors lived from a distance, Tang Zheng did not return to the hotel immediately. Before returning, he had already spoken to Luo Fei on the intercom, and there was nothing unusual in Tailei Town in the past few days. Tang Zheng asked Luo Fei to leave the hotel, and was now waiting for him at the public security station. Tang Zheng decided to move. After all, living with those survivors was inconvenient, and not just with them, but also with Zhu Jingqiu, his father, and his sister. For Tang Zheng, there were many inconveniences. At least the fact that there were constantly soldiers joining the army was not so easy to explain. Tang Zheng asked his sister to take a few classmates to the big restaurant to meet his father first and then stay there. He took the convoy directly to the public security station. After the convoy got off the car, Tang Zheng immediately ordered to start unloading the car. When they returned to Kinzhao, the communicator had already asked Luo Fei to prepare cooking utensils. They had to cook the mutant meat as much as possible and then make it into jerky. After all, it was still summer and the meat was not easy to store for too long. Making it into jerky would help preserve it. When he arrived at the police station, Tang Zheng immediately used the hundreds of funds he had just collected to buy 3 cooks. The former cook Wang He, after this period of cooking training, has become a 1-star cook. The other 3 cooks are now assigned to Wang He's command and form an incomplete cooking team. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's company is still a long way from being full, and 4 cooks are enough. After the cooks were produced, they immediately started to make jerky. For a while, the building of the police station was full of the aroma of cooking meat. Tang Zheng came to the director's office and asked the soldiers to carry some supplies over. These supplies are some rifles and pistols. These firearms were eliminated by Tang Zheng's troops, such as the 98K rifle. Tang Zheng and his men no longer needed these guns, but they couldn't throw them away. Tang Zheng didn't know what to do with them. Communicator Wu Di followed Tang Zheng, quickly cleaned the office, and then placed the radio on the table. General, after returning to Kinzhao, I heard a piece of news on the radio. What news? The survivors in Kinzhao are discussing on the radio channel that they are going to hold a material trade fair, and they are now in the discussion stage. Oh, material trade? Tang Zheng immediately became interested when he heard this. Yes, General. Kinzhao now has 7 larger survival bases and dozens of small and medium-sized bases. These are all connected to the radio. Now they have basically got generators and can generate electricity independently, but the pressure of survival is still not small. For example, some bases have mechanical vehicles in the places they occupy, but lack food. Some bases have coal and wood, but lack weapons. Some have sufficient food, but insufficient personnel and low self-defense capabilities. In short, these bases have various deficiencies, so this trading conference was born. They are currently discussing the time and place of the trading conference, as well as the qualifications for participating. Tang Zheng heard this and asked, what qualifications are required to participate? I heard that it requires an armed force of at least 50 people. Without this force, it will be difficult to move in the end times. Even if you know the location, you may not be able to arrive with supplies. Tang Zheng asked again, what do they generally lack? What are they going to trade? The most lacking is of course weapons, followed by someone buying the meat of mutant beasts, and then some useful cars and so on. As for the trading items, there are all kinds of things, almost everything. Oh, yes, there are people who are buying crystals, but it seems that many people don't know what crystals are. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt that the opportunity had come. He didn't have much else here, but he had as many weapons as he wanted. There was also the meat of mutant beasts. This time, Tang Zheng brought back more than 30 tons, but Tang Zheng didn't plan to sell this thing mainly. It was okay to take out a little bit as a gimmick. However, Tang Zheng didn't think much of ordinary trading commodities. All he needed was gold and silver. So, you announce on the radio, now that the Teletown base has been officially established. Our armed forces here will have 100 people. We can provide weapons to the outside world, mainly 05 type revolvers, pistol bullets, 98K rifles, and rifle bullets. Also, add grenades. These are what others are in urgent need of. For now, let's just take these few things. Communicator Wu Di wrote them down one by one. General, what should we buy? Well, mainly gold and silver, and we can also add some daily necessities to cover up our tracks. How should we set the price? We buy 05 revolvers for 20 gold, so we set the price at 200 grams of gold for 1, and 98K for 50 gold, so we set the price at 500 grams of gold for 1, and hand grenades for 5 gold, so we set the price at 100 grams of gold for 1, and bullets, 1 gram of gold for 1 pistol bullet, and 2 grams of gold for 1 rifle bullet. If there is no gold, silver and gems will also work, but the price will be lower. Tang Zheng basically doubled the original price by 10 times. He even doubled the price of hand grenades by 20 times. After all, no one has them now. As for gold, he was not worried at all. According to the broadcast, those large survivor bases have thousands of people, or even nearly 10,000. With so many people, even if they just strip off their bodies, they can still find a large number of jewelry. If you want more weapons and bullets, then go and collect them. With so many people, it should be more than enough to collect a village. He has limited manpower here, so he can use the power of other survivors to make a big deal. Communicator Woody quickly followed Tang Zheng's instructions and entered the broadcast channel where the survivors chatted. Ahem. A signal and sound that had never appeared in Kinshau appeared. This immediately attracted the attention of the bigwigs in Kinshau who listened to the radio to get information from the outside world. Dear fellow Kinshau people, I'm very happy to be able to talk to you here. I'm Woody, a communicator from the Tailei Town base. Our Tailei Town is located in the northwest of Mingshu County, Kinshau City, 70 kilometers away from Mingshu. Our leader Tang Zheng is based in Tailei Town. We currently have more than 100 armed forces and more than 100 survivors. We sincerely invite the rest of the survivors to join us and grow together. Hearing this, almost all the bigwigs in Kinshau who listened to the radio sneered with disdain. The survival base of a small town only has more than 200 armed personnel and survivors. How can it be qualified to recruit new survivors? But the next words of the communicator surprised them. The Tailei Town base will also participate in this trade conference. The main commodities we want to trade are a number of 05 type revolvers, a number of Mauser 98K rifles, a large number of pistol and rifle bullets, and a number of grenades. The firearms we sell need to be purchased with gold, silver jewelry, etc. The prices are as follows. Before the voice fell, the entire Kinshau survivors channel started to quarrel. Is it true? Is this Tailei Town base reliable? I've never heard of Tang Zheng, but he sounds pretty capable. What did he do before? Be responsible for what you say. If you mean it, then our Chamber of Commerce base will order 100 rifles, 20 pistols, and a large number of bullets and grenades. We also need to order 50 rifles and 5,000 rounds of bullets for our Jinxiu Industrial Park base. We also need to order 50 rifles and 5,000 rounds of bullets for our Bailishan Park base. We don't have as much money as the Chamber of Commerce base, but we will order no less. The time and place of the trade fair have not been decided yet, so we still have time to collect the gold you want. Don't forget, most of us here are women. If we take off our jewelry, we can purchase a large number of firearms. The one who is speaking is the operator. There are some things you can't decide. Go ask the leader named Tang Zheng. I'm Zhao Hua, the leader of the Yuanshan County Hot Spring base. I have another identity, a lord of the empire. Can you give me a 50% discount if I go to buy weapons with this identity? I'm the operator of the prison base. I'm asking on behalf of our boss Han. Can you take responsibility for what you say? If you can, we'll take care of all your goods, and we can discuss any requirements. We are the base in Mingshu, and we are not far from Tailei Town. If possible, we can send someone over today to do a small deal first. If you have credibility, there will be a bigger deal later. We're in the suburbs of Kinshau, just a small base, without much supplies. Can we use women to exchange for guns? Don't any of you doubt the identity of this Tang Zheng. The other party has so many weapons. Could it be from the Imperial Royal Army? There was silence in the channel, and many people were still wary of the Royal Army. After all, their behavior of occupying the mountain as king was definitely against the rules. But soon someone raised a rebuttal. Impossible. I'm Li Xiaofeng from the Logistics Park base, and I'm also an Imperial Viscount. As far as I know, none of the Empire's 10 major armies are stationed in Kinshau or even Western Sichuan. And didn't you notice that the weapons Tang Zheng sells are all old weapons? Those who have such weapons are mostly noble private guards. My private company is equipped with such weapons, but I haven't heard of any nobles in Tailei Town. Tang Zheng may also be a technician from a certain arsenal. This news immediately received a lot of responses. Since they are noble private guards or people from the arsenal, there is nothing to worry about. The channel was like a wasp that exploded the camp, and the buzzing speeches became a mess. The communicator was recording quickly, writing down the needs of these people one by one. Thanks to the book friend Gothic Walking Warrior for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to the book friends Lu Yu Yuanyang, Lang Zi Hangsing, Yi Xiao, R Liang Liang on the treetop, and Zhao Yao on the Agio mountain for the rewards. Today, my family is arranging the school enrollment for my daughter. I'm physically and mentally exhausted after several days in a row, but it will be over starting tomorrow. This book will be on the shelves soon, and I will start to add updates then. All fans at the helmsman level will join. Chapter 59 Meeting. Wu Di recorded all the information and handed it to Tang Zheng for review. Looking at the above information, the requirements are varied. There are many normal requests for transactions, and there are also many weird ones. The prison base actually wants to take his goods for himself. This is nonsense. If they really have that sincerity, shouldn't they ask how much goods they have first? Besides, although the prison base has good armed forces, the number of people is not large, and the people in charge there are all prisoners. It is impossible for them to have gold and silver jewelry. Do they want to trade with handcuffs and shackles? This place was the first one that Tang Zheng ruled out. Zhao Hua from the hot spring base actually wanted a discount, and it was a half off. Who gave him the face? Just because he was an imperial lord? Tang Zheng sneered. It was the end of the world. These nobles and quasi-nobles really took their past identities seriously. This didn't need to be paid attention to at all. Instead, the news from the Mingshu base made Tang Zheng interested. Zhu Liu from Mingshu occupied a grain purchasing plant with nearly 2,000 people under his command. Although it was not enough to meet the standards of a large base, it was considered good among medium-sized bases. Moreover, this place is very close to him. The other party asked to trade today, which seems to be sincere. Tang Zheng could understand the urgent need for weapons. In this world, zombies or mutant beasts are everywhere. If you want to get something, you have to fight. Even if there are a certain number of weapons left in some places, it is impossible to have too many, and they will not last too long. You know, the acidic substances in the air are everywhere. The composition of this substance is unknown. At first, it can cause people to become zombies, but later it gradually lost this strength. However, its corrosive effect on ordinary metals is strong. Whether it is a gun, a vehicle or something, if it is not maintained and wiped every day, it will be covered with a layer of rust the next day. The most lacking thing in the end of the world is people. This maintenance work is also very tedious, and it is not easy to insist on it every day. One negligence will corrode these metals and lose their due function. The weapons and firearms purchased by him have all been systematically treated with acid resistance, so there is no worry in this regard. Therefore, the weapons of other survivors are getting fewer and fewer, and the demand for weapons is getting higher and higher. This is also the trick Tang Zheng came up with to get rich quickly after hearing the news of the trading conference. The Mingshu grain base can reply to them that we can trade today, but the amount of funds they bring cannot be less than 10 kilograms of gold, otherwise it is not worth our trip. Wu Di quickly passed the message. After a while, he received a reply. General, the Mingshu grain base replied that they can raise funds, but they can't take out that much gold. There are also some gems and jewelry. Ask if it is possible. Yes, you can also announce the price of the jewelry and calculate it according to the gold purchase price. We will accept everyone. Wu Di talked for a while and brought accurate information. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the other party requested to trade at the highway intersection between Mingshu and Tailei Town. The number of people each party brought cannot exceed 12. Tang Zheng nodded. Okay, agree to their request. Now it was already past noon, and there were more than 2 hours left. He needed to set off immediately. Since it was a transaction, Tang Zheng must go in person. He brought Ji Yunshan, Ning Yuwei, Chu Zuan, Wu Di, and 8 soldiers from the first squad. Exactly 12 people, sitting in his spacious and comfortable Hummer Jeep, accompanied by a military truck. Tang Zheng immediately set off. Before leaving, Tang Zheng asked the soldiers to change to 98k. For the time being, he did not want to expose more advanced weapons in his hands. In addition to some obsolete firearms, Tang Zheng currently has no extra weapons, but he is not worried at all. As long as the funds are in place, firearms will be available at any time. After releasing the drone, Tang Zheng's two cars drove slowly towards the highway. The drone flew in the cloudy sky, and it was difficult to be discovered in the fog. Tang Zheng used the drone's perspective to check the situation on the ground. Because he deliberately drove slowly, it took more than an hour to gradually approach the highway intersection. In the drone's field of view, some people were indeed seen. There were two cars parked at the highway intersection. A Carrero brand women's model, Karami. A square cow herd. The exterior of the car body was mottled, as if it was found in a garbage dump. But it can still be driven, proving that the maintenance inside is still okay. 7 or 8 people stood beside the car. Most of them were wearing camouflage uniforms, but they were definitely not what regular soldiers wore. The drone also captured a few people lurking in the bushes not far away. These people were holding guns, but they were not advanced models. They were all old models. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng smiled slightly. He was not surprised at all. In this world, everyone is on guard. As long as the other party does not intend to cheat, he will still go through with the deal. After all, he is not doing a one-time deal. Zhu Liu is the leader of the Mingshu grain base. Before the end of the world, he was the boss of this grain purchasing factory and had a lot of workers under him. After the end of the world, he also went through untold hardships to get to where he is today. But he was also very distressed. Without enough weapons, his development has reached a bottleneck. In the past, when there were no mutant zombies, he could still rely on the advantage of numbers to collect some supplies. Although there were always casualties, there would be gains. But with the occasional appearance of mutant zombies, his life became difficult. Those pistols, shotguns, and homemade cannons were really not enough to deal with mutant zombies. Every time he went out, he even had to burn incense and pray, praying that he would never encounter a large group of zombies and mutant zombies. Despite this, casualties were increasing day by day, and there was even an experience where dozens of people were wiped out after encountering mutant zombies. So what he needed most now was a rifle. Among the entire group of survivors in Kinzhou, it is estimated that there are more rifles in the logistics park base and the prison base, but Li Xiaofeng and Han Yu who regarded those weapons as their eyes and would never sell them. Just when Zhu Liu was distressed, Tang Zheng appeared. Hearing that the other party was in Tailei Town, Zhu Liu didn't care about many things at all. He was not far from Tailei Town and had this geographical advantage, so he must take advantage of it. He almost immediately stripped off all the jewelry of everyone, barely enough for the first transaction, and prepared to meet Tang Zheng. In order to be on the safe side, he still asked a few men to lurk here in advance to prevent the other party from cheating him. While waiting here, he was still constantly thinking about it and analyzing what Tang Zheng's identity was. Is he a noble's private soldier? Is he a technician from the arsenal? Or is he an arms dealer who secretly provides illegal weapons to the nobles? But at this moment, seeing Tang Zheng coming, all of Zhu Liu's thoughts flew out of his mind. On the road, a huge Hummer Jeep and a military truck drove over. Not to mention the truck, the military Jeep was too sturdy and well maintained. Compared with the other car, my own little Karami and herder would be an eyesore, even if thrown into the garbage dump. Squeak. With the sound of brakes, the other vehicle stopped. A female soldier got off the co-pilot of the Hummer. This female soldier is so beautiful that it would be a pity if she didn't become a star. The female soldier got off the car, and some sturdy soldiers jumped off the trucks around, each holding a 98K rifle. Looking at the mountain, it looks a bit like the Royal Army. However, this also dispelled Zhu Liu's doubts about whether the other party really had weapons. At the same time, it also made Zhu Liu more curious about Tang Zheng's identity. Then, he saw the female soldier open the back door of the Hummer. A pair of white gloves stretched out. With the female soldier's help, a young officer got out of the car. He was wearing a brand new and neat military uniform, a straight military cap on his head, and a pair of sunglasses. The medal on his chest was shining, and the golden hyphen proved his identity. After getting off the car, the female soldier lit a thick cigar for the officer. After taking a puff of the cigarette, the officer inserted the thumb of his left hand on the top of the weapon belt. On the weapon belt, there was a golden desert eagle. This weapon made Zhu Liu's eyes a little hot, but the officer walked slowly, and his aura was so strong that he didn't dare to covet it at all. Tang Zheng walked in front of Zhu Liu accompanied by the soldiers. Tang Zheng didn't speak immediately. He took a puff of the cigar, and a cloud of smoke came out, and Zhu Liu's nose was a little itchy. But he didn't dare to move. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very depressing. Chapter 60 Military Reorganization. The dull atmosphere lasted for a full minute. Tang Zheng finally spoke slowly. Zhu Liu, huh. As soon as Tang Zheng spoke, Zhu Liu shuddered. Grass. Tang Zheng's eyes widened, thinking that this Zhu Liu really didn't know what was good for him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhu Liu stuttered, "I'm Zhu Liu." Tang Zheng took another puff of his cigarette and spit it directly on Zhu Liu's face. "Hurry up and get your people out of the grass. Grass, grass, haystack, or I will kill people." Zhu Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead in fear and turned back to call out, "Come out, all of you. Hurry up." The gunmen hiding in the haystack also ran out in a panic. Needless to say, the muzzles of their guns were all pointed downwards. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand and pointed his white glove at Zhu Liu's nose. "Let's trade. If you don't put away your sneaky little thoughts, your base will never grow in this life." "Yes, yes, Commander Tang is teaching me that I know my mistakes. I know my mistakes." Zhu Liu asked cautiously, "Commander Tang, are you going to incorporate the survivor base in Kinsao this time?" Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. "The end of the world has its own laws of development. Many things in the past will be invalidated. I don't have that plan for the time being." That's good. Then let's trade." Tang Zheng was a little relieved and snorted. "Did you bring the things?" "Yes, please take a look, Commander Tang." Zhu Liu hurriedly asked his men to take out a large package from the small Karami car. It was heavy. Tang Zheng took it and weighed it. It felt that the weight was more than 10 kilograms. "I'll count them first." "Okay, Commander Tang, you can count them slowly. As for the weapons, you can give them as you see fit." Tang Zheng didn't answer. He came to the back of the truck and opened the package. Yellow gold, white silver, and some diamond rings, gemstone necklaces, pearl necklaces, jade pendants, etc. The total amount seemed to be about 12 kilograms. Tang Zheng didn't calculate carefully and exchanged them directly. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 21,400 gold. If all 12 kilograms were gold, it could be exchanged for 12,000 gold. Now it's more than 21,000 gold, which means that the proportion of gems is relatively high. Tang Zheng thought about it and directly bought 20 98k rifles. This kind of gun system costs 50 gold per gun, and Tang Zheng's selling price is 500 gold. 20 guns cost 10,000 gold, and Tang Zheng exchanged them for 505 style revolvers. The system price is 20 gold per gun, and Tang Zheng's selling price is 200 gold. With the remaining money, Tang Zheng equipped them with 200 rounds of pistol bullets and 2,000 rounds of rifle bullets. There are also 20 grenades. The grenade was sold at 100 gold each, and all these things together cost a total of 1,620 gold. Net profit of 19,800 gold. When Tang Zheng asked his men to hand over a bunch of new guns and boxes of yellow-orange bullets to Zhu Liu's eyes were red. That's great. With these guns, we can do so many things." Zhu Liu came to Tang Zheng excitedly, forgetting his fear, and held Tang Zheng's hand. "Commander Tang, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me, Zhu Liu. I will provide you with people and supplies. Even if you, Commander Tang, want to recapture Mengshu County, I, Zhu Liu, am willing to go to the front." Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "Not really. If that day really comes, my soldiers are capable of doing the job." "That's right, Commander Tang. Can I tell anyone about the successful transaction with you?" "Of course, I'm counting on you to publicize it for me." Zhu Liu hesitated. "Commander Tang, you are going to attend the trading conference, right?" "Of course, it's already been said on the radio." "Then Commander, you have to be careful. Some base leaders in Kinsao have reached the point of lawlessness. If they are sure that you, Commander Tang, have a large number of weapons here, they might have other ideas. Tang Zheng shook hands with ZHU Liu vigorously this time. Thank you for your reminder, but you don't have to worry about anything. Just tell everyone, there won't be any big problems at the trade fair. Okay, since Commander Tang has the information, then I, ZHU, will promote it to you. When I collect enough funds next time, I will come to trade with Commander Tang. Tang Zheng nodded, and this transaction was successfully completed. ZHU Liu and his group left happily, and Tang Zheng also left here. With some funds in hand, Tang Zheng still has one thing to do. After returning to the police station building, Tang Zheng asked all the troops to assemble. He wanted to carry out a military reorganization. Now, Tang Zheng has 7 combat squads, 10 flamethrower warriors, 2 heavy machine gun groups, as well as scouts, snipers and other arms, with a total of more than 80 people. He wants to expand and build the framework of the entire company first. His company can have up to 300 people, and it is definitely not possible to reach that number for the time being, but it can still be done by adding some. After all the personnel arrived, Tang Zheng announced the expansion plan of the company. His company currently has 5 reinforced platoons. Each platoon has 45 people. Tang Zheng appointed Liu Fei as the first platoon leader, Yang Mu as the second platoon leader, Wang Yu as the third platoon leader, Li Ji as the fourth platoon leader, Michael as the fifth platoon leader. Each platoon temporarily has 3 combat squads, with 8 people in each squad. 5 platoons, which requires 15 combat squads. Tang Zheng currently has 7 squads, and there is still a gap of 8 squads. The total purchase price of mobilized soldier equipped with a 95 type rifle is 235 gold. Tang Zheng added 64 mobilized soldiers at one time, so that each platoon has 3 fully staffed combat squads. The total consumption is 15,040 gold. Just got a sum of money, and immediately consumed most of it. 10 flamethrower warriors, Tang Zheng assigned 2 to each platoon for special operations. In addition to Chuzuan, 5 snipers, 1 assigned to each platoon, and like the flamethrower warriors, directly belong to the platoon leader. In addition, Tang Zheng also plans to equip each platoon with a heavy machine gun group, but due to insufficient funds, he only allocated 2 existing heavy machine gun groups to the 1st and 2nd platoons. If all these allocations are in place, each platoon will have 29 people. Tang Zheng also purchased 8 military dogs, plus the 2 purchased at the zoo, and each platoon will be allocated 2 more military dogs. The rest is the allocation of vehicles. Each platoon has a 3-wheeled vehicle for patrol, a 212 jeep for the platoon leader, and a military truck. At present, Tang Zheng only has 4 of these 3 types of vehicles, which are allocated to the 1st to 4th platoons. The personnel and vehicles that each platoon lacks will be cleared of zombies in the next few days, and then purchased with the funds obtained. This is the arrangement of the 5 platoons for the time being, and Tang Zheng will also set up other departments. First, he needs a cooking team. There must also be a medical team. Both departments have 8 quotas, and each needs to be equipped with a vehicle. At present, he has 4 cooks and 4 medical soldiers, and no vehicles are currently equipped. Appoint Wang He as the head of the cooking team and Lu Dachuan as the head of the medical team. In addition, Tang Zheng will also set up a scientific research team. He currently has only 2 scientific research soldiers, Jiuo Yun and He Zhu. Tang Zheng originally planned to let them all enter the scientific research department, but He Zhu insisted on staying with Tang Zheng, saying that it would be helpful to get supplies and facilitate research. Tang Zheng had no choice but to agree to He Zhu's request and keep her by his side. So at present, Jiuo Yun is the only one left in the scientific research class. There is also the engineering class. Tang Zheng plans to make a reinforced class for this class, with at least 2 classes of 16 people. At present, he has 4 engineers, so he can build the framework first. The first engineer purchased, Bao Zilei, was appointed as the engineer squad leader. These departments have been temporarily established, and the last one is Tang Zheng's current guard squad. In the imperial military system, the company commander can have a direct guard squad, the battalion commander can have a direct guard platoon, and so on. The guard squad is undoubtedly the elite among the elites. Tang Zheng thought about it and let Ji Yunshin, Ning Yui, Hezu, Chu Zuan and others enter the guard squad. First, build the framework, and then when the soldiers are generally upgraded to 3 stars, he will transfer some elite 3-star soldiers to the guard squad. As for the appointment of the guard squad leader, Ji Yunshin, Ning Yui, Chu Zuan and several others were qualified. Tang Zheng's eyes swept around and finally fell on Ji Yunshin. Ji Yunshin was not on the list of candidates in the previous round of appointments. This guy was already a little anxious. Standing behind him, his belly was puffed up like a frog, and it was impossible not to notice him. In terms of merit, Ji Yunshin did the most. Tang Zheng pointed at Ji Yunshin and said, Ji Yunshin, guard squad leader. Thank you, General. I will continue to work hard and make new contributions to be the squad leader of the first squad in the entire army. Thanks to Wubi and Wuji Book Friend for the 2000 coin reward. Thanks to Book Friend's Tale number 2499, Red Bishop, for Sangaling and others for their rewards. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow. At that time, rewards and monthly tickets will be added. 2 updates per day, and 50 monthly tickets will add 1 update. Book Friends at the helm level will also get extra updates. But I won't add more content within 1 day, that would tire me to death. I will add 1 to 3 updates every day. If you want to see the explosion, and want to support E2, you can make an effort. The monthly tickets before this month will also be counted towards the additional updates. Chapter 61, Wilderness Encounter. After appointing the guard squad leader, Tang Zheng's reinforced company was basically formed. 5 combat platoons, a medical squad, a cooking squad, an engineer reinforcement squad, a scientific research department, and a guard squad. In addition to these platoon leaders and squad leaders, there are also a group of veterans who have followed Tang Zheng for a long time and have also been promoted to squad leaders. The total number of people is currently 160, and there are 13 military dogs. After the team was formed, Tang Zheng began to assign tasks. It's too late today. Starting tomorrow, all 5 combat platoons will be involved in the battle to clear the zombies in Taylor Town. It is required to use up all bullets before 12 noon. After the refresh at noon, keep 1 magazine, and the rest of the bullets must still be used up. The 5 platoons will take turns to act and cooperate with each other to ensure that the battle achieves the maximum benefit. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers answered in unison. We must collect as much supplies as possible. In addition to precious metals, gasoline, diesel, food, medicine, easy to preserve food, mutant beast meat, zombie crystals, etc. must be included in the collection scope. After a simple explanation, Tang Zheng looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, so he asked everyone to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, the 5 combat platoons immediately headed deep into Taylor Town. According to Tang Zheng's arrangement, the soldiers entered the town from another direction of Taylor Town and began to clean up the zombies. Because of the battle to get funds from Sister Huang's house some time ago, many zombies were attracted here. Attacking from another direction would be less difficult. There were still about 40,000 zombies in the entire Taylor Town, enough for Tang Zheng to clean up for a few days. As the soldiers left, the building of the public security station immediately became quiet. Only a few soldiers in the kitchen squad were still busy and nervous, preparing dinner for 160 people. The soldiers did not come back for lunch, so they had a meal with canned food on the front line. In the building, only Tang Zheng and a few soldiers in the guard squad stayed there, feeling a little bored. In the distance of Taylor Town, faint gunshots began to sound. The span of Taylor Town is also close to 5 kilometers, and the gunshots are not very real at this distance. Tang Zheng stayed indoors for most of the day, and in the afternoon, he finally couldn't stay any longer. He had planned to go to the front line, but the platoon leaders all advised him to stay in the safe rear. Tang Zheng didn't want to make the soldiers worry about him, so he followed their advice and stayed. But at this moment, he couldn't sit still when he heard the vague gunshots in the distance. I'll go out for a walk. Tang Zheng stood up and decided to go out for a walk. Tang Zheng stood up, changed out of his company commander's uniform, and put on a camouflage uniform. The company commander's uniform is usually very impressive, but it is not as comfortable and casual as the camouflage uniform. Everyone here is our own people. Occasionally, we can meet an outsider, who is basically a zombie. It's a bit boring for Tang Zheng to show off, so he simply changed back to the camouflage uniform. When Tang Zheng went out, his guard squad would naturally follow to protect him. Ji Yunshan, Ning Yue, Chu Zuan, and Hezu, all four of them had to stand up. Tang Zheng waved his hand. Hezu, you are full of explosives. Don't follow me for now. Continue to do research here. Chu Zuan, the police station can't be left alone. You stay here on the top floor. If there is any situation, you can still deal with it. Woody, you stay here too. Follow the direction I go out to release the drone. I will try not to leave the drone's detection range, and you can report any situation in time. Ji Yunshan, Ning Yue, just follow me. Tang Zheng made a simple arrangement, took a walkie-talkie to keep in touch, and took Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue out of the police station. When they came to the yard, Tang Zheng suddenly got into the driving seat of a three-wheeled motorcycle. I'll drive. Let's go for a ride. Ji Yunshan had to sit on the back seat, and Ning Yue sat in the sidecar. Starting the motorcycle, Tang Zheng left the yard of the police station. Along the road, he headed straight for the field outside the town. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, blowing the relatively warm wind in August, and the motorcycle sped all the way. However, Tang Zheng also knew his limits, and did not run too far. He stopped his motorcycle at the edge of a forest about 3 kilometers away from the town. This was just the edge of the drone reconnaissance area. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and insects chirping from time to time. There was a small fish pond not far away, and the scenery looked pretty good. Tang Zheng and his men got off the motorcycle, and came to the edge of the small fish pond. There was no one here, but there was some fishing gear thrown on the shore, probably left by people who had fished before. General, do you want to fish? Ji Yunshan asked. Tang Zheng glanced at the small fish pond, and saw some black shadows swimming in it. When he was in Beilang River, he knew that the fish in the water had also mutated, and their bodies had become much larger. However, this kind of small fish pond only had some edible freshwater fish. Even if they mutated, they were not a big threat, and could still be eaten if caught now. However, Tang Zheng was not proficient in fishing. He had a fishing experience before, but he got nothing, which made him realize his level. So he shook his head modestly. No, it's impossible for a person to be proficient in everything. Even I have some blind spots in skills occasionally. Fishing is not my strong point. Whoever knows how to do it can do it. Ji Yunshan didn't know how to do it either, so Ning Yue stepped forward in the end. Let me try, General. Ning Yue came over and dug a few times in the mud with her bayonet, and soon dug out a few fat earthworms. Using the fishing gear on the shore, she began to fish skillfully. Tang Zheng and Ji Yunshan were watching from the side, and they also hoped that Ning Yue would succeed, so that they could make a pot of delicious fish soup when they returned home in the evening. Just as they were busy, a team of motorcycles were also coming from afar. The convoy stopped in an open area. Chen Filong got off the car, and Shunzi hurried over to give him cigarettes. Damn it. Zhu Liu, that bastard, actually dared to refuse my request. He is so brave. I don't know where he got a few guns from. I'm shaking. When the matter in Tailei Town is over, I will definitely go back to the prison with enough people to flatten their broken base and kill them all. Shunzi looked at the somewhat furious Chen Filong in front of him, and he was also frightened. What happened this morning was indeed very dangerous. When we arrived in Mengshu yesterday, Zhu Liu was not there, and his men were also very dedicated to entertaining him and others. But when Zhu Liu came back, they got a bunch of guns from nowhere, and their strength increased greatly after being armed. After breakfast today, Chen Filong took a fancy to a woman of Zhu Liu and wanted to play with her once and leave, but Zhu Liu refused directly without any hesitation. Chen Filong wanted to get angry, but the other side raised their guns and the firepower level directly suppressed his side. The two sides tore their faces, and Chen Filong wanted to do it recklessly, but was held tightly by Shunzi and others. Chen Filong was very angry, but the situation was stronger than him, and it was too dangerous to take action forcefully. In the end, they could only leave Mengshu angrily. Shunzi knew that Chen Filong was upset, and he served him carefully along the way. At the same time, Shunzi also mourned for the people of Tailei Town. At this time, Chen Filong rushed over, and there was no doubt that his anger would be vented on the people of Tailei Town. After staying on the road for a while, Chen Filong asked people to continue on their way. But this time, Chen Filong suddenly stopped the car not long after walking. The others also stopped. "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Chen Filong pointed forward. "There is a motorcycle over there. It seems to be a military model." The others looked carefully, but could only see a vague shadow. But they all believed it, because Chen Filong was a mutant, and his body functions were stronger than ordinary people. "Brother Long, what should we do?" Shunzi and others were a little worried. After all, it was a military motorcycle. Although they were fierce, they were still a little scared. Chen Filong looked at it for a while with a gloomy face, and then slowly said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the person driving this military motorcycle is the one who killed Zheng Qijiang in Tailei Town." "Military vehicle, what about us?" Chen Filong grinned. "So what if it's a military vehicle? Now it's the end of the world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Come with me to see." As he said that, he jumped out of the car first and ran straight to the direction of the military motorcycle. Seeing Chen Filong move, the others had to get off the car and followed him. The group quietly moved forward, ran along the road for a while, and when they gradually approached the motorcycle, they left the road and entered the wild grass on the side of the road. Slowly moving in the wild grass, when they came to the edge of the wild grass, a bright color appeared in front. It was a small fish pond. Chen Filong pushed aside the wild grass and looked at the few people by the small fish pond. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very beautiful and was sitting there fishing. 2 men stood behind him, one carrying a gun and the other carrying a large long bag. The bag was bulging, and no one knew what was inside. But such a big bag shouldn't be very heavy. Shunzi and the others couldn't see anything, but Chen Filong could still see some clues. Based on the situation at the scene, he quickly made a judgment. The woman is the leader of these 3 people. But from the way the woman sits, we can tell that she has definitely received strict military training and is quite powerful. Of the other 2 people, the one standing upright with an AK-47 on his back should be the woman's guard. Just by looking at his figure, we can tell that this person is definitely well trained and difficult to deal with. As for the one with the backpack, he should be a follower driver or communicator who has not received strong military training. I have seen many soldiers before, and their normal backpacks are not large and long. It is estimated that there are the woman's personal belongings or fishing gear in them, so this kind of person can only be a follower. Shunzi and the others were very convinced of Chen Filong. "Brother Long, shall we shoot?" Chen Filong waved his hand. "No, I can see that these people are wearing bulletproof vests and their helmets are also bulletproof. It is difficult to kill them with a gun. Even if their legs are broken, they can still shoot back. Besides, that woman is so beautiful, it would be a pity to kill her. We should capture her alive at such a close distance." Shunzi and the others suddenly realized, Brother Long has a good eye. This is really top notch. As for what Chen Filong said about catching him alive, they did not have the slightest doubt. Because they had witnessed Chen Filong's close combat ability too many times, ordinary people were simply not vulnerable. After deciding to fight in close combat, Chen Filong quickly formulated a tactic. "I'll deal with the guard with a gun. You go catch the woman. As for the one with the backpack, Biozi, you go and take care of it." A flat-headed young man named Biozi nodded, put away his shotgun, and took out a machete. "Brother Long, don't worry, I'll chop him and his bag into pieces with one blow." "Okay, let's go." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 60 Tagana. Chen Filong made a battle plan, and several people took action immediately. They all put away their guns, took out knives, and rushed straight to the men. Chen Filong locked onto the man carrying the AK-47. Because he felt that this man was the most dangerous, he naturally had to deal with him personally. From the edge of the weeds to the small fish pond, it was only a dozen meters away. For a mutant like him, it was only 3 big strides away. After running 2 steps and then a jump, Chen Filong slashed out with a knife. This knife was powerful and heavy. As long as it hit, it would ensure that the man would be cut in half, just like the zombies he killed. But he never expected that when the knife was chopped down, the man dodged. The AK-47, who had a bayonet at some point, not only dodged Chen Filong's attack, but also retaliated with a backhand knife. Chen Filong's pupils shrank, and he immediately felt that the point was prickly. The other party seemed to have been prepared for it, and his surprise attack did not have the desired effect at all. But at this moment, not only did he rush over, but his men also rushed over. The two sides were about to get entangled. It was too late to shoot now, so they could only fight with bayonets. He blocked with his knife, and the two were a little surprised in the clash of metal and iron. The opponent's strength was somewhat unexpected. Chen Filong screamed and rushed again, attacking with every knife, and fighting with this man. In his opinion, as long as he entangled this most difficult one, his men would be able to quickly deal with the woman and her followers, and then come to support him, and he could still win easily. Shunzi, with 5 people, rushed straight to the beautiful woman. Because Chen Filong said that the woman would not be given away for free, and he had to capture her alive, so he naturally had to pay more attention to her. Chen Filong's guess was right for the second time. The beautiful woman in military uniform was no weaker than the man Chen Filong was dealing with. As soon as the battle started, she threw away her fishing rod and rushed up quickly with a bayonet in one hand and a trench knife in the other. The two men were caught off guard and were stabbed in the stomach by the woman and were seriously injured. Shunzi and others who were frustrated were also aroused to be fierce. Before the end of the world, these people were also desperate, and after the end of the world, they were even more lawless. Now they didn't care about catching them alive. They raised their mountain-splitting knives and flew up. Under the cold light, they blocked the seemingly delicate but fierce woman. Even the two people who were stabbed in the stomach reluctantly participated in the siege, because they knew that, if they were injured, and couldn't show their value, they would probably be abandoned by Chen Filong. The prison base was so cruel and inhumane, that they had no choice. 6 against 1, it was just a draw. At this time, if one more person joined, the situation would be very likely to be reversed. At this moment, Chen Filong, Shunzi and others placed their hopes on Biozi. As long as Biozi could quickly deal with the weak follower, there was still hope of winning this battle. Biozi also felt that there would be no accidents. Chen Filong was very good at judging people. Since he said that this follower didn't look like he had received formal military training, then he was right and he could easily deal with him. So he rushed over and chopped him down without hesitation. Then, he saw the follower raise the backpack behind him to deal with it. Biozi sneered, held the knife with both hands, and used all his strength. No matter what kind of rubbish was in the backpack, it was impossible to block his full-strength knife. Then, there was a clang. The machete in Biozi's hand broke directly. The backpack of the man opposite was also chopped. It was dark inside and nothing could be seen clearly. Before Biozi could react, the opponent's backpack hit him again. Biozi, whose hands were numb, was a little delayed in shock, and could only raise his hands to resist. With a click, he heard the figure of his broken bones. A huge force came, and his body was smashed out. Below was a small fish pond. Biozi screamed and was smashed into the small fish pond. Brother Long, you are wrong. This follower is carrying a bag of iron. Gurgle gurgle. Biozi choked on water several times in a row. Before he could stand up in the fish pond, he heard a gunshot. Then, his chest was struck by lightning. His last scene was to see the follower standing on the shore, holding a golden pistol, and shooting at him. He lost consciousness, and sank directly into the fish pond. None of the people fighting had ever thought that the first thing to end was the battlefield here. As soon as Biozi died, the follower found an opportunity to pull out his gun, and this sudden encounter could no longer continue. As the follower fired the second shot, another person who was stabbed by the woman was shot dead, and the people in the prison base could no longer fight. Chen Filong was the first to leave the battlefield, quickly jumped and fled into the bushes. Shunzi was the second. The rest of the people were not so lucky. The men and women who had freed their hands quickly pulled out their pistols and kept firing. The remaining few people fell under the muzzle of the gun. Chen Filong and his partner took advantage of this opportunity to hide in the weeds and took out their guns, ready to shoot back at any time. But what Chen Filong never expected was that the 3 soldiers who had the upper hand did not come in to chase them, but quickly got on the motorcycle and left in the direction of Tailei Town. Brother Long, what should we do now? Go back. Shunzi proposed an idea, but Chen Filong didn't listen at all. No, I can't swallow this breath. Let's follow them. If we can't kill these people, we can kill others. I'm in the dark, and they are in the light. I don't believe that everyone over there is so good at fighting. Chen Filong, who was angry, obviously didn't listen to anyone's persuasion. He went back to find his motorcycle and rushed to Tailei Town again. Shunzi had no choice but to ride his bike to follow. Tang Zheng sat in the sidecar with a bit of unsatisfaction, still recalling the battle just now. He also received Woody's report when the group of people approached. Because the fish pond was on the edge of the drone reconnaissance area and the group of people were hiding in the weeds, they were discovered by Woody only after they approached. Tang Zheng was concentrating on fishing, and it was impossible for him to check the radar all the time, so he found out a little late. But he could hear the feedback from the drone through the system screen. When he learned that the group of people wanted to capture him alive, Tang Zheng did not let Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue shoot first. After all, the other side had more people. If they shot first, they could only shoot back, and the situation would be dangerous. When he heard the leader let a man come to deal with him, Tang Zheng decided to fight hand to hand. For so long, Tang Zheng had eaten a lot of mutant beast meat, and his strength and physique had increased a lot. Tang Zheng thought it was a dream that a small minion of the other side wanted to deal with him. Sure enough, the battle went smoothly. He took the lead in killing the opponent and took out his gun while the opponent was fighting, which determined the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. However, Tang Zheng did not chase the 2 desperate men in the weeds. That kind of risk was not worth it. He even felt that the other party would not let go easily, so he resolutely decided to leave. Now looking at the feedback from the drone, the 2 opponents followed from a distance. Tang Zheng felt that his decision was wise and well thought out. The motorcycle sped all the way and soon returned to the police station. In the short time on the road, Tang Zheng almost figured out the origins of these desperados. They should be from the prison base. Since Tang Zheng came to Kinzhao, he was busy dealing with the situation in Tailei Town and busy saving his sister, and had no entanglement with a base in Kinzhao. Now it seems that his first opponent has appeared. Tang Zheng hopes to catch the remaining 2 desperados and interrogate them properly. In order not to alert the enemy, Tang Zheng even gave an order to temporarily stop the fighting on the other side of the town, so that the gunshots would not alarm the 2 people. As long as the 2 people get close to the town, he will be sure to capture them alive. But soon Tang Zheng found that the 2 people were very cautious. They came to the outside of the town, but did not rush in. They rode their bikes and wandered in the distance until it got dark, and then they came to Mingsu Mountain in the north of the town. This is a small hill, less than 1 kilometer away from the town, and the height is no more than 100 meters, but you can clearly see the whole picture of the town. The other party came here, and it was obvious that they would not easily enter the town. According to the drone reconnaissance, they even hid behind a pile of rocks on the top of the mountain, and the location was relatively hidden. At this distance, it is very difficult to kill the other party. Even if Chu Zuan, a 1-star sniper, shoots, he can only kill 1 at most, and he can't guarantee that he can hit it. The remaining people are in that position, and it is almost unstoppable to escape. Tang Zheng doesn't want the other party to run out and reveal the situation on his side. It's almost 7 o'clock in the evening now. It's late and night is about to fall. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng asked the communicator to notify the soldiers fighting on the front line to withdraw and bring the funds back to him. Half an hour later, the large army returned to the public security station. The 2nd platoon leader Yang Mu won Luo Fei in a rock paper scissors game and came to Tang Zheng's office on the 3rd floor with the funds. "General, this is the money we collected from today's battle." Tang Zheng took a bag of jewelry, praised Yang Mu, and exchanged it. Exchange successful. Congratulations, General. 8634 gold. Compared with the money Tang Zheng collected a month ago, this number is definitely not small. This is the power of the group. Tang Zheng opened the system page and found a weapon. Type 63 60mm mortar. 10 shells are given. The price is 300 gold. Mortar combat team, 2 people. The price is 600 gold. The 2 soldiers of the artillery and combat team are 900 gold in total, plus some auxiliary equipment, a total of 1100 gold. Tang Zheng clicked to buy, and after a while, 2 soldiers appeared, wearing military uniforms and pistols on their waists. 2 people carried a mortar. Mortar gunner Ren Ben, report to the general. Mortar school opponent Shilei, report to the general. Tang Zheng responded to them. Do you see the Mingsu mountain over there? There are 2 rats hiding on that mountain, disgusting me here. Now tell me, can we send them to death with one shot? Gunner Ren Ben took a look, discussed with Shilei, and then said to Tang Zheng, General, those 2 people are standing some distance away, and they are far enough away. They also know how to use the cover of night to make it difficult for us to aim. I think we should wait a little longer. When it is completely dark, they will relax, and then. Tang Zheng was relatively satisfied with the result. I agree with this tactic. Everyone pay attention and be ready to cooperate with the gunner. None of these 2 rats can be allowed to return to the prison base. Chapter 63, Pursuit. 3rd update, 50 monthly tickets plus. At the top of Mingsu Mountain, Chen Filong and Shunzi were more and more frightened. Especially when the 5 combat platoons returned to the police station. The scene made them break out in cold sweats. More than 100 fully armed soldiers, brand new military vehicles. This should be the Royal Army. Looking at the densely packed mountain, there are about 200 people. This is at least a company, or a battalion. Because after the end of the world, the organization is incomplete. Li Xiaofeng, the Viscount of Qinzhou, originally had a company of more than 100 private guards, but after the end of the world, there were only more than 20 people left. Later, after recruiting new soldiers, the organization was restored. So these people in front of them can be said to be the remnants of a regiment. Especially just now at the police station, a group of people looked at Mingsu Mountain from afar, which made them feel unsure. It seems that they have been discovered. Shunzi looked at Chen Filong nervously. Brother Long, we have been discovered. Let's run. This group of soldiers is not something we can deal with. We have to run now. Chen Filong was calmer now. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a while. No, I won't run. Why, Brother Long? Why are you so stubborn? There are nearly 200 people on the opposite side, and I also saw heavy machine guns. How can we fight with such firepower? Let alone the 2 of us. Even if all the armed forces of our prison base were mobilized, it is still unclear whether we can win. After all, those of us have not received any military training. If it's just the 2 of us, we won't even be enough to fill their teeth. Chen Filong glared at Shunzi. Brainless idiot, in your eyes, am I just a fool who can only charge? Look at the sky now. Shunzi looked up, and then he noticed that the sky around him was almost dark. It's getting dark now. Isn't it harder for us to run? I'm right to say you're an idiot. It's the end of the world now. People can't see anything when it's dark, but zombies can. So no one will go out after dark. We are not in danger right now, but the safest. Otherwise, why do you think I chose this hill? One is for the good view, and the other is for easy escape. Chen Filong now understood that the attack choice in the previous battle was wrong. That woman should not be the leader. The real leader is the boy with the sledgehammer in his bag. Because just now he also saw that at the public security station, a group of people surrounded the boy with the backpack like a star, and he was obviously a big official. Chen Filong regretted it a little, and was even more annoyed. He, who claimed to be very observant, made a mistake. But then again, it's not his fault. He has never seen any big official carrying such a sledgehammer behind him. More than 100 people under him don't use it, but carry it on his own. This official is also a weird one. Anyone would make a wrong judgment. Although Chen Filong calmed down, he was still unwilling to give up. He decided to stay here for another night to see if there was any chance for revenge. If there was no chance before dawn tomorrow, he would return to the prison base. This was the biggest risk he could take. He hid behind the pile of rocks on the top of the mountain for a while, and it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, it was completely dark, and dark clouds covered the night sky, making it almost pitch dark. Chen Filong took out a telescope from his arms. This was an infrared telescope he got by chance, which could help him observe the situation at night. After watching for a while, he did not see any movement from the public security office, and Chen Filong gradually felt relieved. Shunzi, let's go down the mountain and sneak in quietly. Kill 1 to get back our investment, and kill 2 to make a profit. Is it okay, Brother Long? My legs are a little weak. Waste, didn't you notice the hotel over there? There are still many survivors there. We don't kill soldiers, but killing a few survivors shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise I won't be able to swallow this breath in my heart. That's okay, but Brother Long, I'm hungry and thirsty. We don't have anything to eat or drink now, and I have no strength. Chen Filong was a little speechless and glanced at Shunzi, who was not doing well. I just saw a barren vegetable field in front of us, with some cabbages in it. Let's go and dig too. You can fill your stomach first. Hey, okay, cabbages are good. I haven't eaten green vegetables for a long time. Because it was very late now, the two people were not too worried at this time. They pushed the motorcycle down the hillside and quietly headed towards the cabbage field. When they came to the edge of the cabbage field, the two crawled on their stomachs, using the cover of the weeds, to prepare to dig a cabbage first. This vegetable field is about 800 meters away from the police station. Normally, this distance is very safe. But at this moment, there was a sudden movement at the police station. Bang! With a gunshot, a stream of lights waved and rose into the air, directly above the two people's heads. Bang! Exclamation mark. With a slight explosion, a small sun lit up above their heads, illuminating the surroundings, as if it were daytime. In an instant, Chen Filong's hair stood up. Flare. We've been tricked. In an instant, he understood everything. The other party had clearly discovered that the two of them had not taken action yet, waiting for this moment. When they left the safe hill and thought they were safe under the cover of night, a flare came and everything would be reversed. Chen Filong hurriedly wanted to call Shunzi, but Shunzi, who was too hungry or too nervous, actually lay down and ate the cabbage directly. Chen Filong wanted to pull it, but the next moment the other party attacked. After another bang, the attack came from the sky. Boom. In the fierce explosion, Chen Filong felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and fell down. Shunzi was not prepared and was blown up. Damn it. Mortar. Chen Filong roared hoarsely and tried to get up from the ground with difficulty, but fell down again. His left hand was blown off in the bombardment. He was also a ruthless man. He pulled Shunzi with one hand and pulled him to face himself. Shunzi's situation was even worse. He was covered with scars and was already dead. Seeing Chen Filong, Shunzi's eyes were scattered. Brother Long, they are too cruel. I just stole a cabbage. Is it necessary to bombard it with a cannon? After saying that, Shunzi tilted his head and passed away. Seeing Shunzi dead, Chen Filong didn't care about anything else. He was wrong from the beginning. He overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. He shouldn't have come to Tele Town, but it was too late to say anything at this moment. Being able to go back alive was the most important thing. He didn't even bother to bandage the wound on his left arm. He jumped on the motorcycle, held it with one hand, and started the car desperately. He tried to escape, but the pursuers from the police station had already come out. Two Willys jeeps, with their lights on, were speeding towards this side. There was a faint sound of dogs barking in his ears, and a group of military dogs were also running towards this side. Chen Filong felt his bones and soul trembling. He started the motorcycle and ran forward in panic. In the barren fields, a chase began. The car was bumping in the fields, and the wound was bleeding. Chen Filong was a mutant. His physique was different from that of ordinary people. His physical fitness was very good. If it were an ordinary person, he would soon die from excessive blood loss in such a situation. Despite this, his mind was becoming more and more blurred. Holding the handlebars with one hand, he was no longer very good at driving. He couldn't even see the road ahead clearly. Only when the lights of the jeep chasing behind him flashed occasionally could he use this little light to judge the road conditions ahead. Woof 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 woof. The speed of the military dog running in the field was even faster than his motorcycle. This cry was like a death knell, making Chen Filong more nervous and anxious. No, I'm dead if this goes on. In my current situation, I can't outrun the jeep and military dog behind me. I will be caught up in 5 kilometers at most. I have to change a route. Chen Filong recalled nervously and thought of a crazy route. When he came here, there was a village nearby. There were about 4 or 5,000 zombies in the village. He took a detour when he came. If he wanted to get rid of the pursuers, he had to enter the village. He didn't believe that these soldiers dared to enter the village to hunt him down. He gritted his teeth, drove the motorcycle, and rushed directly to the village not far away. In the dark night, the outline of the village was looming. The wind whistled in his ears, and sweat blurred his eyes. The pain of the broken arm was forgotten at this moment, and the belief in survival surpassed everything. There's light ahead, that's a stream. After crossing the stream is the village, but I can't find the bridge. Whatever, let's fight. Chen Filong drove his motorcycle to the stream. Not only did he not slow down, he even took the initiative to lift the handlebars and jumped up. The motorcycle glided 7 or 8 meters in the air and plunged into the river. Chen Filong fell into the water and climbed up desperately. After struggling to the shore, he suddenly heard heavy breathing in his ears. Something bit the wound on his broken arm. Chen Filong was shocked and turned around to see that it was a zombie. It's over, you beast. Chen Filong's heart suddenly turned cold. If his arm was blown off, there was still a chance of survival, but if he was bitten by a zombie, it would definitely be over. The virus will soon enter his blood and merge into his body, turning him into a zombie soon. But at this moment, he didn't want to die so soon. Holding the knife in one hand, Chen Filong cut the zombie that bit him in half. He used too much force and staggered. Before he could stand firm, another gunshot was heard from behind him. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Chen Filong fell headfirst into the bushes on the shore. After the gunshot, zombies began to appear from nearby and walk towards Chen Filong. In the night, pairs of scholard eyes were like wolves in the middle of the night. Chapter 64, Offering Treasures, 4th update, 100 monthly tickets plus. Crunch. Crunch. 2 Willys jeeps stopped at the riverbank with their high beams on, lighting up the other side. A group of zombies emerged from the village, roaring at this side. Some zombies tried to cross the shallow river, but when they reached the river, they still didn't dare to cross. Sniper Chu Zuan stood in the car and took out the walkie-talkie to report the situation to Tang Zheng. General, the target has a broken leg, was shot in the chest by me, and was bitten by a zombie. He is currently lying on the other side of the river. There are already zombies approaching here. Should we go over to check next? After hearing the situation, Tang Zheng immediately ordered the soldiers to withdraw. Even mutants cannot survive in this situation, not to mention being bitten by zombies. It is not worth it for the soldiers to take risks again, so they can withdraw. After receiving Tang Zheng's order, Chu Zuan waved his hand, and the military dog jumped into the car and returned to the Tailei town security station. In the night, the security station was still busy. A generator that was on the verge of being scrapped was repaired by Jiuo Yun. The scientific research soldiers that Tang Zheng bought could use acid-resistant technology after joining the army. After some repairs, the generator could operate. At present, the entire Tailei town has been without power, but Tang Zheng's subordinates collected 4 or 5 generators today, and now the hotel and the police station have been powered on. Under Tang Zheng's order, military trucks also brought back a lot of supplies, mainly medicines, vacuum-packed food, as well as gasoline and diesel. Looking at these supplies, and looking at the hotel, Tang Zheng decided to let the survivors participate in the collection starting tomorrow. The main focus of the soldiers should still be on fighting zombies. Clearing a vacuum area, the survivors can go over to collect, and it can also improve efficiency. Tang Zheng will rescue survivors in the future, but he doesn't plan to keep idle people. As for the death of several people in the prison base, Tang Zheng didn't care at all. He didn't care if he offended them. In the office of the police station, Tang Zheng spread out the map and studied his future destination. He couldn't stay in Tailei town forever. After the trade fair was over, Tang Zheng decided to go to a new place to gain a foothold. The place where he would gain a foothold in the future was not something he could choose casually. First of all, he had to choose a place with clean water. During this period, the water source in Tele town mainly came from the Ushu River. After the end of the world, the tap water was also stopped. The well water was barely usable at the beginning, but as time went on, the acidic substances in the well water also increased, and there would be some adverse reactions after drinking it. The water in the river would not be like this. The running water would not rot. As long as it did not rain continuously, the river water could be used. In addition to the water source, the new foothold must have the advantage of geographical location. The most basic point is that it cannot be based in the center of the plain. Otherwise, once a battle breaks out in the future, it may be surrounded by enemies. And this place cannot be too far away from the city, because Tang Zheng still has to go to the city to collect supplies. Now, whether it is killing zombies to get funds, or trading to get funds, the way to make money is not too fast. If Tang Zheng's strength grows a little stronger, he will definitely go to the city to find gold shops, bank vaults and other places, so it is not a good choice to be far away from the city. There is another more advanced requirement, that is, it is best to find a place with minerals. Collecting gold shops is not a long-term solution. If there is a gold mine or something, it would be the best. With these requirements, the choice of place is a bit difficult. At least in Qinzhou, Tang Zheng has not found a very suitable place. On his desk, there are several maps, some of Qinzhou, some of Fengcheng, and even the city of Lombardy and the grassland province are included in his search range. While checking the map, the scientific research soldier Ji Yuoyun walked in. "General, the 5 generators have been repaired." "Oh. So fast, hard work." Tang Zheng praised, and was a little surprised at Ji Yuoyun's speed. Ji Yuoyun smiled. "General, the reason why it is so fast is that I have completed some cartography, and the level has been upgraded to 1 star. "Oh. Upgraded? What kind of cartography did you complete?" Tang Zheng was a little curious, because Meng Meng told him that if he wanted to upgrade to battalion commander, he had to complete at least 3 formal cartography buildings. As for what the cartography would produce, Tang Zheng still had no idea. Seeing Tang Zheng asking, Ji Yuoyun immediately handed over several blueprints to Tang Zheng, like he was offering a treasure. Tang Zheng immediately picked them up and flipped through them and found that these blueprints depicted some strange buildings. Some seemed to be city walls, while others were full of a sense of technology, which made him unsure for a while. "What are these?" "General, the first thing you see is the city infrastructure map, which includes city walls, city gates, sentry towers, bunkers, etc." Ji Yuoyun pointed to the map of the first city wall and said, "General, please look, there are 3 types of city walls. One is a conventional city wall with a height of 5 meters, a foundation of 1 meter, and a thickness of 1 meter. The materials used include steel bars, cement, sand, stones, etc. This type of city wall can be used in the inner city. One is a reinforced city wall with a height of 10 meters, a foundation of 3 meters, and a thickness of 5 meters. The materials are similar to those of the primary city wall. I also designed raised boulders to prevent climbing. There are battlements, which can be used for defense. Bunkers can be added inside, and sentry towers can be added on top. There is also an ultimate city wall with a height of 20 meters, a foundation of 5 meters, and a thickness of 10 meters. The materials are similar, but its defense capability is absolutely first class, and the defense facilities inside are more complete. It is easy for 2 cars to run side by side on the city wall. There are also these city gates. You can set up winches on the city walls and make iron gates with acid-resistant alloys. Not only can they be used on land, but they can even be built across rivers. The defense is quite strong, as long as the general clicks." Tang Zheng felt a little dizzy after hearing this, and interrupted Ji Yuoyun. "Do you mean that these buildings can be added to the system's purchase sequence?" "Yes, General, as long as you decide to use these drawings, the system will add building options. When you plan to build your own base, you can click to buy these things." Tang Zheng immediately became energetic after hearing this. He did have to choose a place to build a base, but construction is not a one-day job. It is too difficult to form a scale in a short time. I didn't expect Guo Yun to give me such a big surprise. With these drawings, the outline of the base can almost be formed. Tang Zheng followed Guo Yun's words and silently recited the use. The drawings in front of him disappeared. Tang Zheng opened the system, and there was indeed a fifth item in it. Building page. Conventional city wall, 5 meters high, 1 meter thick, and 1 meter thick. Reinforced concrete structure. Each meter is sold for hardware. Reinforced city wall. 10 meters high, 3 meters thick and 5 meters thick. Reinforced concrete structure. Priced at 20 gold per meter. Ultimate city wall. 20 meters high, 5 meters thick and 10 meters thick. Reinforced concrete structure. Priced at 100 gold per meter. Watchtower. Can be built on flat ground or on reinforced city wall or ultimate city wall. Can be powered with a high power searchlight. Priced at 100 gold. Machine gun bunker. Can be built on flat ground or on reinforced city wall or ultimate city wall. Can be powered. Priced at 100 gold. City gate. Water gate. Can be placed in the city wall. Alloy structure. Priced at 200 gold per meter. Looking at these things in front of him, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. With these buildings, the outline of his own city can be built. But the price made Tang Zheng a little, scratching his head. At this rate, the cost of building a city is very high, and it is probably impossible to get it without millions of funds. Can this price be cheaper? Tang Zheng asked. Sure, General. As long as you use this blueprint, the cost will be greatly reduced. Tang Zheng took the second blueprint handed over by Guo Yun. This is a huge warehouse-style building with a large door and storage space. This time Tang Zheng did not ask any more questions and used it directly. There is one more item in the building. Recycling station, used for material storage and conversion, used for infrastructure construction, can recycle materials and save costs. For example, for city wall construction, as long as cement, sand, bricks, stones, steel bars and other materials are collected and sent to the recycling station, they can be automatically stored in the system. When all the materials needed for construction are collected, the cost can be saved by 90% during construction. When Tang Zheng saw this, Meng Meng spoke up. General, the city wall, sentry tower, etc., belong to the infrastructure of the map, not the formal building, while the recycling station belongs to the formal building. After the construction is completed, the fourth condition for upgrading the battalion commander will be completed by 1/3. Oh, it turns out that this kind of building belongs to the formal building. Tang Zheng now understands the difference between basic buildings and formal buildings. Guo Yun still has a few drawings in his hand. Tang Zheng wanted to come over, but Guo Yun said that the map had not been completed yet. However, looking at the pictures, the sense of technology is even stronger. According to normal thinking, the more advanced the building, the more difficult it should be to draw the map. Tang Zheng suppressed his curiosity and did not ask any more questions, just waiting for Guo Yun to give him a surprise. However, Tang Zheng was still very happy. He had found a way to build a base. The next step was to find a construction site and collect funds. But unexpectedly, after Guo Yun delivered the construction drawings, Zhu also walked up to Tang Zheng. In her arms, she was holding a huge package. With a bang, the package was placed on the desk, almost collapsing the desk. What is this? Tang Zheng asked. General, this is the super explosive pack I developed. As long as it is attached to the building, this explosive pack is enough to destroy a skyscraper. Looking at the slightly red eyes of the female scientific research soldier in front of him, Tang Zheng instinctively stepped back a little. Is this thing safe? It's safe. It can be controlled remotely. If the general wants to make something explode, he can place it somewhere in advance. When you leave, just press the remote control and wait to watch the fireworks. By the way, this can also be purchased in the system. As she spoke, Zhu handed Tang Zheng another remote control. Tang Zheng took the remote control and checked the system's weapon page. Sure enough, there was an extra option. Super explosive pack, explosion radius 300 meters, death radius 100 meters. Price 50 gold. Tang Zheng took the large explosive pack and thought about where this thing should be used. But he did not forget to praise Zhu. Well done, you can get results so quickly. I'm proud of you. Hee-Zoo was very happy. Her little nose curled up, she snorted proudly, and glanced at Ji-Yuo-Yun with the corner of her eye. Ji-Yuo-Yun was a little embarrassed. After all, Hee-Zoo came later, and it was embarrassing for him to get scientific research results so quickly. At this time, the guard squad leader Ji-Yunshin gave Ji-Yuo-Yun a look. Ji-Yuo-Yun, who had already had a drink with Ji-Yunshin, understood what he meant and coughed. General, I have another research. Once successful, it can allow people with a mutation level of no more than 60% to eliminate the zombie virus in their bodies. Oh, there is such a research. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment and didn't quite understand. Hee-Zoo immediately joined in. What's the use of that? Zombies are zombies. Even if 60% is eliminated, they won't become humans. General, I need some uranium ore, a large amount of uranium ore, for blasting experiments. A drop of sweat fell from Tang Zheng's head. Can you please not experiment here? Chapter 65, Corpse King. The night enveloped the earth, and it was pitch dark. On the dark riverside, Chen Filong lay in the grass, looking at the zombies staggering over, feeling that his death was coming. The sniper's shooting was very accurate, and he was shot through the left side of his chest by the sniper rifle. But he was lucky that the shot did not hit his heart. Although he did not hit his heart, death was approaching. If he was not a mutant with an abnormally strong physical fitness, he might have died by now. Even so, he did not have much time. Especially when the zombie came over, he seemed to see the scene of himself being torn apart and devoured. The zombie virus invaded the broken arm on the left side in waves, and it was approaching the wound on the chest. I don't want to die. I especially don't want to be eaten by zombies. I would rather be a zombie than be food. I want to live. The virus was eroding his brain nerves, and he already felt that his vision was a little blurry and his body was a little hot. The fingernails on his right hand were constantly growing longer. The body gradually stiffened, and the severe pain of the wound did not seem to hurt that much. He had seen other people mutate, and he knew that these were all precursors to mutation. Once the mutation was complete, he would be a complete zombie. But now it seemed that he did not have that chance. A female zombie had bent down in front of him. The long nails were about to tear open his flesh and blood in the next second and devour her never-filled stomach. At the moment of life and death, the strong will to survive dominated Chen Filong, making him make a final resistance. The massive blood loss left him with no strength, and he could only shout at the zombie. Stop. This was his last cry, and after shouting this, perhaps his life would end. But at this moment, a miracle happened. This female zombie actually stopped. She stood there stupidly, looking at Chen Filong motionlessly. Chen Filong was stunned. The zombie really didn't eat him. He was stunned for a moment, but still felt scared, so he shouted again. Back off. The female zombie staggered back, retreated about 3 meters, and stood still again. The other zombies that had gathered around were now standing like wooden stakes, with no sign of attacking Chen Filong. No, what's going on? Chen Filong breathed heavily, and he strangely found that the wound no longer hurt. The strength lost due to bleeding seemed to be returning. He raised his right hand and touched his left broken arm. There was no feeling. His heart sank, and he touched his chest again. The wound had scabbed over and stopped bleeding. He straightened up and sat up. Looking around, the faces of the zombies around him were clearly visible, and he could even see things in the distance. No, it's dark now. Why can I see things so clearly? Chen Filong didn't care about anything else, stood up, and staggered towards the river. When he came to the river, he lowered his head and saw his reflection in the river. It was a hideous zombie. No, not exactly a zombie. His face was pale, his skin was dry and even cracked, his eyes were red, his hair was messy, and his teeth had fangs. He looked like a zombie. But his eyes were lively, and he could barely make other expressions. Crying, laughing, frowning, these expressions that would never appear on a zombie's face, could still appear on his face. But his wounds didn't hurt anymore, and he seemed to have lost most of his body's perception. More importantly, he didn't turn into a real zombie, a beast, and his thinking was still human. What have I become? Chen Filong turned his head sharply and looked at the dozens of zombies standing behind him. All of you get down." As soon as he said this, he felt a little pain in his head. The dozen zombies in front all obeyed his command and got down obediently. Some of the dozen in the middle got down, while others were still in a daze. The dozen at the back continued to stand like wooden stakes. "I understand. This is my ability. I can control other zombies. It's just that this ability is still a little weak, and the number of zombies I can control is not large. But it doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that I survived, in another form. Hehe." Chen Filong was so happy that he was going crazy with a string of unpleasant laughter. Although he became a zombie, he was not an ordinary zombie, but a zombie king who could control other zombies. What is the most in this world? What is the most powerful force in this world? Chen Filong believes that it is zombies. It's just that these zombies used to be leaderless, without a unified command, and would only wander around or stand still. So no matter how many there are, sooner or later they will be wiped out, which is also the consensus of all survivors. But what if someone commands the zombies? What if a group of mutant zombies are commanded by someone? At that time, the powerful zombie army will surely sweep the world. And he, Chen Filong, was fortunate to become such a zombie king by chance. But his current ability is still very weak, and he can only control a few dozen zombies. But he has already felt that as he continues to control the zombies, this ability will gradually increase. In the dark night, Chen Filong laughed wildly, almost laughing his heart out. "The boy from Tailei Town. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. It's you who gave birth to the most terrifying existence in the world. Maybe I can't deal with you now, but wait, sooner or later, I will come back to find you." Chen Filong's scalded eyes flashed with dangerous light, and he walked towards the zombies. "Follow me." As he gave the order, about 30 zombies followed him out of the village. He would not go back to the prison base. In this state, human society might not be able to accommodate him. He would not stay here either. After all, the situation in Tailei Town has left him with a deep shadow. He wants to stay away from here, go to a safe place, and gather a large number of men. When he feels that he is strong enough, he will come back and seek revenge on the people of Tailei Town. He believes that this day will come soon. In the dark night, more than 30 zombies followed Chen Filong and left the village silently. Tang Zheng didn't know what happened in the village, which was beyond his monitoring range. At this moment, Tang Zheng checked the map for a while, but didn't find any uranium mines as Hizu said. That kind of thing was also highly confidential before the end of the world, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know about it. In addition to being used to make super bombs, that thing may only be found in nuclear power plants. It seems that there is no nuclear power plant in Western Sichuan. It should be found further north. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided that, if there was a chance, he would still find what his subordinates needed to support their scientific research. There was no uranium mine for the time being, and Hizu made another request, asking Tang Zheng to assign her a truck, and he wanted to make a truck bomb. Tang Zheng had heard of aerial bombs before, but he had never heard of truck bombs. However, he still agreed to Hizu, and bought a military truck on the spot, and gave it to Hizu for research. After encouraging the two scientific research madmen under his command, the two did not continue to roll inward, and went back to do their research. After the end, Tang Zheng glared at Ji Yunshan fiercely. He had seen that this kid had contributed to the internal conflict between Ji Yuoyun and Hizu. According to normal people's thinking, they should feel guilty after doing such a thing. But Ji Yunshan looked complacent, as if he had done something good, and was waiting for the general's praise. This kind of unusual thinking made Tang Zheng helpless. After finishing this matter, Tang Zheng went back to rest. Starting from the next day, the battle to clean up Tailei Town continued. Every day, the soldiers could kill about 4,000 to 5,000 zombies, and Tang Zheng could get nearly 10,000 gold. With the cooperation of the medical soldiers, although the soldiers were constantly injured, no real deaths occurred. This clearance operation lasted for 5 days. In 5 days, Tang Zheng accumulated 52,000 gold in his hands, and there were a lot of supplies. Almost half of the zombies in Tailei Town have been cleared. During these 5 days, Qin Zhao's radio channel was unusually lively. First, Han Yu from the prison base asked Tang Zheng directly on the radio if he had seen their people go to Tailei Town. Tang Zheng's answer was very polite. Since I came here, no one has officially visited Tailei Town. If they come to introduce themselves, I will definitely treat them with courtesy. After all, we have an old saying in Hanyu, there is good wine for friends. Han Yu directly said, what if it is a jackal or someone else? Tang Zheng smiled and replied, then I will let them return to the embrace of Mother Earth and nourish the fertile land where they grow with their bodies. Han Yu did not speak again, obviously very dissatisfied with Tang Zheng. But Tang Zheng's attitude was very good, and he was praised by some other base leaders, especially after Zhu Liu from Mingshu came forward and said that he had purchased a batch of guns from Tang Zheng. Everyone agreed that Tang Zheng was a trustworthy and gentle person. Orders came in like snowflakes. During this period, almost every base leader put aside other things at hand and began to collect gold and silver with all their strength. In order to obtain guns and ammunition, these leaders almost did their best. They not only plundered all the gold and silver in the base, but also listed gold and silver as a primary target when collecting supplies. In such an atmosphere, the progress of the trade conference was accelerated. On the 5th day of Tang Zheng's zombie extermination, the date of the trade conference was set. 3 days later, in the abandoned industrial park in the eastern suburbs of Kinzhou, the trade conference began. Thanks to book friend Ling Xiu for the 5,000 coins reward, and he was promoted to deacon. Thanks to book friend Jun Ziai and Hang Zijilei for the reward. 5 updates and 17,000. Please vote. Chapter 66 Encounter on the Road. The central block of Tailei Town. An agile zombie fell to the ground under the intensive shooting of the soldiers. The gunfire gradually stopped. A soldier dug out the crystal of the agile zombie and handed it to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took the crystal and had a better understanding of the evolutionary law of the end of the world. After more than 5 days of fighting, this was the 3rd crystal he had collected. As the zombies in Tailei Town were constantly eliminated, the corpses of those zombies were devoured by their own kind, giving birth to more mutant zombies. If he stayed in Tailei Town for another 5 days, he could clear out the zombies in the town. But Tang Zheng didn't wait, because there were still 2 days before the trade fair. It would take about a day and a half to go from here to the eastern suburbs of Kinzhou, so he was going to set off. The funds in his hands had accumulated to 55,000 gold, and Tang Zheng did not buy soldiers on a large scale. He would spend all at once after the trade fair was over. But small scale adjustments were still necessary. Tang Zheng added 3 heavy machine guns and 3 heavy machine gun combat groups, all of which were distributed to the 5 combat platoons. Each platoon's assigned vehicles were also fully equipped at this time. Among them, there was one platoon that Tang Zheng expanded to a full strength. That was his 5th platoon, the foreign soldier platoon led by Michael. It was fully staffed with 45 people, including 5 combat squads, a heavy machine gun group, a sniper, a medic, and a flamethrower warrior. Tang Zheng called Michael to his front. You don't have to participate in this trade conference. You lead your platoon to leave here and go north. I will give you a few tasks, looking for gold mines and uranium. Also, you have to make a name for yourself. Do you understand what I mean? Michael nodded firmly. General, rest assured. From now on, the activities and behaviors of my platoon outside have nothing to do with the general for the time being. That's good to understand. Go ahead. I have opened up some purchasing rights for you. You can be self-sufficient. Michael saluted and said goodbye to Tang Zheng, then took his combat platoon and got on the car and left. After Michael left, Tang Zheng made another small adjustment. That was to expand his guard squad to full strength. After these days of fighting, almost all the mobilized soldiers have been upgraded to the enhanced 2-star level, and there are more than a dozen soldiers who have been enhanced to the 3-star level. 8 3-star mobilized soldiers were adjusted and transferred to join their guard squad, and then 8 new soldiers were added to the team. The total consumption was nearly 20,000 gold, and the reinforcement was completed. Tang Zheng wanted to save the remaining funds for the trade fair. At the trade fair, you have to see the goods before paying, so Tang Zheng needs to have some money to buy firearms. Everything was ready. Tang Zheng came to the hotel and said goodbye to his father, sister and others. Before leaving, Tang Zheng told his father and sister to wait patiently here, and if their people wanted to leave, they would follow immediately. Tang Yushan and Tang Enai nodded one after another. Now Tang Zheng has become their backbone. After leaving 4 rows, Tang Zheng still had more than 100 people on his side, and a huge convoy set off from Tailei town. This time, they were going to the eastern suburbs of Qinzhou. They couldn't get there by highway, so they had to take the rural roads. They had to set off a little earlier, so that they could arrive at the abandoned industrial park, where the trade fair was located the day after tomorrow morning. Not only did Tang Zheng set off, but the leaders of the bases in various places in Qinzhou, which were a little farther away, chose to set off today. The people who survived the apocalypse, just like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, emerged from their hiding places and quietly gathered together. However, there were several bases that did not require a long journey because they were already around Qinzhou city. These included the logistics park base, the airport base, the prison base, and the chamber of commerce base. Among these 4 bases, the logistics park, the prison, and the chamber of commerce headquarters were all in the southeast and northeast of Qinzhou, and the distance was only a few dozen kilometers. Only the airport was in the western suburbs, which was farther away, but it did not need to set off 2 days in advance. While the leaders of the various bases were still on their way, some people had already arrived at the abandoned industrial park in advance. The abandoned industrial park was an industrial park that had not yet been built in Qinzhou. There were some buildings with a general framework built inside, and some unfinished roads, which were semi-finished products. The apocalypse has broken out, and this place will always be a half-finished product. A motorcade drove in from the gate of the industrial park and headed straight for a 5-story building in the center. This building is the only completed building in the industrial park, and is also the location of this trade conference. In order to determine the location of the trade conference in the past few days, everyone has been arguing in the radio channel. No one agrees to go to other people's territory. Finally, under the proposal of Han Yuhu from the prison base and Pang Zhenfei from the chamber of commerce base, this place was chosen. Even Li Xiaofeng from the logistics park, the largest force in Qinzhou, did not object to this, because these 2 people are the advocates of the trade conference. But everyone didn't know that, because of the close distance, Han Yuhu and Pang Zhenfei had already colluded with each other. The motorcade stopped at the door of the building and a group of people got off. One of them was wearing a suit that was relatively rare in the apocalypse, a tie, gold-rimmed glasses and a famous watch, dressed like a successful person. This person is the leader of the Qinzhou Chamber of Commerce base Pang Zhenfei. As soon as he walked to the front of the gate, someone came out to greet him. Ha ha ha. Brother Pang, this is the 2nd time we meet after the end of the world. The man who came out was short, with a strong body and a fierce look on his face. Before the end of the world, this was the image of a gangster. But in fact, this is not a simple gangster. He is a guard in Qinzhou prison, with a royal army. Being able to release a group of prisoners after the end of the world, and suppress those people shows how strong Han Yuhu's means are. Pang Zhenfei smiled, and shook hands with Han Yuhu. It's indeed the 2nd time. I'm afraid that only you, and I in Qinzhou can do this in the end of the world. Haha. No problem, no problem. As long as you and I join forces, we can achieve great things. The 2 people greeted each other and walked into the building. Going up the stairs to the 4th floor, there is an empty hall, which was originally the meeting room of the industrial park. A long strip table was placed in the hall, with good-looking chairs on both sides. Han Yuhu and Pang Zhenfei sat down, and Pang Zhenfei asked first, has Zhao Hua from Yuanshan Hot Spring Base arrived? Han Yuhu shook his head slightly. Yuanshan County is far away from here. Zhao Hua set out yesterday morning, and should arrive this afternoon. It will probably take about 2 hours. Then let's not wait for him. Yuhu, how confident do you think we are this time? Han Yuhu thought for a while. Brother Zhenfei, this matter is really hard to say. After all, the person we have to deal with is Li Xiaofeng from the logistics park base. As you know, Li Xiaofeng is an imperial viscount with a private guard and more than 400 armed forces. Most of the members recruited later are security guards with very good combat effectiveness. I'm afraid it's hard to deal with you and me alone. If Zhao Hua is included, I think the confidence is only 60%. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Yoo-hoo, if these are the only things we are sure of, I think we should not take risks. I'm a businessman. Although it is the end of the world now, there is no one to supervise me. I can just wrestle some things in exchange for some guns and supplies. Why do I have to go after Li Xiaofeng? Han Yu sneered. Brother Pang, the kind of business you do would be difficult to tolerate at any time. You collect survivors, sell women, and kill those who resist. Your Chamber of Commerce base has long been corrupted. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Tang Zhen's face looked a little ugly. Are you okay? You have released all the death row prisoners in the prison. It would not be too much to shoot you 10 times. That's why I'm looking for you to act together. Otherwise, one day I get away, and you're in trouble. At that time, you will blame me for not being a good friend. Hearing this, Tang Zheng became serious. Yoo-hoo, have you heard any rumors? Han Yu snorted. Didn't I tell you that the royal army has already appeared in the surrounding provinces and is building a large temporary base? When the base is completed, they will prepare to retake the city and have begun to call on the survivors to go to their base. Ah. Is this true? How did you know? Humph, I'm in the prison base. The facilities are first class, and I heard it on the radio there. Hearing Han Yu's words, Tang Zheng became a little worried. There is such a thing. The royal army is not completely wiped out. Once they gain a foothold, they will come to us sooner or later. What should we do? Han Yu curled his lips in disdain, thinking that businessmen are businessmen, and being cautious is their nature. Han Yu looked down on this person from the bottom of his heart. But at this moment, he still needs to cooperate with Tang Zheng, so he can only endure it temporarily. Brother, don't worry too much. None of the 10 major armies of the empire are in Western Sichuan. Such a situation will not happen for a while. However, we must also prepare for a rainy day and strengthen ourselves as soon as possible. Maybe one day, even if the royal army really comes, we are not afraid. You know, we are all people with no way out. Tang Zheng gradually calmed down and nodded. You are right. From the day I sold people out, I had no way out. Now what do you think we should do? Of course, we should unite with Zhao Hua to kill Li Xiaofeng together. We will integrate all the forces of Qin Zhao and develop ourselves as soon as possible. At this point, Han Yu paused. But now, things have gone wrong. What's wrong? Tang Zheng in Tailei Town is a bit difficult to deal with. The people I sent to Tailei Town have been out of contact for several days. I tried on the radio, and it should have been killed by Tang Zheng. Moreover, he has a large number of firearms in his hands. This trading conference has been completely changed by his appearance. Our plan may also be affected. Chapter 67 Preemptive Transaction. Hearing Tang Zheng's name, Tang Zheng was stunned, and then said, will this man sell guns recently? Is he a threat? Han Yu snorted. He is an ungrateful kid. I first asked him to pack his goods on the radio, but he didn't reply to me. I sent people to Tailei Town, but he killed them. This is clearly against me. This time, I must get rid of Li Xiaofeng, and get rid of him as well. What is your plan? Tang Zheng asked. It's easy. Let's trade first. After taking his gun, we can use his gun to deal with him. Tang Zheng thought about it, and felt that there was no problem with this plan, so he nodded and agreed. The two people waited patiently here, waiting for Zhao Hua to arrive. As long as Zhao Hua arrived, 3 of the 7 bases in Qin Zhao would join forces, which would be a powerful force. In addition, there were several medium-sized bases that also joined forces with them in advance. When the trading conference started, there would definitely be some people who could see the situation clearly and join them. At that time, both Li Xiaofeng and Tang Zheng would become the history of Qin Zhao after the end of the world. Tang Zheng rested on the road for a night and continued on the next day. If he speeded up a bit, he could reach the eastern suburbs in the afternoon of the next day. But Tang Zheng was not in a hurry and maintained a leisurely pace and arrived the next morning. By the afternoon of the next day, it was only 50 kilometers away from the eastern suburbs. A small village appeared in front. When Tang Zheng saw this small village, he felt a sense of time and space confusion. Because this small village not only had no zombies, but was inhabited by many people. That's right, people. The small village was not big, with only nearly 100 households, belonging to the smallest administrative village. At this moment, most of the places in the small village were already inhabited. Cars were parked in the village, and many people were walking in the village. Various modified off-road jeeps, with anti-collision steel beams installed on the front of the car, and even sharp barbs. Those barbs were covered with black blood stains, and they were battle-hardened cars at a glance. There were also many large trucks parked in the village, with thick canvas covering the body of the car, and no one knew what treasures were in the car. Some armed men with guns were on guard beside the car, prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. Tang Zheng could tell at a glance that the people here were all here to attend the trade fair. This small village had long been cleared out, and now it had become a place for the participants to stay. At a glance, the people here were roughly divided into 3 parts, representing 3 survival bases, and there were hundreds of people coming to each base. Seeing that there was a corner of the village that was still uninhabited, Tang Zheng simply said, "Let's go over and take a look and stay here tonight." When Tang Zheng's convoy approached the village, it obviously caused a panic among the people here. The motorcycles that led the way, the soldiers with light machine guns. The Willys jeep that followed also had machine guns installed. The 212 heavy trucks behind were the standard vehicles of the Royal Army, especially the Hummer jeep with protective armor, which made people feel at a glance that the people sitting inside were definitely not ordinary soldiers. When the soldiers got off the car, the panic was a little more intense. Tang Zheng asked someone to drive the car to an empty courtyard, where he would stay tonight. Tang Zheng had just gotten off the car when someone outside greeted him. "Captain Tang, Brother Tang, I'm ZHU. Can your soldiers give me a hand and let me in to talk to you?" Tang Zheng turned around and saw ZHU Liu's fat face, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum outside the yard. "Oh, ZHU, come in." With Tang Zheng's permission, the 2 3-star soldiers of the guard squad standing outside the door made way for ZHU Liu. After nodding and smiling at the 2 strong soldiers, ZHU Liu trotted into the yard. He stretched out his hands to shake hands with Tang Zheng from a distance, and the corners of his mouth were almost cracked behind his ears. "Early this morning, I heard the magpie chirping, and my left eyelid kept twitching. I wondered what good things would happen today. I didn't expect to meet Brother Tang here. You said that the magpie's call is really powerful, ha ha ha." Tang Zheng smiled. "If I remember correctly, the magpie has mutated, and the sound of its call is really unpleasant." ZHU Liu's words were choked, and he couldn't continue. Tang Zheng laughed. "I was just kidding you. Since you're here, let's have a drink together today. Okay, I've been wanting to try the good wine here, Brother Tang, for a long time. Today I, ZHU, am in for a treat." ZHU Liu waved his hand and asked all his followers to go back. It was obvious that he wanted to stay with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at the vehicles of all sizes on ZHU Liu's side and asked, "Liu, what good things have you brought to the trade fair?" "My place is a grain reserve. What else can it have? It's all grain. However, the most lacking thing in this end of the world is grain. We really don't have to worry about selling our grain." Tang Zheng nodded. "We really don't have to worry about selling our grain. So what do you want to exchange for?" "There are many things to exchange for, mainly medicines, vegetables, some daily necessities, and useful cars. Oh, the most important thing is that I also want to exchange for some gold and silver, and then use the gold and silver to exchange for some guns with you, Brother Tang. Are the guns I exchanged for you last time not enough?" ZHU Liu's face was a little gloomy at this moment. "Brother Tang, I offended Chen Filang from the prison base last time. I'm afraid that the prison base will cause trouble for me. I exchanged more guns so that I have a bottom line." Tang Zheng secretly speculated that Chen Filang might be the mutant who was killed by his soldiers by the river last time. Unexpectedly, ZHU Liu also offended them. Now he might be a little scared, so he took the initiative to come closer to him. However, Tang Zheng was not disgusted by this behavior. His guns were able to receive so many reservations thanks to ZHU Liu's vigorous promotion. Before he and ZHU Liu entered the house, 2 other groups of people in the village arrived. They were a little scared when they saw the Great Royal Army, but when they heard that it was Tang Zheng, they had to come over. Because the main purpose of their participation in the trade conference this time was to trade with Tang Zheng. There is a saying that in the end of the world, it is best to be polite when talking to people with guns. This shows how important guns are in the end of the world. Especially when they saw Zhu Liu coming, they were also worried that Tang Zheng's goods would be bought up, and they didn't care about being afraid, and ran over on their own initiative. One of these two people is from Yuanshan and the other is from Qinhe. They are both from the suburbs, and are also the leaders of small and medium-sized bases. Tang Zheng also accepted everyone who came, invited the two leaders in, and asked the cook to prepare dinner immediately. During the meal, the leader of the Yuanshan base raised the topic of whether the transaction could be made in advance. Tang Zheng called the communicator over and asked if there was any reservation for this base. General, the Yuanshan Agricultural Machinery Station has ordered 30 rifles and 3,000 rounds of rifle bullets. Since you have ordered it, go get the guns. Tang Zheng immediately clicked buy, and 30 98K rifles and 3,000 rounds of bullets appeared directly in the truck. Several engineers who followed him carried the guns and ammunition over. Tang Zheng's 98K is priced at 500 gold, and the bullet is 2 gold per round, a total of 21,000 grams of gold. The leader of the Yuanshan Agricultural Technology Station immediately asked someone to bring the gold over and give it to Tang Zheng for counting. This kind of transaction actually has a lot of water in it because the price of gems is too complicated, and it is difficult for the leaders of other bases to figure out the weight and quality of each gem. Just feeling that it is about the same, just give it to Tang Zheng, as much as you can exchange. Tang Zheng took the other party's gold and pretended to put it away, but in fact he exchanged it directly. The exchange is successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 27,810 gold. Tang Zheng was secretly delighted. This wave of cost was only 2,100 gold, and he directly earned more than 25,000 gold. This was comparable to the results of 3 days of hard work by the soldiers of the entire army. If this goes on, this trading conference will be completed, and he will have considerable confidence, whether he upgrades the battalion commander or builds a new base. Oh, by the way, 3 formal buildings must be completed before the battalion commander can be upgraded. Tang Zheng was a little embarrassed to take more than 6,000 yuan of funds from the other party. After the transaction was completed, he thought about it, and took out another pistol from his waist. The original Colt Duelist revolver. After exchanging 50 rounds of bullets, Tang Zheng gave the pistol and bullets to the leader of the agricultural machinery station. Brother, in this world, it is fate to meet each other. I have used this pistol for a while, and the quality is acceptable. I will give it to you today. Hey. Thank you, Brother Tang. Seeing that Zhu Liu was in his 30s, he called him Brother Tang fluently, and the man in his 40s also changed his tone. He took Tang Zheng's revolver and was excited to put it down. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and lowered his voice to Tang Zheng. Brother Tang, I got a piece of news by chance. I wonder if it is useful to you? Tell me about it. We have a hot spring base in Yuanshan County. The leader is called Zhao, an imperial lord. He set out from Yuanshan the day before yesterday and went to the trade conference. I heard that people from other bases seem to want to cooperate with him to do something big. I don't know who they are going to deal with. Zhao? Tang Zheng recalled and had a little impression in his mind. This imperial lord also wanted to give him a 50% discount on the guns he sold. I ignored him, but he still made an order later. It seemed that he had ordered 200 guns, but his attitude was not very good. Will they join forces to deal with me? If so, who will he join forces with? Tang Zheng was alert and prepared. If someone really attacked me at the trade fair, then this time, it would be really exciting. After the leader of Yuanshan base traded with Tang Zheng, he left in a hurry after dinner. He didn't even go to the trade fair and went home directly. From this, it can be seen that the importance of Tang Zheng's coming to the trade fair this time. Most of the leaders of the bases in Qinsao came to Tang Zheng. Another leader also wanted to trade in advance, but he didn't have enough gold and silver, and he had to exchange some at the fair tomorrow, so he had to give up for the time being. At night, Zhu Liu and the two leaders were on the radio channel. praising Tang Zheng for a while. Praising is not difficult, as long as you are willing to risk your face, and there is no limit, especially when there are competitors. In the three people's descriptions, Tang Zheng was a perfect man. Handsome, generous, low-key, modest, and a perfect match for women were all added to Tang Zheng's head without any cost. Chapter 68, Warm Man. 3 more chapters, 150 monthly tickets plus. Abandoned industrial park in the eastern suburbs of Qinzhou. This may be the largest gathering of Qinzhou survivors 40 days after the end of the world. In the industrial park, teams of survivors arrived one after another. Each team that arrived had at least 50 people, and some had more than 200 people. The survivors who arrived did not bother to greet each other and immediately occupied a good position and put out the goods they prepared. The so-called good position is near the trading building, because not everyone is qualified to enter this trading building. In addition to the leaders of other bases, only the leaders of several large and medium-sized bases are qualified to enter. Of course, Tang Zheng is an exception. He is the protagonist of this trading conference, and it will not work without him. As for other bases, they can only set up stalls outside and exchange materials with people from other bases in the primitive way of barter. The model of each base is similar. Some people set up stalls, and some people go out to buy. Since the morning, people have been constantly entering, and the number of people who have arrived has exceeded 3,000. On the top floor of the trading hall, Han Yuhu, Pang Zhenfei, and Zhao Hua sat at the window smoking while watching the bustling scene downstairs. I really miss it. I wonder when I can see this kind of human atmosphere every day, Pang Zhenfei said. Beside him, besides the sturdy Han Yuhu, there was a man in a tuxedo. This man was the Imperial Lord, Zhao Hua from Yuanshan Hot Spring Base. Zhao Hua still maintained his quasi-aristocratic airs, dressed elegantly. The other two people were smoking, but he was holding a snuff bottle. Hearing Pang Zhenfei's sigh, Zhao Hua said, restoring civilization is a long way to go. We nobles have an obligation in this world. I feel that I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Pang Zhenfei and Han Yuhu looked at each other, and they were a little annoyed with this noble who was still arrogant in the end times. These nobles always value their status too much, even if they are just a small lord. He didn't think about it. This time they are all going to kill the Viscount. What qualifications do you, a lord, have to put on airs here? But now they are partners, so naturally they won't undermine each other. Pang Zhenfei changed the subject. When will the leaders of other bases arrive? Han Yuhu looked at the time. They are almost here. The leaders of these large bases are more arrogant than each other. They have to rush to the stage at the end, as if they can't show their status, if they don't do so. Pang Zhenfei smiled. After today, their identities will be invalidated. The order of Qinzhou will be reshuffled, and they will never have everything they have now. Zhao Hua also joined in. Unless someone knows the current situation and stands on our side in time, then I will consider giving him a piece of the cake. Several people laughed. They also contacted the leaders of 2 large and medium-sized bases, who are about to arrive. By then, a powerful alliance will be born. After getting Tang Zheng's gun, all the situations will be under their control. In front of the first floor door, a person from the Chamber of Commerce base was holding a loudspeaker and welcoming guests. The leaders of small bases don't care. Those who are qualified to enter the trading building will be greeted loudly. At this time, the first heavyweight guest arrived. A speeding jeep, 2 modified cars whose brands and models could not be identified, and 4 rusty heavy trucks came to the entrance of the hall. Among the people coming down, the leader was a dark-faced man with a pistol on his waist, and several people behind him were holding rifles of different models. The person who received the guests immediately shouted loudly, Jinxiu County Industrial Park Base, Leader Liao Yucheng has arrived. Many people looked over, wanting to see the demeanor of the leaders of the 7 major bases. Liao Yucheng was a contractor. There were many heavy vehicles in his base. Most of them were corroded by the end of the world. With his desperate maintenance, some were also preserved. The current situation is inseparable from those indestructible heavy vehicles. However, his weakness is obvious, that is, the shortage of weapons. Looking at the rifles held by the people behind him, almost all of them were of the same model. It can be seen that this is almost all his assets. Liao Yucheng arrived, nodded to a few people he knew around him, and then entered the trading hall. Hearing that 2 of his men had followed in, the others dispersed on the spot. It had been agreed in the broadcast that each leader could only bring in 2 people in order to prevent a fight. After Liao Yucheng arrived, other leaders arrived soon. A pink Land Cruiser, a pink Northern Lights, and a pink 5 Rings. 3 off-road vehicles were lined up, followed by 5 heavy trucks. There was nothing unusual about heavy trucks, but 3 well-maintained off-road vehicles, all pink, were very rare in the end times. The arrival of this convoy also attracted the attention of many people. The convoy stopped in front of the trading building. The door of the Land Cruiser opened, and a woman in a pink dress got out. The woman was pretty, about 27 or 28 years old, with delicate makeup and a handbag. If it weren't for the pistol on her waist, she would look more like she was going to a dance. The other 2 cars were also filled with women. Each of them had delicate makeup, and it was hard to tell who was who for a while. The receptionist immediately shouted in a long voice, "White Egret Mountain Park Base, Leader Zealandlan is here." The eyes of the people around also gathered. White Egret Mountain Park Base is the only female-dominated base in Kinsao. More than 75% of the entire base are women. The banner is also to protect women's rights, protect the weak, and give women a stable home in the end times. Many female survivors have chosen to join the White Egret Mountain Base. Zealandlan didn't even spare a glance for other survivors, and was ready to enter the trading building. But before she went in, someone else arrived. Zealandlan's eyes jumped and she stopped. Because the sound came from both the sky and the ground. On the ground, several off-road vehicles and heavy trucks formed a regular fleet, but one of the heavy trucks was an empty flatbed compartment. And in the sky, a civilian helicopter was rumbling through the air. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, in the hurricane, the helicopter landed directly on the flatbed truck. The cabin door opened, and a long white leg stretched out. Hot pants, a small leather vest, a holster tied on her snow white long legs, with a pistol inserted in it. A high ponytail, sunglasses, a fashionable girl got off the plane. Zealandlan couldn't help but snorted. After taking off the plane, "You still have to land on the car. I don't know what you are trying to do, you stinky woman, stinky show off." The receptionist didn't dare to neglect it and immediately shouted, "Welcome to Kinsao Airport Base, Chief Bailing." Bailing got off the plane and jumped off the flatbed truck. Under the protection of 2 bodyguards behind her, Bailing came to Zealandlan. "Sister Z, have you not rested well these days? Why do you look a little haggard?" Zealandlan's face changed, and then she turned her head proudly. "You should take care of yourself. This is a trading conference, not a meat-selling conference. Don't let people think you are in a special profession." Bailing didn't care at all. "It doesn't matter, I'm young. Sister Z was also young once. You should understand this truth." After that, Bailing took the lead in entering the trading building. Zealandlan was very angry and tried to breathe a few times and followed into the trading building. With the arrival of the 2 of them, there was still one heavyweight figure in Kinsao who had not come. That was the Viscount Li Xiaofeng of the logistics park base. Li Xiaofeng seemed to be timing, and he showed up only after the leaders of the major bases had arrived. 5 well-maintained, all Discoverer off-road vehicles and 10 heavy trucks showed the strength of the logistics park. The armed personnel who followed Li Xiaofeng were as many as more than 200 people, and each of them was armed. Although the guns were of different models, 50 of them were holding 98Ks. This strength alone was difficult for anyone present to match. Under normal circumstances, the trading conference could begin with Li Xiaofeng's arrival. But the conference did not begin. Li Xiaofeng, dressed in an imperial viscount's dress, went up to the top floor, only to find that there was still one person who had not come. That was Tang Zheng. After the people upstairs met each other, Li Xiaofeng spoke with some displeasure. "What's wrong with this Tang Zheng? Is there still a traffic jam in this world?" Zealandlan spoke with great interest. "I have heard of Tang Zheng's name for the past 2 days. On the radio, Zhu Liu and others praised him like a flower. I don't know what kind of person he is." Han Yu who snorted coldly, an impolite boy. Pang Zhenfei nodded. "It can be seen from his lateness that this person has poor quality." Zhao Hua said with disdain, "Rude pariah." Liao Yucheng did not say anything, as if it had nothing to do with him. There were also several leaders of large and medium-sized bases who echoed the words of Han Yu and others. Bailing spoke slowly at this time. It shouldn't be. One person's praise may be false, but a group of people's praise is correct. I think Tang Zheng should be a humble and low-key handsome guy. Zilanlan rarely agreed with Bailing. Well, he may still be a warm man. Han Yu and others sneered at this. Even in the end of the world, women are still women. In the past, this kind of people were the type that were easily fooled by online romance. Just as several people were discussing, Tang Zheng arrived. Tang Zheng's arrival made several people upstairs stare wide-eyed, because it was a team of military vehicles that arrived. With the arrival of several motorcycles leading the way, fully armed soldiers jumped off the vehicles, and then the trucks stopped, and a large number of soldiers followed. Click, click, click. Amid the sound of neat running, the soldiers automatically divided into two rows from the open space to the door of the trading hall. With their guns held in front of their chests, each stood like a straight javelin. Two Willys jeeps stopped on the left and right, and the Hummer jeep came to the middle. Before the car door opened, a man ran over. Wait a minute, I have something here. From the voice, some people could tell that this was ZHU Liu from Mengshu, the main force of Tangshu on the radio. ZHU Liu ran over with two people, holding a large bundle of red carpet. Pushing forward from the car door, it rolled all the way to the door of the trading building. Then ZHU Liu stepped aside and said, "Okay, this way you won't dirty brother Tang's shoes." Guard squad leader Ji Yunshan glanced at ZHU Liu, thinking that it was a good thing that this person was not a subordinate of the general, otherwise the position of guard squad leader would never fall on his head. After opening the car door, Tang Zheng got out of the car under the attention of everyone. On the left, Ning Yui, a female reconnaissance soldier, was holding Tang Zheng's left hand. On the right, Zhu, a female scientific research soldier, was holding Tang Zheng's right hand. Behind him, Lin Fifei, a female medical soldier, took the initiative to help Tang Zheng hold up a parasol. Big Smart, Little Pretty, these two one-star enhanced military dogs took the initiative to lead the way in front. Tang Zheng got out of the car with some helplessness. He didn't want to do these empty things, but ZHU Liu's behavior seemed to have stimulated his subordinates a little. Everyone started to take it seriously. Tang Zheng couldn't go against their good intentions, so he had to give up. As Tang Zheng got off the car, the first platoon leader Luo Fei and the second platoon leader Yang Mu shouted in unison, "Raise your guns." Clang. The soldiers raised their guns to their chests in unison, scaring the survivors around them to retreat. Tang Zheng began to move forward. On the 5th floor, a dozen leaders of the Qinzhao base were lying in a row at the window, their mouths wide open. After a while, Han Yu snorted coldly, "Be modest." Pang Zhenfei said, "Be low-key." Zhao Hua was even more unhappy and said, "Go to his grandmother's warm man." Thanks to the Gothic swastika walking warrior for the 1500 coin reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Arrangement. Tang Zheng arrived at the door of the trading building, and the receptionist was a little shocked. "Excuse me, who are you?" Tang Zheng. "Oh, I see." The receptionist picked up the loudspeaker. "Teletown base leader, Tang Zheng is here." Tang Zheng looked up at the building and scanned it with the radar. Everyone in the entire building was displayed on the radar. There were more than 20 people on the 5th floor, all of whom were leaders of various bases participating in the trading conference. The other 4 floors seemed to be empty, but on the radar screen, there were as many as 70 or 80 people hiding in the corners of the 3rd and 4th floors. Tang Zheng smiled slightly, and it was indeed a trick. But it didn't matter. Since he was here, Tang Zheng didn't care. Because he could only bring 2 people into the building, Tang Zheng took Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue into the building. As for leaders like ZHU Liu, they were not qualified to enter the building. The person at the door led Tang Zheng and 2 guards to the trading hall on the 5th floor. The luxurious wooden door was pushed open, and the long conference table inside was already full of people. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man wearing an Imperial Viscount's dress. There was no doubt that this person was Li Xiaofeng from the logistics park base. Before the end of the world, he was a nobleman. After the end of the world, he was the leader of the largest base in Qinzhou. It was natural for him to sit in the main seat. Tang Zheng looked around and found that there was only an empty seat between the two female base leaders, so he walked over directly. Ning Yue helped Tang Zheng pull out a chair, and Tang Zheng sat down. Including Tang Zheng, there were 11 people attending the meeting. The leaders of the 7 major bases, the leaders of 3 large and medium-sized bases, and Tang Zheng, the key figure. Seeing that everyone was present, Li Xiaofeng coughed. Ahem. Everyone, I'm Li Xiaofeng, the Imperial Viscount, and also the leader of the logistics park base. First of all, I'm very happy to meet you here on such a day. This proves that there is still hope for us humans. Everyone present fell silent. Only Bailing and Zilanlan's eyes fell on Tang Zheng from time to time, obviously very interested in this handsome young officer. Li Xiaofeng continued, I think most of the people present here have never met each other, but they already know each other's identities. I won't introduce them one by one. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Prison base, Han Yuhu. Han Yuhu said in a cold tone. His eyes swept across Tang Zheng, and he didn't look happy. Yuanshan Hot Spring Base Zhaohua. Qinzhou Chamber of Commerce Base Pangzhenfei. Jinxiu Industrial Park Base Liao Yacheng. Airport Base. My name is Bailing. Hello Tang Zheng. Bailing almost looked at Tang Zheng and said. Bailu Mountain Base Zilanlan. Zilanlan was relatively reserved. Tele Town Base. Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng also said. Jinxiu Fishing Village Base Zulai. Qinzhou Plantation Base, Shejiang, and Qing County Zhananshan Base Nanjingshang. After the 11 people introduced themselves, Li Xiaofeng continued, this trading conference was initiated by the 2 leaders Han Yuhu and Pang Zhenfei. I think it is very good. It's the end of the world. Everyone should communicate and support each other and share materials. This is conducive to the development of us survivors. I won't say any more nonsense here. Those piecemeal transactions will naturally be carried out by people outside. We are here to discuss large-scale transactions. If you have any questions, please speak up. Then I'll speak first. Before Li Xiaofeng finished speaking, Zhaohua interrupted. He was the first to set his sights on Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, right? I'm Zhaohua, you should remember me. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Remember, you placed an order with me. Do you want to trade now? Zhaohua sneered. There's no rush for that. Let me ask you, what do you think about my proposal to give me a 50% discount? Tang Zheng responded indifferently. I haven't considered it. It's not possible. Seeing Tang Zheng's tough attitude, a trace of gloom flashed across Zhaohua's face. Very good, boy, I'll remember you. Tang Zheng laughed. It took you so long to remember it. It seems that your memory is not very good. Zhaohua did not respond, and I don't know what he was thinking. At this time, Bailing asked Tang Zheng, before the transaction, I want to ask you, are you a member of the Imperial Army? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. I'm sitting here now, representing our base. As for my previous identity, I don't think it matters anymore. Yeah, that's true. This way I feel more relaxed. Otherwise, I'm still worried that the Imperial Army will reorganize our bases. Bailing's words also asked the voices of many people present. Although Tang Zheng's answer was vague, it finally made people feel a little relieved. At this time, Han Yuhu asked Tang Zheng, I had a transaction with Zheng Qijiang, the former leader of Tele Town. As a result, Zheng Qijiang lost contact. I sent my subordinate Chen Filang to go there, but he also lost contact. You are the current leader of Tele Town. Can you give me an explanation? Tang Zheng thought for a moment. I killed Zheng Qijiang. What about Chen Filang? Maybe he met Zheng Qijiang. Seeing Tang Zheng's indifferent attitude, Han Yuhu sneered and stopped asking questions. After they finished asking, the others didn't say anything. Pang Zhenfei said, since everyone has no questions, let's start the trade. Tang Zheng, our Chamber of Commerce base is purchasing 200 rifles, 30,000 rifle bullets, and 500 grenades. Have you brought your goods? Yes, my men and the truck are downstairs. Okay, let them trade. As he spoke, Tang Zheng picked up a walkie-talkie and asked the people below to trade. Tang Zheng also bought the supplies directly in the system and appeared in the truck and then asked Luo Fenny to trade with the other party. After a while, both parties confirmed the goods and the transaction was completed. Luo Fenny would not do a loss-making business and he must have made a profit on this deal. A rough estimate shows that 200 rifles cost 100,000 gold. 30,000 bullets cost 60,000 gold, and Tang Zheng's price for 500 grenades was 20 times higher, which would cost 50,000 gold. A total of 210,000 gold, minus the cost of 18,500, made at least 190,000. Counting the premium of the gems, it must be more than 200,000. He made so much money in one deal, almost equivalent to the total income of Tang Zheng before. As long as Tang Zheng wants, he can make the whole company fully staffed now. Thinking about the next transaction, Tang Zheng is even more looking forward to it. After Tang Zheng finished the transaction, the other base leaders successively traded with Tang Zheng. Among them, Li Xiaofeng had the largest order, and Tang Zheng made at least 300,000 here. The other bases ranged from 100,000 to 100,000. As for Han Yuhu from the prison base, although the prison base is not small in scale, there is really no gold and silver jewelry. In the end, he only made an order of more than 60,000 gold, which made Tang Zheng earn less than 50,000. Despite this, Tang Zheng can be said to have become rich this time. According to the feedback from Jiuo Yun downstairs, the funds in their hands should be between 1.3 million and 1.5 million. The specific amount can only be known after Tang Zheng exchanges the system funds. After the firearms transaction was completed, almost all the people from other bases were equipped directly below. Li Xiaofeng completed a large order and said with satisfaction, "This time it is finally a success. Everyone has got weapons. Next, we have to clean up the zombies around us and give the survivors a safe home." Tang Zheng paid attention to the expressions of Han Yuhu and others. Seeing that Han Yuhu seemed to want to stand up and speak, he suddenly stood up first. "Everyone, wait a moment, I'm going to the bathroom." Han Yuhu was about to attack Li Xiaofeng at this moment, but he didn't expect to be interrupted by Tang Zheng. It was difficult to stop him, so he could only watch Tang Zheng enter the bathroom. Tang Zheng came to the bathroom and divided it into men and women on the left and right. He thought about it and realized that most of the people in the meeting room were men, so he simply turned into the women's bathroom. After entering, he directly opened the system and clicked to buy heavy machine guns, heavy machine gun combat team, 2 mobilized soldiers, 2 light machine guns. The bullets were purchased in sufficient quantities, and the place where they appeared was directly in the women's bathroom. According to Tang Zheng's judgment, something might happen outside in a while, so he was preparing for a rainy day. As for whether there would be wronged souls under the random gunfire, Tang Zheng could not care too much and would decide based on the situation. After doing all this, Tang Zheng got up and left the bathroom when all the soldiers appeared in the bathroom. He returned to where he had just sat down, and Bailing got up and went to the bathroom. Tang Zheng had no expression on his face. People who knew the situation knew what to do, so it depended on Bailing's choice. After a while, Bailing came back. There was nothing unusual on her face. She returned to sit next to Tang Zheng and smiled at him. Tang Zheng also smiled. Sure enough, appearances were unreliable. This woman was able to survive in this world and become the leader of the base. She was actually very smart. Bailing saw Tang Zheng's response and whispered in his ear quietly, "Although Sister Lanlan and I are not compatible, it is not easy for her to lead a group of women to survive in this world. Can you give her a way out?" Tang Zheng glanced at Zilanlan, and Zilanlan also smiled politely at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng turned around and said to Bailing, "Okay, then let's change places." Bailing and Tang Zheng exchanged seats. Regardless of Zilanlan's disgusted expression, he held Zilanlan's hand and whispered a few words. Zilanlan's face changed slightly. She looked at Tang Zheng in shock, pursed her lips and said nothing, but just held Bailing's hand with her backhand. In addition to them, Liao Yucheng, who was at the Jinxiu Industrial Park base closest to them, saw the situation here, and his expression moved slightly, but he didn't say anything, just quietly moved his chair. As for the others, they didn't notice the situation here. Li Xiaofeng was still talking about the future when he was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Hua. Li Xiaofeng, our Lord Viscount, you are talking so much now. Do you feel that you will shut up forever in a while, so you keep talking at the last chance? As soon as the voice came out, the air in the room became quiet. Chapter 70 Open Fire. Li Xiaofeng was not a simple character either. When he heard Zhao Hua's words, he knew something was wrong. He reacted almost immediately. He was a mutant who had devoured the agile zombie crystal, so his reaction speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. But since the other party dared to attack, he had been prepared earlier than him. Zhao Hua had just finished speaking when the people behind him, behind Han Yuhu, behind Tang Zheng, and behind the other two base leaders, all raised their guns at the same time. Da 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 da. Dense bullets rained down like raindrops. Li Xiaofeng and his two men, who had not had time to get up, were immediately shot into sieves. Blood splattered all over his body. Li Xiaofeng, a figure who was once a powerful figure in Qinzhou, was killed on the spot. Han Yuhu and others killed Li Xiaofeng and quickly turned their guns towards Tang Zheng. After the questioning just now, they no longer wanted to communicate with Tang Zheng. While they were killing Li Xiaofeng, they took Tang Zheng down in one fell swoop. Because people who experience this kind of scene will always be a little flustered. In such a short time, they don't believe that Tang Zheng can make any effective response. But before they could turn their guns around, Tang Zheng actually fought back. Almost within 2 seconds, after they raised their guns to shoot Li Xiaofeng, Tang Zheng's side began to counterattack. Tang Zheng took out the Desert Eagle and shot the leader of medium-sized base opposite him in the head. Ji Yunshan and Ning Yue were even faster. They picked up AK-47 and killed 6 people in 2 seconds. These 6 people were all good shooters brought by Han Yuhu. Han Yuhu and others never dreamed that Tang Zheng was so unethical and so decisive and ruthless. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. They made a mistake. The next scene was extremely chaotic. Seeing that Han Yuhu's people had reacted, Tang Zheng did not take credit for himself. He stood up from his chair and rushed to a corner of the room in an instant. Ji Yunshan, Ning Yue, Bailing and Zilanlan also moved at the same time. Bailing had been paying attention to the actions here for a long time. When she saw the battle suddenly started, she even took out her gun and shot at Han Yuhu's people. In the chaos, she also killed a guard next to Zhao Hua. The same was true for Zilanlan. After Bailing's reminder, she had decided to stand on Tang Zheng's side. Since she had made the decision, the woman was ruthless enough to break up with Han Yuhu's people directly. The gunfight between the two sides broke out in an instant, and the scene was chaotic. What Tang Zheng did not expect was that Liao Yuchen from Jinxiu Industrial Park also joined them. Liao Yuchen shot and killed a guard of the leader of medium-sized base, and then ran to the corner with Tang Zheng and his people. This agility and decisive reaction speed made Tang Zheng have to admire it. Obviously, Liao Yuchen's hearing was very good. He heard Bailing and himself talking in a low voice, and even made a choice immediately. Sure enough, no one who can survive until now is simple. But since he is close to him, Tang Zheng will not refuse. Several of them ran to the corner and suppressed Han Yuhu's people with firepower so that they could not raise their heads. After a moment of chaos, Han Yuhu and others reacted quickly. After several people were killed in succession, the remaining people shrank under the table. This is a huge mahogany table with a very thick tabletop, more than 15 centimeters. Ordinary pistol bullets cannot penetrate it. Rifle bullets can, but they will be weakened. Several people turned the table sideways and hid behind the table. In this way, Tang Zheng and others could not accurately judge their positions. Under the random gunfire, they might not be able to kill them. Han Yuhu shouted behind the table, "Third and fourth floor, come up and kill Tang Zheng and others." When the gunshots rang out, the gunmen who were ambushing on the third and fourth floors had actually come to the corridor. It's just that Tang Zheng and others reacted too quickly, and these gunmen didn't have time to come in. At this moment, they have arrived outside the door of the conference room. As long as the door is pushed open, this group of 70 or 80 gunmen will be enough to shoot Tang Zheng and others who are hiding in the corner into a sieve. But no one expected that changes would occur at this time. At the door of the bathroom, a heavy machine gun has been set up there. Behind the heavy metal baffle, the machine gunner's finger is already on the trigger. Behind the heavy machine gun, 2 light machine gunners are holding machine guns and cross-covering left and right to prevent anyone from approaching from the side. This shooting angle just can't reach the corner, where Tang Zheng and his men are hiding. The rest of the place is basically within the shooting range. The door just opened a gap, and the machine gunner opened fire. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. The 12.7mm caliber bullet made a sound from hell. The door was blown apart almost instantly. The bullets broke through the air and instantly hit the 4 or 5 gunmen at the door with blood foam flying. Even the mutated armored zombies couldn't stop the heavy machine guns, not to mention the fragile human body, which had no resistance to such killing weapons. It wasn't about killing, it was about smashing. Puff puff puff. The bullets smashed the human body and made deep craters on the wall behind. There were lights coming in from many places, which was because the wall was penetrated. The machine gunner pulled the trigger and moved the muzzle ruthlessly. The door was cleared, and there was also the back of the wall. There was no need to aim at this time, just madly shoot at the wall. Ding 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 ding. As the metal shells kept jumping out, the machine gun penetrated the wall and killed people. Continuous screams rang out behind the wall, and the gunmen who were lined up in the corridor and ready to rush in had no way to retreat at this moment. Large balls of blood splattered on the walls and the roof. Broken limbs and arms flew in the air, and people fell down like grass being cut. In just 10 seconds, the corridor behind the wall was almost cleared of people. Only 1 or 2 people accidentally fell, and now they are crawling downstairs in a hurry. The bloody scene in the corridor will become a nightmare that they will never get rid of. The heavy machine gunner who swept the corridor did not stop his madness. The heavy machine gun began to shoot at Han Yuhu and others in the room. With the deafening sound of machine guns, the mahogany tablet top was smashed to pieces. Imperial Lord Zhaohua, the leader of medium-sized base, and a guard next to Han Yuhu were killed on the spot. The remaining Han Yuhu, Tang Zheng and others were scared to death at this moment, but they had no way to retreat and could not charge, so they could only jump and hide frantically in the room. The heavy machine gun roared wildly, and everything in the room would be destroyed after being hit. The wall was penetrated. The table was broken. The glass was broken. Even the chandelier on the ceiling was hit by this crazy shooting. It fell from the sky and shattered, with glass shards flying everywhere. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, and people's eardrums were buzzing. Clang 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 clang. Ah. With a scream, Han Yuhu, the leader of the prison base, had a huge hole in his chest. He just screamed and was shot directly into the corner of the wall by random gunshots, becoming a ball of meat paste. Taking advantage of Han Yuhu's death, Tang Zheng pushed the only remaining guard to block himself, and then used his speed to pounce on the broken door. He wanted to fight for this only chance to survive. The scapegoat he pushed out didn't even delay for a second before being shot in two. At this time, Tang Zheng had just run to the door. The firepower of the heavy machine gun followed. Clang 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 clang. In the air filled with gunpowder, no one could hear whether Tang Zheng screamed or not. His whole body was hit by bullets and hit the wall, then merged into the ground and mixed with the dead gunmen, and could no longer be distinguished from each other. This is the power of heavy machine gun shooting at close range. Buzz buzz buzz. The gunshots gradually stopped. The whole battle lasted about a minute. The 2 light machine gunners each changed a magazine. On the heavy machine gun side, the 333 round magazine was completely empty. Within a minute, Han Yuhu, Zhaohua, Tang Zheng, the 3 leaders of the medium-sized base, and the guards who survived after they and Tang Zheng seized the base were all killed by the heavy machine gun. There were also nearly 20 gunmen in the corridor outside the door. They were penetrated by the heavy machine gun through the wall without even seeing their faces, and died tragically on the spot. The pungent smell of gunpowder in the air was transmitted through the window. The trading conference outside was stopped. Everyone stared at the 5th floor in amazement. They still couldn't figure out the situation, didn't know who was fighting with whom, and didn't know who survived. They were still waiting for the result of the battle. At this moment, perhaps only Tang Zheng's men could be sure that Tang Zheng won. And beside Tang Zheng, Bailing, Zilanlan, Liao Yucheng and others all looked at Tang Zheng in shock. What modesty, what gentleness, these beautiful words really should not appear on this man. In fact, including Bailing, they couldn't figure out how Tang Zheng moved a heavy machine gun into the bathroom when Han Yu who arrived in advance and was closely monitored. Why didn't anyone notice it? Because it was a women's bathroom? Bailing could only think of this reason. Ding. Ning Yue took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and suddenly a smoke ring came out. Others knew he was going to speak, and their eyes fell on his face. Tang Zheng looked around at everyone, and everyone held their breath, wanting to hear what this butcher had to say. Tang Zheng spoke slowly. Everyone saw it. They were the first to start, and I was forced to defend myself. Bailing and the others looked at each other, and finally nodded in unison. You have a big mouth, and whatever you say is right. Chapter 71, Another Kind of Eternal Life. 3 more chapters, 200 monthly tickets plus. The battle inside the room ended, leaving a mess. Tang Zheng issued an order to intercept the gunmen who rushed out of the room and control the situation outside. You know, what these survival bases lack is guns, not leaders. After killing Han Yu and others, they will soon have a new leader. Tang Zheng did not want the situation to get out of control, so it was very necessary to suppress the situation. After receiving Tang Zheng's order, the 3 combat platoons outside immediately took action. The 3 heavy trucks turned their heads, and a heavy machine gun was mounted at the rear of each truck. Light machine guns were also set up on motorcycles and Willys jeeps. The soldiers of the 3 combat platoons had already automatically dispersed and occupied various advantageous shooting positions. Some snipers were hiding in high places and could open fire at any time. When some stunned gunmen tried to rush out of the trading building and join their accomplices outside, they were greeted by a series of violent attacks. After the soldiers of the guard squad threw a wave of grenades, the remaining gunmen completely collapsed. Surrender. We surrender. Please stop fighting. They raised their white shirts and even their underwear, hung them on the muzzles of their guns and shook them, announcing their surrender. Those who surrender should raise their hands above their heads, throw away their guns, and walk out of the room. Those who act rashly will be killed without mercy. A group of gunmen threw away their guns and walked out of the room with their hands raised. Their accomplices outside had no fighting spirit at all before a new leader was elected. The new guns they had just received were taken back before they even had time to shoot. When the situation outside stabilized, Tang Zheng and his party left the trading building. When they came outside, they saw a large number of captives squatting on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The large number of guns and ammunition they bought were being loaded onto trucks by Tang Zheng's subordinates. The 2 sides had already torn their faces apart, so Tang Zheng certainly could not hand over this batch of guns to them. It took a long time to load thousands of guns, as well as boxes of bullets and grenades. Bailing, Zilanlan, Liao Yucheng and others all looked at Tang Zheng with some concern. Tang Zheng saw what they meant and spread his hands. Don't worry, this is a normal transaction between us. I won't take back your share. The few people were relieved, and their expressions became relaxed. Looking at the large number of prisoners squatting here, Tang Zheng was also a little headache. These people have surrendered, and he can't just shoot them all with a gun, so how to deal with them is a problem. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng said, I have no intention of accepting you, but I can't let you go for nothing. If you can't show your due value, don't blame me for being ruthless. When these surrendered people heard this, they immediately spoke in panic. Leader Tang, give us a chance. We can let our base people use supplies to redeem, but all the gold and silver are given to you. Can you ask for something else? Not impossible. Anything of value is fine. See if you can satisfy me. At this time, a person from the prison base spoke. This person is the 3rd person in the prison base, originally ranked below Han Yu and Chen Filang. Now Han Yu is dead. Chen Filang may also be dead. He is the boss of the prison base. He thought for a while and said to Tang Zheng, Chief Tang, are you from the Imperial Royal Army? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Chief Tang, if you are separated from the Imperial Royal Army, then I have some news about the Imperial Royal Army. I wonder if it can help you? Oh, you have news about the Imperial Army? How did you get it? It's like this, the prison base has an internal radio station that can listen to news from the confidential channel. Han Yu who used to listen to that radio every day. It seems that there is movement from the Imperial Army. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. It has been so long, since the end of the world, because there has been no news from the Imperial Army, he has somewhat ignored this matter. Now suddenly heard that there is news from the Imperial Army. Tang Zheng was a little confused for a while, but he quickly reacted and realized that he must pay attention to this news. Since he had this war system, Tang Zheng knew that he could not live an ordinary life. But Tang Zheng was not sure about the future. Maybe listening to the news from the Imperial Royal Army can help him find a way to the future. Where is your radio station? It's at the prison base. Tang Zheng recalled that the Kinzhao prison seemed to be in the northeast of Kinzhao, not far from here. Take me there, and all the other captives, get on the truck, and follow us to the prison base. Notify the people in your base to bring supplies to the prison base to redeem people. Not only living supplies, but also high-tech things and rare things. You can bring them here. He released 2 people from the Chamber of Commerce base and the Hot Spring base respectively, and asked them to go back and pass on the message. The rest of the people were taken to the car by Tang Zheng. Once these people left, the trade fair could not continue. Bailing, Zilanlan, Liao Yucheng, Zhu Liu and others came to say goodbye to Tang Zheng. They even took the initiative to find Wu Di and left the contact channel on the radio with Wu Di. Maybe they can use it one day. After leaving the contact information, everyone dispersed. Once the leader of the big base left, the people from the other small bases also left quickly. They had completed the transaction, and no one wanted to stay with Tang Zheng. After all, this group of soldiers was indeed a bit scary. The previous experience of Han Yu and others was there, and no one dared to ignore it. Everyone dispersed, and Tang Zheng also boarded the car. The large trucks from other bases were directly requisitioned by Tang Zheng to escort the prisoners. A convoy of nearly 20 vehicles set off in a mighty manner. The target location was not far away, which was Kinzhao prison about 50 kilometers away. In less than 40 minutes, the trade fair, that was just crowded with people, was already empty. Night fell slowly. The surroundings of the trade fair had been cleaned up long ago, and there were no zombies at all. Similarly, there were no people here. But around 9 o'clock in the evening, some figures slowly approached the building of the trade fair. These people staggered forward in the dark. The speed of movement was not fast, a little slower than that of normal people. A pair of scholar eyes marked their identities. This is a group of zombies. The number of zombies is about 50. Among them, the one walking in the front is a one-armed zombie. It is Chen Filang. The wound has long been healed, and the blood loss has not caused any effect on him, but the lost arm can never grow back. Chen Filang was followed by several relatively strong zombies. They were not mutant zombies, but they look stronger than ordinary zombies. After arriving near the trading building, and carefully looking for a while, to make sure that there was no one here, the one-armed zombie walked towards the trading building. He walked into the door of the building, and went up the stairs step by step. His destination was the trading hall on the 5th floor. When he came to the stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, he couldn't help but lick his lips slightly when he saw the broken limbs and arms on the ground. Hungry. I can't eat even if I'm hungry. I have to hold it back. This is my bottom line and the difference between humans and zombies. Looking back, the zombies behind him were already trying to eat. No one can eat now. Hold it back. Chen Filang gave the order, and those zombies that feed on flesh and blood actually held back. In terms of executing orders, zombies are not inferior to any species. Chen Filang walked past the corpses on the ground and the stairwell that was smashed by heavy machine guns, and came to the door of the conference room. He saw Zhao Hua's body, which was already in tatters. Chen Filang walked into the room, and found Han Yuhu's body in the corner. Boss Han. The hoarse voice was so unpleasant that even the best voice actor couldn't make it. I'm sorry. If you hadn't released me from prison, I would have died in that cage. But, I'm a little powerless about your death. I can't even tell you the news from Tang Zheng. I'm afraid. I'm afraid you can't accept me like this anymore. But I owe you, and I will repay you. Now you're dead. It's your spirit that's dead, but your body is still there. So let me repay you once, and let you live in another way. Chen Filong lowered his head and bit Han Yuhu's neck hard. The zombie virus on his teeth entered Han Yuhu's blood. Although it was just a little bit, it had a violent reaction with Han Yuhu's blood that was no longer flowing. Chen Filong stood quietly, watching Han Yuhu's movements. After a while, Han Yuhu's fingers twitched slightly. A pair of scalded eyes slowly opened. Ah. Ho 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 ho. Chen Filong laughed an unpleasant sound. Sure enough, it worked. I knew that some people were bitten to death, and some were bitten to half, but they could still become zombies, so of course you can too. Don't worry, Boss Han, with my training, you will definitely become the most powerful zombie in the world. At that time, we two brothers will join forces, and make the whole world crawl at our feet. As he spoke, Chen Filong controlled Han Yuhu. At this moment, Han Yuhu became an ordinary male zombie. Looking at the short Han Yuhu, Chen Filong frowned slightly. Not enough. This is not enough. Come on, Boss Han, there is food all over the floor. You can eat. As he said that, he asked the other zombies to retreat, and only gave Han Yuhu the right to eat. Han Yuhu roared, fell directly to the ground, and began to eat. The zombie's appetite seemed endless. Han Yuhu, a zombie, devoured more than 3 times his body weight in less than an hour. This was an unprecedented feast for zombies. During this process, Han Yuhu's body size continued to grow. After 2 hours, Han Yuhu's height had reached 2 meters. The thick stratum corneum evolved into scales, and he had become an armored zombie. Chen Filong watched and smiled. Well done. I can feel that my control has increased a lot. I can probably control more than 200 zombies now. Okay, let's eat. After a creepy chewing, Chen Filong took Han Yuhu and his group of zombies and left the trading building. After taking Han Yuhu away, the next target is Tang Zheng. But before he has enough strength, he will never go back to Tailei Town. Chapter 72. News from the Empire. 4th update. You can develop the helmsman to add. After a 50-minute drive, Tang Zheng's motorcade arrived at the gate of the prison base. The gate of the prison was still majestic, but the sign of the former Imperial Department had long disappeared. Only a pair of stone lions at the gate told the glory and history of this place. There were still people standing guard on the sentry box of the prison. Seeing such a large group of cars coming, they immediately became nervous. The person who was talking to Tang Zheng was named Yang. At this moment, he jumped out of the car and signaled the people above to open the door. The guard was quite alert and did not open the door immediately. He asked loudly, "Brother Yang, where is Boss Han?" The man called Brother Yang shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. I asked you to open the door. Why are you dawdling?" His tone was urgent, and the guard became more and more alert. He seemed to be about to pick up the intercom to discuss with someone, which made Brother Yang a little worried. If these guys don't obey discipline, wouldn't he lose face in front of Tang Zheng? At first, before he got angry, Tang Zheng was already impatient. With a slight wave of his hand, a gunshot was heard, and the guard was shot dead in the sentry tower. Sniper Chu Zuan put away his gun, and then a jeep drove over. Scientific soldier Jiuo Yun jumped out of the car, rummaged in his toolbox for a few times, and found several tools. With a few pokes of the tools, the gate of the prison base was easily opened, and there was no need for a key. The next thing was simple. Tang Zheng's people rushed in, and the people in the prison base, who had already had little strength, surrendered. Tang Zheng occupied the prison base with almost no effort. He had no time to deal with the panicked people here, and the survivors who were also worried. Led by the man surnamed Yang, he went straight to Han Yuhu's office. Here, he found a large radio station. The man surnamed Yang adjusted it, and found a frequency band. There was a rustling sound inside, and the sound quality was not very clear. "Good afternoon, surviving people of the Empire." Hearing this beginning, Tang Zheng knew that the situation was unusual. He waved his hand and asked the guard to take Yang out first, while he stayed here to listen to the broadcast. "This is the 5th Army of the Empire. I'm the announcer. Please turn off the fire." By order of the new army commander Liu Yibin, the base of the 5th Army has now been established in Jing County, Jiangkou Plain. The 5th Army originally had 1 million people. After the heavy damage of the end of the world, there are only more than 50,000 people left. However, the soldiers of the army were indomitable. When the original commander and deputy commander were all killed, Chief of Staff Liu Yibin led the soldiers to launch a counterattack and successfully defeated the zombies, preserving the precious fire for the army. The 5th Army has now been restored to a size of 100,000 after re-recruiting. After being appointed by Princess Li Wuao, a member of the imperial family, Liu Yibin served as the commander of the reborn 5th Army, and was granted the title of Duke of the Empire. After a series of bloody battles, the 5th Army has conquered Jing County in the west of Liang Province and its 7 townships, creating a safe zone with a diameter of 200 kilometers, and established the Jing Survival Base with Jing County as the center. Currently, there are more than 700,000 survivors in this base, and the number is still increasing. The Jing base is based on the ruins of Jing County. It is a brand new Jing Survival Base with an area of about 12 square kilometers. The city wall of the base is currently under construction. According to the latest news, the foundation of the city wall has been completed. It is expected that the height of the city wall will exceed 8 meters, which can easily resist the attacks of all known zombies without damage. Duke Liu Yibin said that he will build the Jing base into an impenetrable city in the central and western regions of the empire. When the Hanyu festival is held, Duke Liu Yibin will invite Princess Li Wuao to spend the new year in Jing County. The Duke of the Empire, Liu Yibin, the commander of the 5th Army, said that the next step will be to expand the scale of exploration, take in and rescue a large number of survivors, and welcome all survivors who hear the broadcast to go to Jing County in the Jiangkou Plain area of Liang Province. It is the safest place in the entire central and northern regions of the empire. At present, the army's troops have begun to move southwestward, preparing to explore the western Sichuan region. Duke Liu Yibin said that there is no imperial army stationed in the western Sichuan region, and the people are in dire straits. The 5th Army will successively go to Luoshu, Xi'an, Qinzhou and other places to carry out rescue. Insert a piece of news. The army is currently purchasing guns and ammunition from the public. There is no limit to the type of guns and ammunition. Civilian holders can contact us, and the army will give you a satisfactory price. This section of news was repeated 3 times. After this section, some popular songs in the empire were also played on the radio. Tang Zheng turned off the radio and sat here quietly digesting the information just now. First of all, he heard an important news. That is, the person who appointed Liu Yibin was actually the princess of the empire, Li Wuao. Li Wuao is the youngest daughter of the emperor of the empire, Li Zhenyu, and is less than 20 years old. Since she was born, she has received the most love from the emperor and the queen. She was named Wuao in the hope that she could live a carefree life. Li Wuao was born very beautiful and versatile. She was good at singing and dancing and was also a top student. She was called the Pearl of Hanyu by netizens. She had more than 1 billion fans on Weibo. She was very popular both at home and abroad, surpassing any traffic star. The level of liveliness on Weibo every day exceeded the largest wholesale market in Hanyu Empire. Tang Zheng knew that the Emperor Li Zhenyu of the empire was dead, but it was the first time he knew that Li Wuao was now the master of the house. This news brought Tang Zheng a big shock. All the direct males of the royal family died. Hanyu Empire has a large population and a large number of troops. There are 10 group armies in the regular forces of the Imperial Army of the Empire. Among them, there are 6 in the border area and 4 inland. Among them, the first group army is called the Royal Guard, stationed in Yuanjing, the capital of Hanyu Empire. The 5th group army is one of the 3 remaining group armies in the inland. According to the imperial military system, a group army has a total of 10 armies. The commander of the group army is not called the army commander, but the army commander. The commander of the 10 armies under the group army is called the army commander. An army of the empire has 100,000 people, and an army group has 1 million people. From the broadcast, we can hear that the 5th Army Group has only 100,000 people now, and there are only more than 50,000 veterans among them. It can be seen how heavy a blow this end of the world has brought to the empire. Tang Zheng did not expect that the 5th Army Group could actually recapture Jing County. You know, the population of a county in the empire starts at 1 million. That is to say, in remote areas with a dense population, a county town of 5 million to 10 million people is normal. It is conceivable that the 5th Army Group paid a considerable price to recapture a county town. In fact, we can hear some clues from the following words. For example, the 5th Army Group is going to enter Western Sichuan, but only the word exploration is used, and it is not said to recapture. This proves that the current 5th Army Group may not have the ability to recapture a new city for the time being, and it needs a breather. Especially the last inserted news, the purchase of guns and ammunition from the civilian population, which was hard to imagine before. It seems that not only the civilian population lacks weapons, but also the Imperial Royal Army. But no matter what, the current 5th Army is an unimaginable behemoth for any force in the end of the world. There are 100,000 troops, and there are more than 700,000 survivors in the base. If they are organized, they can pull out another 100,000 people at any time. After all, most of those who survived the end of the world are young and strong. Although I didn't hear the news of other army groups on the radio, I can see the whole picture from a glimpse. The situation of other army groups is probably similar. Especially after hearing the news that Jiang Shi and Heo was going to march into Western Sichuan. Tang Zheng didn't speak for a long time. During this period of time, he has been looking for a new place to stay. He doesn't plan to consider Tailei Town, and even Kinsao is not considered much. But Fengcheng is a place that can be considered. But now, Tang Zheng has changed his mind. Since the 5th Army is going to enter Western Sichuan, he doesn't plan to stay in Western Sichuan. Tang Zheng's current strength is not strong, but he doesn't want to be inferior to others, even if the opponent is the army of the empire. But as a Hanyu person, Tang Zheng doesn't want to have some conflicts with the empire's troops, so he decided to leave here. Tang Zheng did not underestimate the power of the empire, but now the troops have been greatly reduced, and under the continuous corrosion of these acidic substances every day, how much strength can the empire's troops still maintain? At the very least, most of those fighters are unlikely to fly. How many of the fleets that once crisscrossed the 7 oceans of Blue Bay Star can sail on the sea? Tang Zheng felt that the so-called march into Western Sichuan, how credible and how strong it is, remains to be seen. But this did not prevent Tang Zheng from making up his mind to leave Western Sichuan. However, leaving Western Sichuan does not mean being away from the Empire and the 5th Army. Tang Zheng knew that going to an area with completely blocked information was not a good choice. At least in Tang Zheng's view, a suitable safe distance would be enough. This 5th Army might have a chance to deal with it in the future, so he would not leave too far. In his mind, he silently recalled the map he had checked. Western Sichuan Province, Two Rivers Province, and Grassland Province are 3 adjacent provinces. Western Sichuan and Two Rivers are inland provinces, and Grassland is a border province. The 5th Army is in Liang Province, and is about to enter Western Sichuan. Should he go to the Grassland Province? If so, what location would be the most suitable? The prerequisites he had considered before could not be changed. A place that he had been thinking about for a long time is about to come out. It seems that he will have to walk the road he has walked before again. It is time to leave. Tang Zheng immediately ordered the ransom to hurry up and wait to bring back the body within 2 days. He will stay in Kinsao for 2 more days at most and leave here immediately after 2 days. Thanks to the book friend for the reward of 600 coins. Thanks to the book friend for the reward. The Duke of the Empire, the commander of the 5th Army, is played by the group member Jaya Crossing Jushi. Chapter 73 Searching for a Settlement. North of Fengcheng. This is the northernmost part of Western Sichuan Province, bordering the Grassland Province to the north, the Two Rivers Province to the east, and the Mobei Province to the west. The towering Heilun Mountains are the natural dividing line between Western Sichuan and the Grassland. There are vast plains here, and agriculture is the pillar industry here. After escaping the city, most of the survivors of Fengcheng went to the northern area of Fengcheng to settle down. At this time, Tang Zheng's car had passed Fengcheng City and was on the way north. The Kinsao issue was resolved. Tang Zheng went north this time, and there were 4 more tankers in the convoy. The tankers were loaded with fuel, which was considered a ransom of those people. Tang Zheng, who decided to leave, didn't want to get entangled there anymore. After his own plunder, there was not much money left to collect from the survivors of Kinzhao. The car had already left the highway and was driving on the provincial road. In the car, Woody turned on the radio and was listening to the broadcast here. Hanyu's radio station is also divided into regions. Normally, a channel of broadcast can only be listened to within the city. Tang Zheng left Kinzhao and could not receive news from Kinzhao, but at this time, he was still listening to the radio news in the car with great interest. The person who spoke at this time was a person from the international base. This was a foreigner, but he could speak fluent Hanyu language. Young Linling, are you crazy, you bastard? You come to attack our international base's team collecting supplies again. This is the 3rd time, right? Do you think that you are the Earl of Hanyu and I can't do anything to you? A relatively familiar voice came from the other side of the radio. International base, bar. It's nothing but a hodgepodge of foreign bastards. If I, young Linling, am afraid of you, I will not be the Earl. And you still have the nerve to scold me. Have you forgotten how many bad things you have done? The people from the international base added, you are mentally ill, right? I told you a long time ago that we at the international base have not done that. I guarantee it with the reputation of the Magnolia Empire. Fuck Magnolia. What reputation does that bandit country have? And those few Magnolia people that day almost told me the color of the underwear of that old pervert Jonathan. How could this be false? Let me tell you, we are not done with this matter. You, young Linling, are talking nonsense here, confusing right and wrong. Do you really think we are afraid of you? I tell you not to be complacent too early. We can find mercenaries to deal with you. Come on, what's the use of bragging? You, Grandpa Yang, don't even know how to write the word fear to be able to get out of Fengcheng alive. The scolding on the radio was in full swing, and Tang Zheng felt ashamed. This matter is very complicated. The car drove for a while, got off the provincial road, and got on the rural road. The road condition gradually became a little bumpy. Tang Zheng sat in the car, feeling a little sleepy. But he knew that the road was not difficult to walk now. There was still more than 100 kilometers to go, which might be more difficult. It was already the 3rd day since he set out. The 3-day trek made him a little tired, but fortunately, he would reach his destination today. The car drove for more than an hour, and the mountains gradually appeared in front of him. General, we are almost there. The communicator called Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng opened his eyes. Oh, are we almost at the Helan Mountains? General, strictly speaking, this is just a branch of the Helan Mountains. This mountainous area is called the Goyan Mountain area, and the highest peak is called Goyan Mountain. The source of Fengming River is on Goyan Mountain. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. It seems that the communicator has done a lot of homework. Fengming River is a tributary of Chai River, but the purity of the water flow is far beyond that of Chai River. It is said that the source of Fengming River is formed by the melting snow and spring water of Guian Mountain, and the water quality is first class in China. Hanyu Royal Radio once broadcast an advertisement, which was made by Fengming River Mineral Water Factory. Tang Zheng still remembers the slogan. We don't process water, we are just the porters of Fengming River. This shows how good the water quality of Fengming River is. The water of Fengming River is mineral water, which means that the mineral resources here are also very rich. It is said that there used to be gold mines in Guian Mountain area. This is also Tang Zheng's destination this time. He wants to come here to build a survival base of his own. Judging from the scene on the road, this choice is right. There are almost no people or zombies on the road, especially after entering the mountainous area. Even the marks of wheel tracks are difficult to see, which means that after the end of the world, few survivors will come here. After the car slowly drove along the hillside for more than 20 minutes, it finally stopped. Tang Zheng opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Zheng felt a cold wind blowing. It's a bit cold. Beside Tang Zheng, the scientific research soldier Jiuo Yun said, General, we have traveled nearly 1,500 kilometers from Kinzhao to here. Another 200 kilometers to the north will bring us to the grassland province in the north of the empire. In addition, the temperature this year is about 10 degrees lower than usual, so it is normal to be cold. As he spoke, Guo Yun pointed to the distance. General, please look, that is Guan Mountain, and you can still see snow on the top of the mountain. Tang Zheng looked up and saw that the snow on Guan Mountain was clearly visible in the mist in the distance. Tang Zheng pulled his collar. Let's go. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's look for our settlement. General, if we are looking for a settlement, I suggest looking along the river. After all, you said that we must ensure the cleanliness of drinking water, so along the river is a necessary condition. Okay, let's do as you say. The convoy was actually not far from the river. Tang Zheng led a group of people and soon arrived at the riverside of Fengming River. Fengming River is a medium-sized river, about 50 meters wide, and the water flow is a little fast, mainly due to the terrain. Tang Zheng came to the riverside. From the bank, he could still see the riverbed clearly. Some rocks protruded from the water. After thousands of years of erosion by the river, the rocks were smooth and round. Occasionally, some cold water fish jumped out of the water. They were quite large. No one fished in the end of the world, so these aquatic groups were growing stronger and stronger, and it seemed that many unprecedented species would appear. Tang Zheng and his party walked along the river for a long time and finally came to the foot of the Golan mountain area. Further up, there were high mountains rising from the ground. Golan mountain was nearly 2,000 meters above sea level, and it was a veritable mountain in the plains. Looking at the steep peaks that reached the clouds, Tang Zheng stopped. I can't go any further. It's too difficult to climb this mountain. General, what do you think of this place? Tang Zheng looked around and found some wild fruit trees on the hillside, which were now bearing red fruits. Looking around, there were vast plains to the south and east. To the north and west were the steep slopes of Goyan Mountain. This is a natural shelter. Standing here, the climate feels a little warmer. Yes, there are mountains and water, and a small climate has been formed. How big is the area here? Guo Yun, a scientific research soldier, looked at it for a while and said, General, if we start from Fengming River, the corner of this mountain area is about 5 or 6 square kilometers. If we cross Fengming River, this area will be 11 or 12 square kilometers. Tang Zheng nodded and said, have you checked the nearby maps? Which one is closer? Yes, General. 600 kilometers south of the place under our feet is Fengcheng, and 800 kilometers east is the border of Liang province. It is only 1,300 kilometers away from the Jing county you mentioned. Going north around Guyan Mountain, 220 kilometers is Lumber City in Grassland province. It is said that there are some survival bases there, and they are developing well. 150 kilometers west is the Huanglang Desert in Mobi province. If you cross the desert, you can go directly to the Neihan Kingdom in the west. Tang Zheng asked again, what about the nearby counties and towns? Guo Yun obviously understood it very well and spoke immediately. Within 100 kilometers from us, there are 2 county towns. One is Qingquan County in Fengcheng, and the other is Keiki County in Lumber. There are 7 towns in total. The nearest town is only 30 kilometers away, called Changling Town, and there is a railway passing through there. Tang Zheng nodded approvingly. You have done a good job. Do you think it is appropriate for me to come to this area to establish a base? It couldn't be more suitable. We are backed by the Guan mountain area, and there are mountains to the west and north as natural barriers. It is safe and worry-free. The only thing we need to watch out for is the mutant birds and mutant beasts in the mountains. However, with the current size of our army, those birds and beasts are unlikely to pose a threat. There is water source, warm climate, and very livable. The only drawback is that the transportation is a bit inconvenient, but as long as the general expands the engineering team and gets some large machinery, these things will not be a problem. Another very important point is that this place is sparsely populated, especially after the end of the world. No one has come here at all, so even if the general builds a city here, it will not seem very abrupt. After all, no one knows what happened here. The general just wants to build the city bigger in advance, so as to avoid future expansion. Tang Zheng also agreed with this point. If you want to build it, you have to do it in one step, but I don't know if the funds in my hand are enough. Tang Zheng has exchanged the funds obtained at the trading conference, which is more than expected. Now he has a total of 1.72 million funds. Moreover, most of the guns that were used for sale have been confiscated by him. He has more than 1098 Ks that are idle. This batch of guns has also become a concern for Tang Zheng. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to sell them again. If he wants to build a base now, Tang Zheng does not plan to build the city wall first. The first thing he needs to build is a resource recycling station. After all, the city wall requires a huge amount of funds. If there is a resource recycling station and enough materials, 90% of the construction cost can be saved. Tang Zheng thought for a moment, then turned around and asked Guo Yun, "You still have some blueprints? Have you come up with anything?" "Yes, General, I have made a new blueprint." Guo Yun handed Tang Zheng a blueprint. Tang Zheng took it and used it directly. A new building appeared in the system. Wind power plant. Construction price 50,000 gold. Chapter 74 Construction Concept. Seeing the price, Tang Zheng couldn't help but complain. "The recycling station you designed is only priced at 10,000 gold. Why is this power plant so expensive?" "General, the recycling station is just a large warehouse, and the design and drawing are relatively simple, which cannot be compared with the power plant. Moreover, as long as you buy the power plant, those large fan-like generators will be automatically installed in the mountains. If this process is done manually, it will be very tedious and difficult. This price is not expensive." After listening to Guo Yun, Tang Zheng felt that it made sense. Just transporting the generators to the top of the mountain is not a simple project, and the power plant is a necessary building. This price is really not expensive. "Okay, then it's settled. We will build our base here." "Okay, General, please determine the center point and general plan of the city. You tell me to record it, and I will make a sketch first." Tang Zheng looked at this area and thought about the future plan of the city while walking. The construction of a city is definitely not that simple. Fortunately, Tang Zheng has considered it for a long time and has a general plan. In the future, he will accommodate the survivors. While building a safe city, he will also need to distinguish the survivors from his own troops. The best way to distinguish them is to use a city wall. With a high wall erected, the area where the survivors are located will not know what is happening in the area where the troops are located. So the first idea, Tang Zheng, is to divide the city into two parts. One is the outer city, where the survivors live, and the other is the inner city, where the troops live. And between the inner city and the outer city, it is best to have a buffer zone for handling emergencies. As for Fengming River, Tang Zheng also wants to include it in the city. After all, the original intention of his arrival is to ensure that the source of the water is under his control to avoid being polluted by others. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng spoke slowly. "The city will be calculated as 10 square kilometers. The Fengming River will be included in the city. A water gate will be built on the river. 3 gates will be built on the east side of the city. 1 gate will be used for survivors to enter and exit. 1 gate will be used for our troops to enter and exit. And there will be another gate. A railway may be built in the future, so it will be used for trains to enter and exit. The south side of the city is the residential area for the survivors. 4 gates will be built, 1 water gate, 1 main gate and 2 side gates. There will be no gates on the west side of the city. There are steep mountains over there, and you can't get out, even if there are gates. Just build a wall between the edge of the city and the mountains, to prevent people in the city from climbing the mountains. The north side of the city is the area where the troops are located. Just build a gate. I live near the north gate." Guo Yun nodded. He remembered the situation in the north. The Fengming River falls from the top of the mountain, forming a small waterfall on the side of the mountain, and even impacting a pool of water. It is the most beautiful and safest place in the entire area. It is not only located deep in the city, but also can enter the mountainous area from a relatively gentle slope. It is indeed suitable for Tang Zheng to live. Tang Zheng continued, "Look at the terrain to the south and east, a vast semi-plain. This is the facade of the city. We need to build an ultimate wall here to ensure that our city is safe enough. The outer city is where the survivors live. You can make up your mind on how to build it, and then report it to me." As for the inner city area, several places must be guaranteed. First, there must be a railway, and then there must be an airport. These two areas must be reserved in advance. Then there must be a barracks, where the soldiers live, and there must be an area for their activities. This area is planned to be larger. After all, our team is still expanding. The power plant is also built in this area, and I live here too, but this place does not need to be too big. Just by the pond at the foot of the mountain, about 2,000 square meters will be enough. If you have any other plans over there, you can also design them in advance, but remember that there must be walls between areas, and streets must be reserved in the middle, and there must be a certain amount of greening. We want to create the best place to live. There must also be an ultimate wall between the inner and outer cities to ensure that no one can spy on the situation in the inner city. Set up a buffer zone in the middle for emergency shelter. Pay attention to the construction of the sentry towers on the city walls, and reserve positions for the machine gun bunkers in the city walls in advance, so that we don't wait until the war comes, and we are still in a hurry. The location near the city wall can be listed as a military zone, and people are not allowed to live. Because I remember, when I designed the folder, I also added some air defense systems. Once unlocked, this area can be used for layout, and it can also be used as an area for troop activities when war breaks out. Tang Zheng kept talking, and Guo Yun kept recording. Sometimes when Tang Zheng stopped to think, he would add, "General, I think the outer city area can be divided into different sections. If we follow your design, our city will be quite solid and safe, which is exactly what everyone needs most in the end times. Since it is such a good place, and it is only 10 square kilometers, there must be a prime location. You also said that in order to prevent people from the outer city from spying on the situation in the inner city, high-rise buildings cannot be built in the city, so it is impossible to accommodate too many people. Because this is a gentle slope, excluding the height difference between the inner and outer walls, the building construction cannot exceed 30 meters. In this case, houses in prime locations will be more expensive. For example, houses by the Fengming River, should they be more expensive than other places?" Tang Zheng smiled. "Then what do you think you need to pay to buy a house here? Money?" Guo Yun was a little speechless. "This, you can decide." "Well, what you said makes sense. Let's arrange it according to your instructions. The tallest building in the city cannot exceed 7 floors to ensure that, even if you stand on the top floor, you cannot see the situation in the inner city." "Okay, General. I also suggest that we don't build buildings or plant crops outside the cities of the two areas of the South Gate and the East Gate. Once a war breaks out here, it will be a battlefield. Building and planting will affect our performance." Tang Zheng nodded. What Guo Yun said made sense. He originally planned to plant crops. Now the troops only have one proper meal a day. The rest of the time, they eat canned food and compressed biscuits. In the future, when there are more and more people, there will definitely not be enough food. Now we can collect it, but by next year, many edible things may rot, so we must plant crops. I originally wanted to use the open space outside the South Gate and the East Gate, but now it seems that it is not possible. Well, we can plant crops in a farther place. After explaining some precautions, Tang Zheng felt that it was enough. "That's about it. You can plan the rest of the details and report them to me." "Okay, General, but I suggest that you expand the engineering core now. We are about to start construction. Whether it is urban drainage, laying pipes, leveling the ground, etc., people are needed to work. The current number of engineers is too small. I suggest expanding it to a platoon of 45 people, and then we can start construction as soon as possible." Tang Zheng nodded and opened the system page. At present, there are only 4 engineers in his corps, which is indeed a bit too few. He bought 41 engineers at one time, and expanded it directly to a platoon. After a while, 41 engineers appeared in front of Tang Zheng. The first engineer, Bao Zilei, was appointed as the engineer platoon leader. So far, Tang Zheng has 6 platoons under his command. A platoon has 45 people, and if it is fully staffed, there will be 270 people. If you remove the guard squad, the cooking squad, the medical squad, and the scientific research soldiers and communicators, the entire company is almost fully staffed. Of course, the first, second, 3rd and 4th platoons are still short of personnel, so Tang Zheng has reserved some quotas just in case. After producing the engineers, Tang Zheng still has things to do. That is to buy a power plant and a recycling station. First, Tang Zheng came to the reserved inner city area. On a relatively flat piece of land, Tang Zheng prepared to buy a power plant. Guo Yun, what does the power plant I bought include? General, all the equipment in the power plant is included, and some infrastructure is also complete, and the power plant also has 30 staff members. These personnel are not combat personnel, and are not included in the army establishment, but you still need to provide them with food, so you'd better fill up the kitchen team as well. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth. The army is getting bigger and bigger, and the demand is increasing. He didn't know the words big family and big business before. With so many people, just eating is a big problem. Click to buy a power plant. Then Tang Zheng added all the kitchen teams and medical teams to full capacity, and then bought a dining car and an ambulance, including the power plant. More than 70,000 yuan was spent, but this was not a lot of money for Tang Zheng. After the cooking team and the medical team were full, the power plant was also buffered. Tang Zheng clicked and placed. With a rumble, a huge building rose from the ground. A square yard, dense cables, towering transformers, machine rooms, etc. Everything was available. In the yard, a group of workers in work clothes saluted Tang Zheng. After Tang Zheng returned the salute, he even saw many windmill-like generators turning between the mountains in the distance. Once other buildings were placed here, the workers would quickly install cables and complete the laying of circuits. The power plant building was now brightly lit. This mountainous area may be the first time in history that electricity has been connected. Tang Zheng, who was already somewhat accustomed to the darkness of the end of the world, was actually a little uncomfortable at this moment. Seeing the completion of the power plant construction, everyone present was a little excited. Guo Yun said anxiously, General, you should build a recycling station next, and then you can send troops to find engineering vehicles and building materials nearby. When you come back to work, you can start building the city wall. Thank you for the 1,600 coin reward from Mr. Jaya Crossing. Thank you for the 500 coin reward from Gothic Swastika Foot Warrior. Thank you for your monthly tickets. There are currently 459 votes. Come on, everyone. I will add more chapters for every 50 votes. I have already added 4 chapters for the monthly tickets. Now I still have 5 more monthly tickets, and 1 reward from the helmsman. Please continue. Chapter 75, Northern Territory Alliance, 3rd update, 250 monthly tickets added. Tang Zheng placed the resource recycling station at the selected location. This is a warehouse with huge storage space. Once the materials are transported to the warehouse, they can be directly used for construction. After completing this construction, Tang Zheng already has 2 formal buildings. When his formal buildings reach 3 and the troops are fully staffed, he can be promoted to battalion commander. However, Tang Zheng is not in a hurry now. Compared with upgrading the battalion commander, it is more urgent to build the base first. After completing the wind power plant and the resource recycling station, this barren area has already taken shape. Tang Zheng immediately began to assign tasks. This time, 3 combat platoons followed Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng asked the 1st and 2nd platoons to act separately, each leading 2 engineering squads, to collect construction vehicles and construction materials. Guo Yun followed the 1st platoon to collect vehicles, because many vehicles were already dead, and the system's scientific research soldiers had mastered the vehicle acid resistance technology, which could remove rust from the vehicles and start them up. The 2nd platoon went to Kingpin County, which is farther away, where there is a building materials market. Scientific research soldier Hizu followed the 2nd platoon, and 10 military trucks went with them. There weren't so many military trucks originally, but now is an emergency, so Tang Zheng directly added a few. The 2 combat platoons and the engineering platoon left, and it became a little quieter here. The remaining engineers were doing simple work of cutting down trees and leveling the land. The kitchen team started cooking, and the soldiers of the 3rd platoon were already patrolling the surrounding area. Tang Zheng had nothing to do, so he sat down at the door of the resource recycling station. Communicator Woody put the radio away and started listening to the local radio broadcast. After coming here, Tang Zheng only heard the quarrel between Yang Linling and the international base on the radio once, and he didn't know the distribution of forces here. So he planned to take advantage of this time to understand the surrounding situation and have a clear idea of it. Turning on the radio, he began to listen to various speeches on the radio here. But he didn't expect that he would hear a shocking news. Just after turning on the radio, a female voice was speaking on the radio. "Hello everyone, this is the headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance. I'm the announcer One King. The Northern Territory Alliance was established 20 days ago. It is currently composed of 12 survivor bases. Its headquarters is located in the Imperial Agricultural and Forestry University in the southern suburbs of Lumber City. According to incomplete statistics, the total number of members of the Alliance has exceeded 300,000, making it the undisputed #1 force in the Northern Territory. The Speaker of the Alliance, Imperial Count Zheng, was collectively elected by the 12 members of the Alliance Parliament and is responsible for managing the affairs of the entire Alliance. The Chief of Staff of the Alliance is a senior officer from the 2nd Army of the Imperial Royal Army. He is conducting regular and militarized training for the armed forces within the Alliance. The Alliance is actively contacting the Empire, but due to network interruptions, power outages, and traffic paralysis, the contact has not been successful. But the Alliance has not been discouraged. While constantly trying to contact the Empire, it still has a foothold in the local area. From the western part of Liang Province in the east, to Fengcheng in western Sichuan Province in the south, to the new Oasis City in Mobei in the west, and to Jingjiang in the north of Lumber City in the north. This area of thousands of square kilometers is currently under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. The purpose of the Alliance is to unify management and command, gradually eliminate the zombies in this area, and ensure the safety of all survivors. The survivors in this area do not have to join the Alliance, but they must pay taxes to the Alliance and obey the Alliance's dispatch arrangements and must not violate them. Today, a heartbreaking incident occurred within the Alliance's jurisdiction. A shameful verbal battle broke out on the radio between Yang Linling, the leader of the Imperial Earl of the Fengcheng North Suburb Manor Base, and Jonathan, the leader of the International Base. According to preliminary understanding, it was Yang Linling who led the team to attack the International Base's supply collection team, which led to this unpleasant incident. Here, Speaker Zheng warns the two leaders, Yang Linling and Jonathan, that no matter who you were before or what you are now, you must abide by the rules of the Alliance to survive on this land. Speaker Zheng requires the two bases to exercise restraint and not continue armed conflict. If either of them insists on continuing the conflict, the Alliance will intervene in the matter by force. Chairman Zheng also issued a warning. In recent times, some mercenaries have been active in the Northern Territory, and even foreign forces have entered. Chairman Z hopes that after hearing the broadcast, this group of people will be able to restrain their behavior and not act recklessly for their own selfish desires. Otherwise they will face the full force of the Alliance. Finally, if there are survivors who have recently arrived in this land, after hearing the broadcast, please take the initiative to contact the Alliance and report the population size, number of weapons and equipment, base size, etc. of your base. The Alliance will send tax officials to your base to collect population taxes. The specific tax standards are as follows. Adults, each person pays 10 kilograms of food per month, and those over 60 years old are reduced by half. Children are reduced by half. In addition to food, steel, fuel and other materials can also be used to pay taxes instead of food. After paying taxes, these bases will be included in the protection scope of the Alliance. When encountering incidents such as man-made or zombie attacks, they can apply to the Alliance for support, and the Alliance will send rescue forces as soon as possible. If the base cannot maintain the basic living conditions of the survivors, they can apply to join the Alliance, and the Alliance will consider joining as appropriate. Hearing this long list of broadcast content, Tang Zheng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. I didn't expect that a survivor alliance would appear in this vast area at the junction of 4 provinces. This is obviously different from the progress in Qinzhou. However, if you calculate the time, it has been almost 50 days since the beginning of the end of the world. When Tang Zheng just came back to Qinzhou, Qinzhou was like this. There has been no progress and each is fighting for itself. But it is different here. 12 large survivor bases have formed a Northern Territory alliance here, and listening to the broadcast content, there are also official officers of the Imperial Royal Army who are undergoing militarized training here. There is no doubt that the power of the survivors here is not at the same level as that of Kinsao. With strong power and domineering people, everything in this land is obviously regarded as a treasure in the pocket by this Northern Territory alliance. What makes Tang Zheng particularly uncomfortable is that this alliance actually wants to levy taxes on all the bases here. It also requires reporting the population, the number of weapons and equipment, etc., which Tang Zheng cannot accept. In the end of the world, the population has dropped sharply, but Tang Zheng knows that most of the survivors are actually scattered in various corners of cities and villages. Only a small number of them have joined large bases. So in this area, a pyramid structure has been formed, and the Northern Territory Alliance is undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid. Bases like Yanglinling and the international base should be on the second level. And bases like himself, which have just arrived here, and have not yet established a firm foothold, and have not even recruited survivors, are considered the third level. Smaller groups or individuals of survivors are at the bottom. After listening to the domineering broadcast content of the Northern Territory Alliance, Tang Zheng turned off the broadcast directly. Tang Zheng didn't care about the taxation issue mentioned by the alliance. Obviously, the Northern Territory Alliance has not received any news from the Royal Military, and does not know that the 5th Army, more than 1,000 kilometers away, has completed the recovery of a county town. Their current approach may cause some trouble in the future. After roughly understanding the situation in this area, Tang Zheng temporarily put aside the things here, and concentrated on the construction of the base. After a few hours, Jiuo Yun and a row of people came back. The engineers from 2 squads drove back 16 large vehicles. These included bulldozers, excavators, heavy trucks, cranes, rollers, etc. The vehicles came back slowly, but with great momentum. These vehicles were all covered with rust, but they could still be driven back, proving that Jiuo Yun had repaired their interior. After the vehicles returned to the base, they immediately started working. The bulldozers directly flattened the ground, and the excavators began to dig pits where needed. According to the sketch designed by Jiuo Yun, construction began in various places. Next to it was Fengming River, and it was very convenient to get water. Towards dusk, the second platoon also came back. There were more than a dozen large trucks coming back with the second platoon. The cars were full of construction materials. Red bricks, stone strips, optical cables, wires, cement, steel bars, etc. were pulled back one by one. The sand was not pulled from the outside, because Jiuo Yun found that a large amount of construction sand could be dug out near the mountainside, which saved a lot of vehicle trips. The truck loaded with bricks, stones, and cement drove into the recycling station, unloaded directly, and then came out from the back. A new row of numbers appeared in Tang Zheng's system. These numbers recorded how much building materials were currently available. When the city wall was built, as long as the materials were sufficient, it could be built directly. The engineers began to lay the optical cable quickly. Because the plan had been completed, the process was very fast and there was no drag. When it got dark, a long section of underground optical cable had been laid. The soldiers built a temporary shed on a cleared open space, and Tang Zheng also rested here. One by one, the lights lit up in the shed. Today's work has come to an end for the time being. When Tang Zheng wakes up tomorrow morning, he will start building a section of the city wall. The food in the kitchen team has been prepared, and it's time to eat. When Tang Zheng was holding a box lunch and preparing to eat, the second platoon leader Yang Mu came over. "General, there is a situation." "What is it?" "Today when we went to the Kingpin County building materials market to get building materials, we met a few survivors." "Oh, what kind of survivors?" "They are 2 very ordinary survivors who came out to collect food. After seeing us, they avoided us from a distance, but when we left, the 2 people looked in our direction." Tang Zheng paused for a moment, then began to eat. "Never mind him, we came here, and we didn't intend to keep it secret. Sooner or later, people will know about it. It's just a matter of showing up one day earlier or later. But we have to speed up the construction as soon as possible." Don't wait until someone comes to our door and the city wall is not built yet. That won't look good. I understand. We will go to the building materials market again tomorrow and try to make 2 trips to bring back more building materials. The Imperial Earl, the Speaker of the Northern Territory Alliance, Xi Jinshan, was played by a group member. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.